Chapter 13. Mornings were supposed to be a time of refreshment, of starting a new day and preparing oneself to meet it. Naruto's routine had always been the same first thing in the morning. Clean up, brush teeth, down some food, and then change and train. Unless on a mission that didn't allow it, he always did the same thing. And this mission had allowed him to continue that routine. He valued that routine. He cherished it really. A frantic Shizune and a half-alive Jiraiya was not his preferred way to start a day. Slow down Shizune-san, what's the issue? Lady Tsunade went after Orochimaru on her own. We need to go after her. Naruto was going to look past the fact that the snake team was apparently after the blonde drunk as well. But considering the state of his arms, it made sense. She's gonna be the next Hokage, right? She should be able to handle the snake on her own. Which in Naruto's mind should be true. Though he had only been half joking that the woman was in no shape to be a ninja anymore, seeing Shizune's worried face started to make him worried as well. Fine, let's go, grab the drunk pervert and let's go. Mnunu druunk. Poison. Slurred speech and all, Jiraiya tried to steady himself as Shizune draped an arm over her shoulder. Sure drunkie. Let's go find your other two teammates. Maybe today wouldn't be so bad after all? Gathering up his scrolls and jacket, they were out the window and racing across town. Naruto couldn't see the castle that was supposed to be the main attraction of this place outside of the gambling, and had a feeling that's where their errant drunk future Hokage was. Shizune pointed just outside of the wall. I can feel her chakra there. Changing direction slightly, they all mentally preparing for what was coming. Scaling over the wall and covering the distance as fast as they could, it was Naruto who spotted the woman first. On her knees before Kabuto, face splattered with blood, it took only a thought for the boy to shunshin in front of her with an angry ball of chakra formed in his hands. He'd make some distance, then get with the explosions. Savoring the surprised look from Kabuto and missing the shocked one from Tsunade, the boy drilled the attack into the spy and launched him away. Turning to look back at the older woman, Naruto's anger got the better of him. You just gonna sit there and let him kill you? I thought you had more fight in you than that, boss-an. Orochimaru sucked his teeth with a frown. With Tsunade's refusal, this was a lost cause, and he didn't want to alienate Naruto any more than he possibly already had. Uzumaki's secrets were in the balance here, and he needed the boy's blood and chakra network intact and unharmed. My Naruto-kun, you have impeccable timing. Naruto flipped him the finger without looking. Just you hold on, I'm gonna give you a repeat performance from the Forest of Death in just a second. Changing tactics once that oaf Jiraiya and Tsunade's assistant finally landed, a grin slowly formed on his face. But Naruto, how will you learn anything about your history without me? Well, Tsunade is supposed to be the next Hokage, and since she owes me one, I'll be getting info out of her. While he hadn't brought it up, he figured at this point it was the least she could do. You assume she'll want to help you, after all, she is more like Jiraiya than me. Tell me, how's life been with your godfather lately anyway? Ah, the boy froze up for a moment. His guess had been right, the old fool hadn't told the boy. Has he been telling you stories about your parents? Why the fist that connected to his face belonged to a blonde, but a much older one. You bastard, what are you trying to pull? Rage pushing her past her normal fear of blood, she was finally ready to beat her former teammate into the dirt. Naruto however was turning away, eyes wide and an odd ringing in his ears. There was no way that the pervert was his godfather. After all this time? There were so many questions even with just that. Who were his parents, what were they like? Did they want him, love him? Why did he leave him alone in a village that hated him? Making eye contact with a still out of it sage however, Naruto got the feeling he wasn't getting an answer right now. Plus there was the chance the snake bastard was lying to his face. Not like he hadn't before. Turning back and welling up his chakra, he went back to his original assessment for the day so far. Today belonged in the garbage. The field was suddenly covered in black and orange blondes, each grinning and staring all at a certain snake. I'm gonna enjoy this Orochi team. And when I beat the shit out of you, you're gonna give me some straight answers. Kabuto quit playing around. The silver-haired spy suddenly at his side, the damaged ninja grinned. You can try Naruto, but this is a little out of your league. With Kabuto assisting by welling up blood on his summoning seal, both of the men disappeared in smoke, rising above the others on the head of the snake boss summon Manda. Orochimaru, you insect. How dare you summon me without sacrifices? Orochimaru was grinning however as he looked down on everyone else. Don't you see them before you, Manda-sama? They'll make a fine meal. Manda snorted but turned his head. Paltry. I expect twice the normal amount the next time you call me, or it'll be you on the menu. Naruto was already over it, and directed his clones. That's one big target for me, Orochi. Blurring forward behind his clones who were already placing seals all along the writhing and moving snake, Naruto unsealed his sword. He figured that at the least he'd have plenty of blood to repair it. Jumping ahead with a shunshin, he began carving his way up the snake's back. Shizen watched on as the giant snake destroyed just as many clones that kept appearing, while trying to urge the toad sage to move. "Can't you summon a toad and help?" Shaking his head, Jiraiya denied it. "Can't. Chakra still out of whack." "Whose fault is that?" Tsunade appeared next to the two, already making hand signs. "You really want me to answer that? You're the idiot who's ready to drop his pants anytime a beautiful woman shows some interest. Don't be so easy." Slamming her hand into the ground, they all rose into the air along the back of Katsuyu. "Katsuyu, let's get ready for some acid." She'd be helping the kid out before he killed himself. Deal with the emotional baggage later. A Naruto clone alighted next to them. "Actually, you might want to run away, like really far away." Tsunade had her fists balled in frustration. "And why's that, you cocky brat?" The clone shrugged. "Boss is gonna show him what a real explosion looks like." Jiraiya grabbed Tsunade. "Yeah, we gotta go, trust me on this." Naruto himself was trusting his clones to follow his plan, which currently was piss off the large snake and make it move further away from the town. Which by his measure, as he came within spitting distance of the snake summoner, was at least a dozen miles by now. Repaired sword on his shoulder, a blood-covered Naruto formed 3 new clones around himself. "I told you I was here for a repeat performance." Frowning and motioning Kabuto to stand down while Manda raged at the explosions rattling his body, Orochimaru tried to reason with the little brat. "You know I'm right. They're lying to you, Naruto-kun. They all are. And just like any tool, once your usefulness is done, they'll break you and throw you away. That is all any of the Uzumaki were to the leaf." Unsealing a scroll about a meter long and now having 6 black bands encircling it, the boy made a slit in the snake's hide and shoved it in. "See, here's the problem, team. You might be right and the leaf is gonna have its day of reconning one day or another. But because you're such a flaming asshole, just no one wants to give you the satisfaction. And shitty old man or not, the Sandame was all I had for a long time. And you killed him. So send Kabuto for me if you want, but I'm gonna have to send him back to you in a bag." The scroll under his foot was starting to glow. "You aren't the real one, are you?" "Oh no," Boss switched out like as soon as he summoned the scroll. Clone grinning as the other two raced forward, the last clone allowed the Kubikurabocho to poof away. "If you make it out of this somehow, I'll be happy to blow you up again though. Kabuto." And then there was heat and light. Back with Tsunade and the others, now several miles away from the battle, the Naruto clone gained a funny look before the real Naruto replaced him. Covered in blood and his sword being summoned to his hand not a second later, he turned back towards where the snakes were. Probably not going to want to look that way. Bringing up the black mask for the coming smoke, the boy turned away and covered his ears. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a strange look as he copied the boy. "What do you mean don't low dash?" There was a flash of intense light and heat even at this distance, then the very earth began to shake. An earthquake rattled them and had them all covering their ears from the noise. If Tsunade tried to describe it, it was like every explosion she had ever heard was suddenly made all at once in the same place. Then came heat and a shockwave that on instinct Katsuyu pulled them all inside of herself to protect them and ride out the blast. And even then, they could still feel tremors as they all tried to turn to see what had happened. As the tremors eventually subsided and Katsuyu let them all free on the ground, albeit slowly, everyone looked on in awe at the truly massive mushroom cloud that stood where Orochimaru was. Naruto however turned away with a sigh. "One of my clones noticed the bastard slip away. I'm gonna need a version that slows him down or something next time. Or maybe something that pulls in the target first before exploding." Muttering to himself and he mentally began making plans, the prospective Hokage looked down at the boy. "What the hell is that?" Pointing at the rising cloud of dust and ash she watched as the boy shrugged. "That is glass bomb version 2. Twice the yield as version 1. Who knew using tungsten instead of random metal would do that?" Waving her off he turned his attention to a more recovered Jiraiya. Now having spent some time in the very helpful slug summon, Naruto ignored the beast desummoning itself. "So, was he telling the truth?" Said casually but mask still on his face and covering his mouth, all the old sage had to go off of were his eyes. And those were cold. Jiraiya weighed telling the truth to the boy. On the one hand it'd only get worse if he lied about it, on the other, if he told him now he'd probably get the shit kicked out of him from here till they were back in Konoha. The decision however was taken away from him. "The old goat being your godfather? Of course it is, what's the big deal?" Tsunade however didn't see the issue. It wasn't like the toad hadn't been watching out for the kid. While she wasn't involved she had gotten news about the kid, Jiraiya not able to help himself bragging and sending letters. He had been insufferable those 9 months. "Ah. Thanks, Bachan." Naruto was turning away, sealing his sword away and throwing his hands behind his neck. It was going to be a long walk back to Konoha after all. And he needed to find a river to wash off in soon. The smell of blood was thick. Ah, Naruto, you're not mad? There was hope. Maybe the kid was being a little more mature after all. Looking back at the toad sage, purple eye shining, the Uzumaki was grinning under his mask. Mad? Me? Nea. Jiraiya never saw the clone appear at his side with a primed set of seals. Explosion going off and sending the old man flying, Naruto watching him go. I'm way past mad. And that's 3 for 3 on Sannin. Looking between the brat and her flying teammate, Tsunade wandered up to the kid. You wanna explain what the drama is about? Mulling it over, he had to consider that she was truly an outside party. Sure, she was trained by the third, but she had left before Naruto himself had even been born. It's a long stupid story. Grabbing the kid in a headlock under one arm, she grabbed Shizune and started walked. We have a long way to Konoha, kid, I wanna hear all of it. Thinking something else over, she eventually let Naruto go. She was in a good mood and was always happy to see the pervert get his, so she took off her grandfather's necklace and tossed it to the boy, who caught it with some confusion. For knocking some sense into me. Seeing the boy nod and put it on himself, he finally got to telling his story. She had hoped it might prepare her for the shitstorm she knew she was about to walk into. Though as they walked and talked, her ire rising and falling with each story, she re-evaluated that thought. There were a lot of people in Konoha who were about to have a bad time. Now who was going to be the reason behind it was still unclear. It could be said that during normal operations the village council was a slow-moving bunch who could very rarely agree on anything right away so that things could progress. After being shouldered with the workload of a missing Hokage in the wake of an invasion, however, they were quick to see the return. Tsunade announced, inaugurated, and behind the desk with paperwork before a week had even ended. The older woman wasn't entirely happy about it, and made her ire clear, but at the same time it gave her a chance to begin making subtle but clear changes and reforms revolving around her specialty. Meaning the Konoha Hospital and Combat Medic program was being revitalized from the ground up. That was her focus on the moment, though she had some smaller side projects to keep an eye out for. Through this time a tired but resolved Naruto returned to his team with a focus and determination they had all somewhat missed. While the boy no longer needed to experiment with explosions anymore, much to the enjoyment of everyone who had to go back and repair the training ground, he was still hard at work. Now that he knew his affinity and was clear to spam clones again, it was a tired Kakashi who advised that maybe stripping leaves off of every available tree in the area wasn't the best of ideas. The real Naruto, helping his teammates and participating in team drills, disagreed, stating that improving and growing was their duty as ninja. Plus, it motivated Sakura and Sasuke to learn about their own affinities as well. Both hadn't been stagnant while their friend was gone, but they still had catching up to do. Today, however, was coming to an end, with Kakashi getting a promise from all 3 of his students that they would actually relax and cool off training for the evening. Regular missions would be resuming soon with the new Hokage in office, and they needed to get back into a schedule of real rest between intense training. So as Naruto waved his friends off, both promising to get ramen with him tomorrow night, the now introspective boy was on his own. While he tentatively had a goal to end up at Ichiraku's and then head home, he wasn't all that interested in being alone at the moment. It had been good the last few days being with his team. Not having to worry about conspiracies and plots and worrying about who knew about his parents or not. Jiraiya had mentioned that Kakashi-sensei knew as well, but might have been under orders not to say anything. Naruto should confront the older man and ask about that soon. He had been a good sensei, and hadn't played favorites, and now that they all were improving so fast he himself was working harder. Late to training a lot less often and with less excuses. Naruto turned a corner and had his thoughts derailed as he bumped into someone soft. Hand immediately coming up and catching the other person's arm, he focused and found himself standing before Ino and Hinata. Inoheim? Hinata-chan? Sorry, mine's way off tonight. Ino steadied herself with a shake of her head and a smile. It's okay, I wasn't paying attention either. Plus, we were looking for you anyway. Seeing the boy raise an eyebrow and tilt his head, Hinata pulled out a scroll. We have something to bring up with you, but maybe we can go get some food? And talk? Naruto was worried as Hinata was looking worried about something. She had been getting a lot better about being able to talk to him. This shy mood was odd now, especially with Inoheim here. She always seemed more confident with Inoheim. Sure, what are we in the mood for today? Ino looked over the slightly more muscular boy, confirming that he had been putting on the mass lately. Probably owing to eating better and swinging that oversized sword of his. How about the barbecue place my team usually haunts? Plus we can get a booth and talk in private. Seeing the other two nod, Ino led the way. While the boy had been gone, Ino and Hinata had teamed up to research and put together as much as they could on the Uzumaki within the village. What they had found so far wasn't making them feel any better or confident about what could have happened in the past, but they decided that they should probably bring what they did have to his attention. They didn't want him thinking they were hiding something from him after all. While Hinata wanted to wait until they had information on his father, Ino postulated that he would appreciate even just some info on his mother and some history about his clan. They hadn't been able to obtain Sasuke's help as of yet, mainly because the council couldn't or wouldn't allow him on meetings until a new Hokage was named. Though now that one was, that would change. Not that their fellow young ninja was excited about the prospect. Soon they found themselves at the restaurant and were seated at a table, Ino ordering for them all while Naruto sat opposite to both girls. Hinata took a deep breath before starting off with why they were here. Eyes hardening with focus, Hinata looked directly at the confused boy, Naruto-kun. I kept something from you, not bad. But, I had a project I wanted to do, to help you. And while I don't have as much information as I would want, Ino-chan helped and convinced me that we should share what we've found so far. Naruto scratched his neck as he was now really confused about why they were here. Okay. Well, I'm not mad if you kept something to yourself. You're my friends. And you're telling me in the end, so it'll be fine. What could they have been looking up to make them both look slightly nervous? Hinata pulled out a scroll and handed it to the boy. I had been researching the Uzumaki over the last few weeks. Actually, nearly 2 to 3 months now. My goal was to give you information on your family and your clan. But the records were so distorted and some of it was just flat missing. We were able to figure out a few things, however. Like who your mother is, and some of the history of your clan's ancestral home. I wasn't able to find anything on your father, or what happened to your inheritance completely, other than the council got a hold of it and liquidated much of it. Looking away for a moment, somewhat ashamed for her own perceived failure, the girl was quick to try to reassure the boy, but we're going to keep digging. It's not fair that this info was kept from you. And we both want to help you, however we can. Naruto was stunned, looking at the scroll in his hand to the two young girls sitting across from him. They had taken time out of their lives to look for and compile information that he was missing about his family, all on their own. Sure, he knew who his mother was now thanks to the snake bastard and pervy sage, but his friends hadn't known. That they thought of him enough to even try it made his chest tight in an odd way. Thank you. Inohime, Hinata-chan. After realizing so many people had been lying to him for so long, that he had friends that were willing to cut through that bullshit without a thought was moving, to say the least. Ino nudged Hinata, told you he'd appreciate it. Getting the shorter girl to nod, Ino smiled and moved about cooking meat. Apparently your mom was a real badass, had a ton of titles including Red Hot Blooded Habanero and Jinchuriki, though we don't know what the second one could mean. Hinata chimed in now as well, your own file has that term as well. Naruto however froze up, immediately seeking out the fox. What was sealed in my mom? The old fox grumbled, your mother was my last container. And you didn't think to tell me? Never asked, little monkey. The fox considered for a moment, before remembering some ancient words of wisdom he had all but ignored lately. When you have some time to yourself, I'll tell you about her. Shaking his head and sighing, the boy resolved to do just that. However, he now had a new dilemma. Did he tell the two girls across from him about the Kyuubi and what he was? He had planned on telling his team, but did these two need to know? He did have to consider that they had gone through all this effort for him, and had trained with and supported him. Perhaps he could trust them, if not the adults of this village. Yeah, I know what it means. Ino blinked as she was genuinely surprised by that. Granted, Naruto had spent plenty of time in the library, maybe he had been using his clones and picked it up somewhere? Oh, what it is? Naruto took some meat for himself, preparing it quietly while he thought it over one last time. It means the power of human sacrifice. Meaning literally the person was used as a sacrifice to seal away a great power. Keeping his voice down, though not really needing to in the loud restaurant, the boy watched both girls carefully. My mom was the container of the nine-tailed demon fox. The Kyuubi. Hearing both girls gasp as they caught on quickly, Naruto took his plunge and said it out loud, and I'm the current one. Hinata however latched on to what she thought was important. That's terrible. Does it hurt keeping it at bay? Are you at risk from it? Seeing the boy shake his head, the girl then looked at his scared and purple eye. That's how your eye healed. Naruto nodded. Yeah, Fox said he didn't do anything to it, but purple like this ain't a normal color after all. Internally he sighed, happy that at least Hinata seemed to accept it readily. Ino on the other hand had stayed quiet. So, you've got a huge mountain-sized fox in your guts? Ino watched as Naruto nodded carefully, and grinning, Ino forked over some more meat his way. No wonder you're such a glutton. Laughing at the absurdity of it, Naruto decided he had to be dreaming. You're not freaking out like I thought you would. Ino shrugged while next to her Hinata finally started eating. We've been around you enough by now to figure out there's a difference between a seal scroll and its contents. Waving a hand in a matter-of-fact manner, the perky blonde was all grins, and the fox hasn't gotten out yet, and you've only gotten stronger. So I'm not worried. You don't give up, ever, so I'm not worried about you letting the thing out anytime soon. She wouldn't lie and say she wasn't at least a little worried or internally freaked out. But this was her friend and crush who had fought and bled for this village. The murderous fox never would have done that. He was Naruto and that was enough. Hinata herself never even considered the Kyuubi as a threat. If Naruto was holding it back, then it was safe, and that was it. She had always admired his will and determination to never give up, and she suspected if he and the fox ever had a battle of wills, Naruto would be the last one standing. Would you like for us to continue looking into your clan? Maybe we can find something else with the new Hokage's help? Naruto nodded. Yeah, Tsunade-bachan should be willing to help. We actually talked a lot on the way back from our mission to get her. Seeing the surprised looks on both girls' faces, Naruto launched into an explanation on just where he had been the last couple of weeks. From the confrontation with Itachi to his roadside training. To his confrontation with Orochimaru and then finding and fighting with Tsunade at first. All the trails and revelations that followed from there until now. Together the girls sat and listened, asking questions and laughing at some of his antics. Both however clued in that their initial thoughts were proven correct, that there was something major going on surrounding his clan. That he already knew who his parents were now didn't drain their spirits at all, because they had gotten him more clan information that he didn't have before, plus some specifics about his mother. Though Ino latched onto what she thought was the bigger bombshell. You dad, was the fourth? Naruto nodded, mouth full of meat before chewing and swallowing it down. Yup. Mr. Yellow Flash himself. While angry, Naruto sort of got why no one would have told him about his father. The man was a living legend known across the nations. If the world had known he had a son, well, he probably wouldn't have made it past being a toddler. Ino finally leaned back. That's just, wow. Hinata nodded after taking a breath from drinking a large glass of milk. Thinking on it, the resemblance is uncanny. Giving her friend and rival the side eye, wondering if milk was her key, she nodded as well. I mean, there aren't that many blondes in the Leaf Village, and you certainly aren't a Yamanaka. In fact, the more she thought about it, the more obvious it seemed to be. Boy with amazing amounts of chakra with a mysterious past and no records about his parents is actually the secret child of the last Hokage and a super powerful kunoichi? What were the odds? Seeing Ino's gaze and seeing they were past the more heavy topics, the shorter girl sat up slightly straighter so her open jacket could show off a bit. She relished in Ino's pout. Naruto-kun has always been the most surprising ninja in the Leaf. Never mind that now the idea she had shelved away in her mind about solving their little love war had more merit. Son of a Hokage and the heir to a prominent clan? She was going to bring this to her father's attention soon. Counsel be damned. Naruto however was trying his best to focus solely on the food in front of him and not the now slightly more animated girls across from him. He may have been distracted, but he was sure Inoheim's wrappings were tighter than that a second ago. And now noticing that she was filling out fairly well with her improved diet, he wondered if she or Hinata would catch up with Tsunade one day. Certainly looked like it. Shaking the pervy thought from his mind and cursing the Ero Sannin, he thought of something Ino had told him a while ago. Oh. Inoheim, didn't you say you were looking for a way to better paralyze your opponents in case Shika or Choji couldn't help you? Ino pointed a chopstick in the air. That's right. Can't rely on the boys to come save me all the time. I was starting to think that with my knowledge of plants that maybe I could get into poisons. Well, I could talk to Shizune-san and see if she'd give you some pointers. She's really good with poisons and subtle ninja tools like that. Considering she's Bachan's assistant, she probably could help you with a lot more too. For these two that had accepted him with no questions, he'd do anything to help them. Talking to Granny and her assistant would be easy. Ino saw stars and reached over to grab Naruto's hands. That'd be amazing. If I could get help with poisons and maybe some lessons on medical basics, I could paralyze my enemies without the other two, and make interrogation easier. Already she was imagining the possibilities. As she returned to eating and missing Naruto's blush, she started making a list of things to ask the older woman. Hinata smiled at the interaction of the two while she finished another plate. She was actually happy at the moment. She didn't have to worry about the judgment of her father or the clan council. She didn't have to worry about her sister or the possibility of her being made the heir instead of herself. This was peaceful, fun, and she wanted it to continue. Outside of her team, these two were easily her best and closest friends. Naruto however turned to look at her with a thoughtful frown on his face. Sorry Hinata-chan. I'm not sure if Tsunade or Shizun would be able to help you with your skills at all. Tsunade is super strong though. Maybe she could teach you how she does it? He didn't want her to think he was playing favorites with his friends after all. Hinata shook her head. It's okay, Naruto-kun. Most of my skills are starting to revolve around my flexibility and chakra precision. Though I wouldn't mind talking with Tsunade-sama if the ability presented itself. Even if their skills didn't line up, talking with a legendary kunoichi was not an opportunity to pass up. Naruto gave her a thumbs up. Of course. I'll talk to them both and see if they can make some time. Happy that he could take care of his friends in a less lethal way, Naruto settled in for joking and gossip from Ino. He was close with his team and he'd spend time with them tomorrow, most likely tell them his secret too, but these two across from him were a bit more special. And as the night wore on and he finally had to say goodbye, B was happy he had them in his life. Omake. Ever since the little blonde prodigy had been added to the bingo book, Deidara had waited, patiently, for his next work. For artists like themselves, it wasn't a question of it he'd leave another beautiful artwork somewhere. The real question was where would it be? And after hearing news from Tanzaku town, he and Sasori were off to investigate. Now here and standing on a hill overlooking the outskirts or the town, Deidara was in awe. Not only was the crater deeper and wider, the molten rock this time had less sand content, so no glass. Dirt and ash covered everything within miles, and even from here the entire area gave off an aura of death. This is truly something else. This boy, no, this visionary. If only they had battled within the town itself. Why the mark he would have left on the world, on our very history. Sasori sighed, his senses and chakra threads tingling as they were more in tune with the environment around them. You bomb junkie, this is a testament to the lasting impact of humanity itself. Look, nothing will grow here for decades. That is art, the lasting impact of our lives, an eternal moment frozen. Deidara turned to his partner. What do you mean nothing will grow here? Sasori pointed into the distance. Look at the crater's edge, the trees and vegetation are already dying. Something lingers here, killing everything and leaving anything else scarred. There's no wildlife here. No, this site will remain untouched, pure, even more so than his first. Sasori lifted his arms above him as if in prayer. I can agree with you, this boy truly is a visionary. We must find him. Maybe before Leader harvests his beasts. Deidara, just a conversation, a few words would be enough I think. We must pick his brain. So we agree then? For once, yes. Both stood in silence for a while, just admiring the beauty that stood before them. In just a short time this young man had already made a name for himself and in such a grand way. If only they could have been born at different times. I still think it's weird you cut your junk off. Maybe actually use yours and I might appreciate your argument. Are you calling me a virgin? Just saying I've never seen you approach any women. I've bedded plenty of women. Dozens. Hundreds. Fantasizing about Conan doesn't count. Who fuck you. It was a bright and sunny day in the Leaf Village that greeted Team 7 that morning. While Sakura and Naruto were both poking a lethargic Sasuke and trying to get him to react, Kakashi had deigned this morning a good one to show up on time. Yo! Sakura turned to their teacher, you're not late. Good morning sensei. While it had started off as a yell the girl evened out her voice when she realized it was still early. Kakashi nodded, well it'll still be a few days before regular mission so I figured we could work on team training and the like. While each of his students were learning about their affinities, team training would always be vital. Naruto however turned and coughed to gain everyone's attention. Actually, if everyone doesn't mind. Seeing everyone turn to him he sighed, I do have something important to bring up. Sasuke finally seemed to focus a little, maybe staying up training wasn't the best of ideas. He wasn't Naruto after all. Well what's up? Finally figure out some new even crazier way to blow things up. That was what their friend usually had to bring them. Naruto shook his head, I mean always but this is a little more important. Sasuke, you asked me why your brother would be after me, I know why. Before either of his other two students could say anything, Kakashi held up a hand, Naruto, this is your choice, but are you sure? Naruto nodded, they're my team. If I can trust them with my life I should be able to trust them with this. Taking a deep breath and exhaling the boy continued, what do you remember about the QB? Sakura piped up first after a moment of thought, well its attack against the leaf was a disaster. Only stopped by the fourth Hokage himself who defeated it. Naruto shook his head, the QB is an ancient demon that literally can't be defeated. Trying to kill it just means it'll reform later, even more angry. No, the fourth couldn't beat it, so he had to seal it away. Sasuke however caught on, you've got a demon sealed in your guts? Seeing his friend slowly nod the Uchiha shrugged, maybe that explains why you're such a glutton. Hey! Inohime said the same thing. It's true. If you didn't train so much you'd end up like Choji. You ass. Baka. Whistling to stop her idiot friends from starting a fist fight, the lone girl of the team asked her own question, so you're the seal holding back a mountain-sized demon. Got any perks out of the deal at least? Naruto pointed at his eye, extreme healing, and if I happen to be in a pinch I can borrow its chakra. Though the chakra can send me into a rage if I pull too much of it. So definitely a big pinch scenario. Well, that's fine. If the big beast has no chance of getting out then that's good for me. Sakura however marched forward and clasped the boy by his cheeks, though I do feel a certain way about you hiding this for so long. Fighting through his cheeks getting crushed, Naruto waved his hands in defense, but I wasn't sure if you guys would flip. And then I learned some more stuff and then all the drama with finding Tsunade and then Inohime and Hinata-chan helped me out and dash. Wait a minute, they knew before us? Sakura dropped the boy on his ass. By like a day? He was met with a scream of feminine rage. We're your team Baka. We should have known first. Sasuke leaned from behind the irate girl, I think she's just mad Ino knew before her. He never saw the fist coming. Happy that his team seemed to be okay with things, there was one last bombshell to lay on them. Leaning back on his hands and enjoying the moment Naruto smiled, well, there's a little more. I found out about my parents too. Pausing in her rant, Sakura turned back, how? You're an orphan, how'd you get any info at all? Hinata-chan actually helped some. She got the idea to look into the Uzumaki clan on her own and had been putting together a scroll with information for me. Waving a finger in the air, the boy continued as his friends watched on, plus Pervy Sage is apparently my godfather and told me while we were gone. That he had to be beaten first when unsaid, or that the snake bastard had spilled the beans. He'd get his one day. Sasuke was pulling himself up into a seated position from where Sakura had laid him out. Well, don't leave us hanging, who were they? Idly Sakura sat down next to them to complete the little circle. Kakashi standing not far away and watching over them. Naruto pointed to the red swirl on his jacket, my mom was Kushina Uzumaki, general badass and container of the Kyuubi before me. My dad though, well hey, you ever notice how there aren't many blondes in the Leaf Village? Sakura sighed, what, are you a relative of the Yamanaka? Pretty sure that'll disappoint Ino. Their rivalry might be more friendly now, but she couldn't help to get a jab in from time to time. Naruto however shook his head in the negative. Sasuke thought about it, Tsunade-sama is a blonde, you related to her? Pinning that thought for later, because it was a possibility, Naruto shook his head, nah. My dad was the fourth himself. Seeing his teammates blink at him but say nothing, the Uzumaki leaned forward and crossed his arms, what? Sakura pointed at the mountain, the legendary Hokage himself, the Yellow Flash, the hero of the Third Shinobi War, that's your dad? Sasuke picked up on her thought, the very ninja hailed as a once-in-a-generation genius that had no equal. So talented even the Raikage acknowledged him in terms of speed? That's your dad? Both of his teammates looked between each other and then Naruto. Before both burst out laughing. Come on Naruto, you could at least make it believable. Sakura didn't mean to laugh at their friend, but he hadn't tried to prank them in so long. Maybe he was getting rusty. Kakashi chimed in with a smile, actually. His father trained me. He was really excited for little Naruto to be born, even told me I should get ready for diaper duty. Seeing all three of his students looking up to him, one questioning and the other two in disbelief, he continued, along with the law the Sandaime passed, I was under severe orders not to inform you about your parents even slightly. Under penalty of death. Sakura and Sasuke slowly turned back to a grinning Naruto. Sakura however scoffed, okay fine, so basically you and Sasuke are pretty much village royalty. She paused while she considered that before shrugging, I'm never calling you young lord. Sasuke nodded, guess that means you'll be sitting in on council meetings with me soon. Oh the excitement. Naruto shrugged, doubted. Though I do need to get some answers about things from the council. Kakashi clapped, don't hold your breath on that one, but I'll help out if I can. For now with the revelations out of the way, let's get to training. Happy that his team was able to come together so seamlessly, the Jonin considered putting in a little extra effort today. Naruto himself was happy that his team still accepted him without fail. They both were like siblings to him and it would have been terrible if they had reacted badly. Armed with that new knowledge and now knowing his sensei hadn't lied to him without reason, the last stop was the council. Their morning training came and went, Kakashi calling it early as the three students were left on their own. As Sasuke and Sakura turned to Naruto, the blonde tilted his head, what? Sakura grinned, well we did say we'd hang out and get ramen, so let's go. Next to her Sasuke had his hands in his pockets but a small smile on his face. It wasn't long however as they made their way back into the village proper that they were brought up short. All three were interrupted as a girl on horseback passed them by. 3 armed and armored men chasing after her gave all of them further pause. That wasn't normal. Bandits in Konoha? Still a girl in trouble, clone spam and then smash and grab? Both Sakura and Sasuke were already moving with him, smash and grab. None knew the adventure they were about to embark on, while another meeting was currently taking place. B. Tsunade was already in sour mood as she dismissed Kakashi to go find the wayward princess and his students. Mission assigned and a word to Shizen to lock the door, she turned her eyes to the only other occupant to the room now. Well, you're still here for a reason, wanna speak up before I throw you out? Danzo admitted that he was a severe man. Scarred from war and still bandaged to give the illusion as such, he still fully believed everything he did was for the good of the village. Sarutobi and he did not always see eye to eye, but in the end they did agree on some things. Enough that Danzo had in the end respected the man even if he had gotten soft in his waning years. He had hope, however, that he could impress certain necessities on the returned Senju. I appreciate your candor in this. Tsunade scoffed while returning to her paperwork. Well, you were the one so very insistent that Team 7 and Kakashi take this mission to the land of snow. I'm sure you have a very good reason for such that you'll explain to me, now. After hearing about some of what Sarutobi had gone through and done, the Sannin was not in the mood to let any of the council have their way. Danzo walked to the front of the desk, tapping his cane along. Simply put, I believed it would be best to give the young Uzumaki time outside of the village with his team. Bonding with allies was a tenet that the previous Hokage praised after all. But not you. So what's this about, really? Danzo, however, smiled in a way that Tsunade noticed did not come close to reaching his visible eye. Word is young Naruto has shared his secret with his teammates. And considering his newest bingo book rating, I believe making sure he has strong connections to the village is a priority. He is a steadily improving asset to the village. One we cannot allow to fall into enemy hands. This Akatsuki business also gives pause and worry. That the group may seek to give the Uzumaki a better alternative never left his mind. Far too late to induct him into the root program, but never too late to sink other hooks into the boy. Tsunade fully paused now from her work. You have a lot of focus on one genin, Danzo. No doubt from her how abnormal this was, and also none concerning what kind of motivation Danzo had. Danzo finally sat, laying his cane over his lap. Frankly speaking, I believe you have the wrong idea about me at the moment. Then enlighten me. 'Cause the urge to punch you through the wall is rising. Chuckling, the aged ninja wouldn't question the Senju's temper. I'm sure Sarutobi has notes detailing my deeds, as it were. However, my one and only goal is to strengthen the Leaf Village. And while yes, I had advocated heavily for the young Uzumaki's training to be separate from his peers, I see now I was wrong in that. He has grown leaps and bounds above what even I thought possible. I want that to continue. Already we're receiving more missions and requests for aid just from his showing in the Sand Village. Surrendered not long ago after they revealed they were tricked by Orochimaru and no longer had the manpower to oppose us. That too is due to the boy. Tsunade sat back in her chair and thought for a moment as Danzo trailed off and they were left to silence. Tenting her fingers in front of her face as she frowned slightly, she still wasn't seeing something, and yet, you and the council have done everything you can to take everything from him. Danzo shook his head. A mistake by my greedier peers, not my decision at all, you'll find. In fact, I was staunchly against the liquidation of the Uzumaki holdings. Yet it was an action that improved the village as a whole. Uzushio barriers line the walls and gates. Throughout the forests, chakra sensor seals and emergency fortified bunkers, again all reinforced with seals and technology from the Uzumaki. Tsunade placed her hands flat on the table. Can you say you aren't happy about that? Of course I am. As I said, whatever is good for the village will appease me just fine. However, please remember who was Hokage when those orders were given. Here it was, to reveal something that actually didn't have to do with him. A truth, if only half. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You're passing the buck to Sarutobi? As if he solely ordered the Uzumaki clan's holdings and records be taken. Seeing the even look on the older man's face, Tsunade began to pale. He really did, didn't he? Danzo nodded. We were a pair. Much as the first and second Hokages were. He was to be the gentle and compassionate leader while I was the shadow, the iron hand in the silk glove as it were. Danzo raised his own hand and made a fist, knuckles popping loudly in the silent room. However, he was not Hokage just for do you think he visited and spent so much time with the boy? Made sure he was isolated as he was, but always made time to give him a word or a shoulder to lean on. That was not my way of doing things. Yeah, from what I heard, you're the tear them down and break them type. Ignoring the man nodding and shrugging with admission, she still couldn't see the lie in what he was saying. Had the previous Hokage really looked that far ahead? Endearing Naruto to him in such a way as to what? Build loyalty to him and therefore the village? Was Naruto's dream of being Hokage just something Sarutobi built up in the boy's mind in order to further protect the village in the future? That's a large accusation to make. Especially with no concrete proof. Perhaps, but maybe a few months of working with me will show you the truth of things. I truly only want to see the leaf grow strong. Naruto is helping that cause and I have no reason to hinder him. Him or his curious little love interests. A subtle admission that could be perceived many ways. Danzo of course wasn't above petty. Tsunade however didn't take kindly to threats against the children, but of course could do nothing at the moment. Back to my original question, sending them to Snow is purely a team bonding move? I don't fully buy it. Tsunade thought about Snow's location to the north, before frowning again, especially since it is almost exactly in the opposite direction of where Uzushio would be. Danzo was already standing, purely coincidental. I have no interest in that husk of a village. I want you to trust me, Hokage-sama, eventually. I really have only the best interests of everyone on my mind. Then one last question. As the man paused in turning away, the blonde woman brought up another point. During the war Konoha was apparently distracted by someone and allowed Uzushio to be destroyed. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Danzo only smiled. It is telling that our greatest ally, one who had been with the Leaf since the beginning, since our very founding, was suddenly without aid. This would have made us look weak in the eyes of what allies we had made up till then and would not have been a decision I would have made. Tapping his ken again on the floor, Danzo sighed heavily. Alas, I was not chosen as the Hokage, and thus could not direct troops to what obviously seemed like an easy target. Saying his piece and seeing Tsunade had nothing else to say to him, the man bowed deeply and then was out the door. Tsunade however dropped back into her chair heavily. He'd have me believe it was all the third. Though most of what he said all had a ring of truth to it. Of everyone who was involved, the third was the one who would have been at the head of any decision involving the Uzumaki or Naruto. And it was perhaps a little too convenient that Uzushio was destroyed not long after the Leaf had received Kushina to be sealed with the Kyuubi. Curious that. She didn't like it and it stunk to high hell. Fishing out a secret bottle of sake and taking a drink, the older woman did her best to toss all of it out of her mind for now. She'd be able to puzzle over it for the next few weeks, and warn Naruto's little friends to quit digging into it themselves. She did not want them on Danzo's radar. No telling what he might do. It was a few days later and a bright and shiny day found Team 7 of all places on a ship, headed to a new land they had never been before. Naruto was enjoying himself as he had plenty of free time to work on seals and goof off with his teammates, while around them the filming crew were hard at work transforming and utilizing the ship as a film set. Today found Naruto on the upper deck, scribbling away at a scroll while everyone else milled about on the lower deck. He felt like he was so close to something. Time-space seals were weird to say the least, but they had so much potential. And it was his sword retrieval seal that was giving him another new idea. While the book Orochimaru gave him had plenty of new notes and seals for him to work through, it was incomplete. Hinata's scroll had mentioned Uzushio a few times, but he doubted he'd ever get the chance to go there. At least not without some type of vacation. Hearing the steps creak near him, Naruto looked back to see the taller Yuki climbing the deck. Yo. Holding up a hand, the girl paused for a moment before deciding to join him. Do you promise not to geek out on me? Naruto nodded absently. I'm a fan and want an autograph, sure, but I'm firmly in work mode right now. Adding a line to his seal and puzzling over it for a bit, he referenced his mother's book before continuing along. What about you? Not gonna run off again, are ya? Yuki looked away. I'd say unless I'm going to go for a swim, there's no chance of that. Looking over the side to watch the waves go by, the young woman tried not to get lost in her thoughts. It had been a long time since she had left the land of snow after all. To be going back for a movie was not how she pictured it would go. Do you think we all have a fate? Her father's death at her uncle's hand locked in her mind. Not really. Everyone can work and make a path for themselves. Fate is for those who refuse to make their life better. For those looking for an excuse on why their life sucks. Niji came to mind for him, that boy always claiming fate controlled everything. He sure got a reality check Uzumaki style. But what if you aren't strong enough? Naruto paused, raising his ink brush, then become strong. And if you can't grow strong even with effort, find friends, surround yourself with allies, and you'll become strong together. You don't have to go it alone after all. Naruto actually looked at the dark-haired girl now, slightly confused that the usually surly girl was talking so freely to him. Pretty heavy topic for an actress. Wanting to say she wasn't really one just to see his reaction, Yuki shrugged. Despite your demeanor when we met, you seem level-headed and capable. Plus, the producer mentioned that you have some fame to your name as well. I figured one famous person could talk to another at the least. Still not knowing about his bingo book listing, Naruto however did figure he might have made a name for himself through the Chunin exams themselves after thoroughly trouncing a Hyuga. Not that they had gotten word on the results. What with the invasion and then not having a Hokage all this time? Maybe they'd get some news when they returned. Well, for this mission just consider me your knight in shining armor. I won't let anything happen to you. Yuki plucked at his black jacket, more like a black knight, aren't you? Still gonna protect you, believe it. They lapsed into silence then, Naruto working on his seal and Yuki just enjoying the view while she could between scenes. She could admit at the moment that Naruto's confidence was somewhat infectious. Not that she was going to be storming the daimyo's palace by herself anytime soon. No, that was a dream she had given up long ago, with her father and her people. So she would continue to live in this fantasy, an actress with no home to return to. Below them both the director and her manager were gathering people and finally looked up to see Yuki. Darling, please get ready. We still have a few scenes to film before we call it quits for the day. The boisterous man in polka dots was all smiles. Yuki sighed. She stood, dusting off the seat of her pants. Thanks for the company, Naruto-san. She reached out a hand. Naruto took her hand into his, subtly allowing two clones in beetle form to transfer to her. No sweat, like I said, I'm here to protect you. Or to talk if you need it. Watching as she smiled and went below deck to get ready, the boy made two new clones to replace those he had just sent off. Never a bad time to be paranoid if one was to believe Kakashi-sensei. Now that he was alone he was able to get back to his scroll. He was still pissed off that Orochimaru kept escaping from his bombs. Was there a way to slow him down with a seal? Teleporting the bomb to him would still give him a chance to run away, but what if he could attach a seal to him that slowed him down? Or stopped him entirely? Decisions had to be made. Climbing up the steps and keeping out of the way, the rest of Team 7 found Naruto muttering and chuckling to himself. Sakura shivered only a little. I hate it when he gets that way. Sasuke nudged the blonde who looked up at them with a grin. You were doing it again. Doing what? That creepy, I'm going to blow up the world, laugh. I don't do that. You so do that. Kakashi sighed and turned back to watch the film crew getting ready. You know, we do have a job to do. Naruto nodded at Sasuke's jab and sealed his supplies away. I mean, unless a member of the crew is after her, what are we going to worry about? Standing and joining them all at the rail, they had front row seats to a live performance of the actress's talent. Sitting there for a few minutes and watching quietly, looks of astonishment grew on all of the genins' faces. She's like a different person. Sasuke nodded, hard to put that act in the same headspace as that gloomy runaway. Naruto nodded as they watched her pause the scene so her manager, Sandayo, could give her eye drops to finish out the scene. Kakashi waved at the teens as he made his way closer to the set. Remember, this is an A-rank mission, keep that in mind. Plenty of people go after famous actors and actresses all the time. Then he was gone, leaving the teens alone. Sakura sighed, if only she wasn't such a grump. Sasuke agreed, yeah, if only there was someone with a personality built to cut through grumps super easily. Neither said anything else from either side of their comrade, who had an irritated look on his face. Sakura was grinning. Why, if only she had this mega fan with a super positive attitude who could watch over her for this trip specifically. Sasuke nodded with a hand on his chin in a sagely manner. You're right, Sakura, if only we had someone like that. Oh, screw off. I'll watch her all right. The rest of the day and evening flew by from there. With the day's scenes finished and the crew winding down for tomorrow, eventually Naruto was left alone. He wasn't going to be sleeping in Yuki's room after all. Like she said earlier, it wasn't like she was going to be going for a swim. So that gave him plenty of time during the night to work on his project and rebuild a V2 glass bomb while he was at it. Eventually it was Kakashi who had to drag the boy below deck to get some sleep, several new scrolls sealed on his person with a tired smile on his face. In the morning while everyone else was trying to wake up, it was an excited director that had everyone moving. Come quickly. Film crew and ship crew racing above deck with Team 7 doing the same. They were all met with the sight of a giant glacier in their path. This is perfect. The director pointed at the crew, get everyone up and ready, we can film a bit here before making it all the way to snow. Sakura sighed, he's lively isn't he? Naruto crossed his arms, it's called passion. Sasuke donned a cloak while handing one off to a grateful Sakura, it's called being too early in the morning for this. Kakashi tried handing one of the brown cloaks to Naruto, it's going to get cold from here, we're pretty far north. Naruto shrugged, I've got a personal heater, I'm good. That the Kyuubi growled at him that he wasn't some mere heater put a smile on the boy's face. They all made sure to stay out of the way as the ship crew brought the boat alongside the floating mass of ice and began unloading people and equipment, at least enough for the film crew to get some scenes done for the day. As everything was being set up and Naruto checked to make sure his disguised clones were still with Yuki, the ninja sat back as filming began. A scene with Yuki and 2 others facing off against a lone adversary. Everything seemed to be going well and smooth until a point higher up on the glacier exploded. That was from an exploding tag. Kakashi nodded, everyone let's move, it's time to work. Kakashi looked directly at Naruto, capture first, explode second if you can't. Getting a nod, Team 7 surged forward to the confusion of the film crew. Kakashi however was focused on the man standing and grinning down at them. Kakashi. It's been some time, you aren't going to run away this time are you? Nadar Roga remembered the leaf ninja that had taken the princess away. This would be a good time for a rematch. Further down the mountain his 2 teammates made themselves known, a woman named Fubuki and a man named Mizore. Both wore chakra armor of the snow ninja, and both were grinning at the Team 7 genin. Naruto nodded to Sasuke, I'll take the fat one. Sasuke nodded, sure, leave the woman to me. Sakura frowned, how am I always on protection duty? Neither answered as they surged forward through the snow, you bastards. Naruto made a brace of clones, all of them jumping forward at the bigger man who was pulling some type of board from his back. Ah, the kid wants to play. A clone was already in his face, seals on his wrist shining, cocky, aren't ya? The explosion came, only marginally moving him, but then there were several more. Naruto watched on with a frown, checking the clone's memories while he himself watched the man get battered back and forth. Seeing odd chakra block most of the explosions, he was satisfied as eventually the clones broke through, sending the man flying unconscious. They're wearing some kind of armor that protects them. Gonna have to overwhelm them with something massive. Directing his clones to strip the enemy ninja and tie him up, Naruto was already turning to help Sasuke if he needed it. Sasuke didn't respond as he himself noticed his thrown kunai were blocked by the purple barrier, so considered his options. Of course he had something, but he'd have to be fast. He didn't have the same chakra level as Naruto after all. Performing hand signs and inhaling he frowned at the ice needles coming his way, grand fireball. Fire left his lips, melting all of the incoming projectiles and continuing on towards his target. Knowing however that she would be safe he was already moving, Sharingan already active and Chidori coming to life. Ah, is that all you have, brat? Your teammate even told you our secret. Fubuki however was frowning. Mizore should have grabbed the princess by now, but she couldn't see him anymore. Throwing up an ice barrier to protect herself, she missed the boy who completed his shunshin and ended up next to her. Turning at hearing the snow crunch next to her over the sound of the fireball connecting with the ice wall, she tried backing away. Sasuke however wouldn't give her the chance, hand and body leaping forward, Chidori. Pumping more chakra than was probably wise into the technique, Sasuke felt his hand encounter the barrier. The moment gave the woman a chance to dodge slightly, but the compact piercing nature of Sasuke's attack overwhelmed it within moments. He surged forward, hand piercing her shoulder and destroying the armor, leaving Fubuki to collapse in pain on the ground. In another few seconds, Sasuke had her bound, gagged and following Naruto's example, out of her armor. Even if it was damaged, he didn't want to give her the chance. Kakashi and Nadar were fighting back and forth along the mountain, Kakashi with a smile while Nadar was slowly growing more and more frustrated. You've grown since then. Kakashi nodded, a lot has happened and things change. Tell me, how is Dodo? Nadar was making hand seals, you're going to find out once we've beaten you. Finishing his seals, the ground below them buckled, great ice whale. Following the name, a massive whale of ice broke through the ground, forcing Kakashi to back away. Taking a moment to look back, he noticed Naruto and Sasuke both dragging their opponents back towards the ship and crew. Guess I'm free to be a bit more serious. Lifting his headband and exposing his eye, the sensei of Team 7 quickly finished a set of hand signs himself. Great Water Dragon. The dragon rose from the waters and aimed itself for Nadar who was smirking. Tearing Dragon Fierce Tiger. The technique was quick to freeze the water dragon, and both elder ninja repositioned to strike again. Back with the others, Naruto had clones take the knocked out snow ninja to the ship while he met up with Sasuke and Sakura. Think we should help Kakashi-sensei? Sakura relaxed a bit and shook her head, we'd probably be in the way. Sasuke nodded, come on, let's help get everyone back to the ship. They all moved to do so, while Naruto broke off early to where Sandeo was trying to convince Yuki to move. Please Yuki, we have to go. I can't move. Naruto rolled his eyes, coming in between them without a word and hoisting the taller woman up and onto his back. Hey! Naruto sighed as they started back for the ship, I told you didn't I? He turned his head to look back towards her, I'll be your knight. You have nothing to worry about with me here. Feeling the woman slump against him, he had a feeling this was more than just the surprise of a ninja battle occurring so suddenly. They made good time, Naruto having to make a new clone to take Yuki below deck, and soon enough everyone else was back on the ship and waiting on the battling Kakashi. Sakura turned to her friends, this isn't looking good. I can level this glacier if needed. Sasuke shook his head, something tells me that's a bad idea. Before their eyes multiple large whales made of snow and ice began to rampage from under the ice, breaking the iceberg apart. Kakashi was soon seen racing back to the ship with no one pursuing him, and he was able to join them with no trouble. Naruto however was grinning, okay so now I can level this place? Kakashi put a hand on his head and ruffled his hair, let's not go crazy, we've defeated our enemies and the crew is safe. My opponent retreated once he saw we captured his own team. That Kakashi was seconds away from putting a Raikiri in the man's chest irked him. He didn't want to give him a chance to make a comeback. Where did you put them? Naruto hooked a thumb to the stairs, storage hold, they're covered in suppression seals and rope. They won't be moving on their own for a while. Kakashi turned to all of his students, good work you three. I'll go get some information, you watch over the crew. Hi. All three chorused together while their teacher left them to their own devices. Sakura turned to Naruto. How many village-ending bombs do you have on you now? Naruto shrugged, enough for every major village I think. Maybe. Sasuke sighed, it was a mistake for you to learn anything about making bombs. Says you, it saved our bacon plenty by now. And also nearly killed us. You're just mad cause my skills are awesome. Sakura slapped both of the boys before walking away, can't you two be normal for like, 10 minutes? Both watched her go before turning to each other, Naruto grinning at the raven-haired boy, don't say it. Naruto had his hands up and above his head, say what? You know what? Naruto was again, all grins, I'm just saying, you could mellow her out in like, an evening. We're not talking about this. You're the one who says he needs to rebuild his clan. I can't believe this. She would be so willing to help too. You're still going? Maybe she wouldn't be so uptight all the time? That's it, I'm done, go find someone else to annoy. And like that Sasuke was gone, Naruto holding up a peace sign. Mission, annoy the teammates till they leave you alone, success. Making his own way down into the decks, Naruto had one place in mind however and that was Yuki's room. Something about the way she had acted was bothering him and he couldn't get his mind off of it. It was like an out-of-place puzzle piece, he needed to find where it went. Seeing no one around and what looked like Kakashi-sensei walking away, the blonde knocked on the door to Yuki's room before heading inside. Inside the sparsely furnished room Yuki was laying in bed seemingly asleep. That didn't change as Naruto picked up a stool and carried it over, taking a seat next to the head of the bed and looking out the window. It was pretty peaceful he admitted to himself, to hear the waves crashing against the boat and feel its motion underneath them. On a dresser under the window he spied an odd necklace that must have been Yuki's but he left it alone. He knew better than to grab other people's things, his own likely to blow someone to bits. You brought me back. Her voice cut through the silence and though Naruto didn't jump, he wasn't quick to look her way either. He listened as she shuffled and sat up completely, arms over her knees. You said you would listen to me, correct? The scene at the iceberg played before her eyes, while at the same time memories of a worse event did the same. Naruto nodded while still watching the waves, yup. Anytime anywhere. Yuki nodded, I have a secret. Waiting for him and interrupt, she continued when he didn't, I'm actually a princess. Actually surprised by the admission, Naruto did his best to contain his emotions, something tells me this has to do with the snow ninja back there? Yuki nodded, my real name is Koyuki Kazuhana. My father was the previous daimyo of snow. My uncle, Dodo, led a coup and torched our home, killing my father in the process. I escaped, and I've been running ever since. And now you're going back. I wasn't exactly asked to do this. And now that Dodo knows I'm here he'll stop at nothing to find me. Naruto nodded, finally turning mismatched eyes back to the young woman, so what's the plan? Pausing and taking in the boy before her, Koyuki considered that. That he and his team had taken down 2 of the snow ninja said a lot. His reputation really did mean something and wasn't just for show. If she hadn't seen them fight so well she would probably tell him they couldn't change anything. I don't know, I'm terrified of going back. I had to watch my father die and then abandon my home. Here she curled into ball, life isn't a movie, we don't always get a happy ending. Naruto nodded, you're right, it isn't. But sometimes we can force it to be if we're willing to work for it. This is your home, if anyone is going to clean it up and help others have a better life, it should be you. I told ya, I'm your knight, give the word and I'll burn everything to the ground. Koyuki chuckled and shook her head, I don't think we need to go that far. She hadn't considered it before, actually going back. Dodo had seemed so much larger than her, able to do anything, get away with anything. And here was a team of ninja brushing his efforts aside. I don't want to watch anyone else die. I'd like to promise and say it won't happen, but life is still tough like that. I can promise you that me and my team will get the job done. You're making me consider taking on my uncle and his ninja." She matched her gaze with his, silence once more descending on them both. She was the first to look away, however. "Can I ask something of you?" "Already did." "Brat, he's going to come for me, I know it. And you yourself said if I wasn't strong enough, that I'd need to make friends and ask for help." She looked away from the boy now, a thoughtful look on her face as she considered what she was about to say. "If my uncle comes, can you kill him? If that's what you want. No chance to reconcile or imprison him. He killed my father and everyone else in the palace for his lust for power. He doesn't deserve a second chance." Koyuki turned back to him. "Consider this a request from a country's daimyo." Naruto bowed lightly. "Then he's done for. We'll take back this country for you, and you can rebuild your dreams." Koyuki focused on the view outside for a moment. "You're big on fighting fate and making your way yourself. Can you tell me, what made you this way? What was your life like?" Naruto sighed. "That's a long and pretty shitty story. We have time and I'm interested." That she was honestly considering taking action was solely because of him. Less than a handful of conversations but a chance to watch him actually fight, and she was ready to believe in him. So she sat and listened to his story. Of him growing up and his treatment by his village. The first betrayal of a teacher and his greatest to him, triumph. Then the whirlwind that his life became. The training, bonding with his team, the boring missions, the exciting missions. His first real confrontation and learning more about the realities of life as a ninja. So much in so little time. He had experienced so much, and even now as she sat and listened she wanted to be upset for him. Life had not been kind to Naruto Uzumaki, nor had many of the adults in his life it seemed. But he always got back up when life tried to kick him down. He made friends and comrades, people he could trust. He learned and grew as fast as he could, to protect those he considered both important and precious. She wondered, what would that be like, to have someone like that? As Naruto was explaining how he had brought back his village's leader, she sighed and straightened out, "Naruto-kun." Pausing as he was about to launch into a tirade about how much of a pervert his sensei was, Naruto looked at the girl next to him. Yeah, what's up? Can you help me up? I'd like to find the others." Though she needed to focus on reclaiming her country, she felt like she had heard her father mention something about the Uzumaki once. Well, if things went well, maybe she could help the boy as well. "Sure, hold on." Helping her up, they finally left the room and made it to the hallway. Exploring for a bit they finally tracked down the remaining members of Team 7 and the director and his assistant talking it out. Koyuki smiled as she saw Sandeo sitting there with everyone else. At least he was safe. How could I pass up this chance? A one-in-a-lifetime chance to make a movie about a real princess taking back her home. I must record this. Koyuki sighed as she leaned against the door frame. Sandeo. Said man stood up. "My lady. Are you okay? What this about me taking back a country?" Sandeo sighed. "I know you may not want to, but so many of us want to return you to your proper place. Your father wouldn't have wanted you running away for your entire life. We have support, there are troops waiting for us in the capital. Please, all we need is your belief in us and I'm sure we can do this." Koyuki didn't seem moved. "We must do this." Rolling her eyes she let Naruto move past her to join his team. "Someone else already convinced me to take action." Eyes traveling over everyone, the actress smirked. "So thanks to a plucky ninja, we're going to take back my home." Kakashi sighed as he looked at his student. "You can't help but get involved, can you?" Naruto was all grins as Koyuki made plans with the director and Sandeo. "I'm just a regular ray of sunshine." Sasuke frowned. "That's got to be a skill." Sakura nodded. "What would we call it? Motivate no jutsu? Talk no jutsu? No more sad no jutsu. You both know I'm right here, right?" Naruto tried to stop his eyebrow from twitching. Really he did. Kakashi ruffled his hair. "How about therapy no jutsu?" The traitor. "You're all lucky I can't enact my violence on a boat. Just you wait, when we get back home, I'm coming for you." All of them knew he would make good on his promise, but for now they would be having their fun. Besides, it wasn't like he was going to make a habit of saving princesses and toppling countries. The next day found the ship docked and unloaded, with the film crew and the ninja on their way towards their next filming location. Naruto was in the same car as Koyuki, tying a small but bright orange scroll to the end of a kunai. Once done, he stashed it away in a pocket before relaxing back in his seat. "Still going to act?" Koyuki nodded. "I'll still go by Yuki Fujikase as a stage name. Acting is something I enjoy. But if this works, Koyuki Kazuhana will make an appearance again as the daimyo of Snow." She looked at his curiously. "Do you have a plan for my uncle? He's not a super strong ninja known as a legend across the nations, is he?" "No, I don't believe so. He's not super powerful and never been beaten before." No, he used Snow Ninja loyal to him, but he's not particularly powerful, I don't think. So no chance he could run, or likely counter an Uzumaki-based seal array. Good. I have something for him. Just make sure you stay behind me if he shows up. Koyuki nodded. I'm trusting you, my knight. I'm gonna get teased for that, aren't I? Just a little. However, she did have a question for the younger boy. You mentioned part of your current dream is to learn about your clan, maybe rebuild. Do you have any leads? Naruto shook his head. No, but hopefully soon I'll have some time to go visit our ancestral home. Maybe I can find something there. Koyuki nodded. Well, I have some vague memories of my father mentioning the Uzumaki. If I come across anything, I'll make sure to let you know. In the next car ahead of them, Sandeo was explaining what the previous daimyo had tried to accomplish as they were coming out of a tunnel. If they hadn't frozen over, we would be driving on train rails right now. He had hoped to one day link all of the country by rail. Kakashi nodded. Only, this country is nearly always covered in snow. Nodding as the vehicle they were in pulled off to the side and came to a halt, Sandeo replied to the ninja, it nearly bankrupted the country. There was however one last invention we never got to see in use. Kakashi thought back to the two ninja he had interrogated, something about a vault and a treasure? Correct, no one knows what's inside, but Dodo wants it. I have faith that it's just what our country needs to rebuild itself. As Sandeo and the others assisted with setting up with the film crew, they all turned as Naruto and Koyuki made their way over. Yo! Naruto held a hand up, looking much like his sensei. Koyuki walked past them to speak with the director. Don't let your guard down, we're in enemy territory now. Kakashi gave advice while the genin listened. They were making plans to overthrow a daimyo, or a pretender at least. Hey! What's that there? One of the film crew was pointing at the tunnel where they could see iron rails appearing from the snow. Steam and water flowing away from them to reveal full train tracks from underneath the ice. Sandeo however had an idea and was already moving. Someone is pumping chakra through the rails to melt the snow, a train has to be coming. Which meant Dodo had caught up to them. He was up and over the ridge, off to find the secret force of men he had cobbled together. Naruto was looking towards Koyuki. We sticking to the plan? Koyuki nodded. I'll get Dodo to come out and point him out to you if you need it. That's all you need? Naruto nodded as his team looked on with some confusion. That's all I need. Naruto, please tell me this isn't experimental. Kakashi was looking around the snowy hillside they were on. There is a cliff not far away. Naruto grinned. No major explosion from this one. That none of them believed him went unsaid, but they trusted that he at least wasn't going to use something that could kill them all. So they turned to help all of the film crew make it up and over the ridge overlooking the hill they were on. Leaving all of the vehicles behind, they could just make out the sound of the train coming along. Soon it was the shaking the ground before finally the 2-car-wide and several car-long train made its appearance, already slowing so that it could come to a stop. Sasuke looked in wood and metal construction over. Well, that's huge. Snow seems to really lean on technology. Kakashi nodded. The previous daimyo had plenty of projects, some were quite ahead of their time. Train coming to a stop, there was noise from external speakers. Oh Koyuki dear, why don't you come on out? It's been so long since I've seen your face. A deep man's voice issued out from speakers along the train. Everyone turned to look at the girl who nodded before standing. Naruto at her side did the same. You ready? No. You'll be there though, right? You ain't getting rid of me that easy. Together they made their way down the ridge. Behind them, Sandeo and 50 men gathered and made their way down the hill. They would not leave their princess alone now. Koyuki walked ahead of Naruto to stand alone before the giant train with a frown on her face. Dodo. You could at least show your pathetic face. Sucking his teeth, said man opened a hatch and climbed out from where he was. The lone ninja to return, Nadar, coming out behind him and standing with him. Such hateful words, young lady. We'll have to fix that. Now come along before we have a repeat of 10 years ago. With a wave of his hand, doors on the side of the train opened up to reveal rows upon rows of kunai launchers. Koyuki took a step forward. Kill me and you won't get what you desire. You need me alive, so cut the evil mastermind act. Because if anyone else dies today, I'll toss myself over the cliff before helping you do anything. With a sigh, Dodo nodded. At least the girl seemed like she was going to come along without a fight. He made another motion and the weapons all closed up again. Fine, little princess. Anything to say to your followers before we go? You know something. When I came here, I wanted nothing to do with this. Not you, not Snow, none of it. I don't want to suffer anymore. Shoulders shaking as she fought back real tears, the first since she had escaped this country. Now though? I want to see this country prosper. I want to see the spring my father said we could build. There is no spring in Snow, child. That was your father's silly delusion. Koyuki smirked, well there's no more you as well. Stepping aside, Naruto whipped his new special kunai at the man. Dodo sighed as he watched the kunai bounce off his armor. Foolish bow dash, the explosion wasn't the biggest Naruto had ever made. Barely engulfing half of the train car. However, once the smoke cleared, everyone was given front row seats to something they couldn't fully describe. A sphere of orange energy surrounded Dodo and Nadar, where on its surface multiple seals moved and floated to keep the sphere intact. Inside was another matter entirely, as the sealing array Naruto had cooked up did its job. Dodo and Nadar seemed to be moving in slow motion, explosion after explosion rocking them back and forth. It was the time-slowed event that allowed them all to see the precise moment their armor failed, for the explosions to tear them apart, and finally for those parts to be atomized. Outside of the sphere, Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 alighted next to Naruto. What the hell is that? Sakura was pointing at the horror show. Naruto had his hands in his pockets. Super time dilation applied to anyone inside the seal mixed with a barrier array and a sealing array. Nothing gets in or out once it starts, and that includes the several thousand explosive seals I've layered into it. And, when it's done, pointing at the sphere, they all watched as it shrunk and took everything within the sphere with it. That included a small portion of the train car. Nothing left, no super explosion, no mess, no fuss. Sasuke sighed, how did we miss him playing with space and time? That sounds like a horrible idea. Sakura agreed, absolutely a horrible idea. Hey, don't ignore us, we still have a train full of kunai and ninja. Some nameless snow ninja was standing and pointing at them all, causing them all to frown. As he didn't just see their leader literally get blown apart in slow motion. Naruto pointed at Koyuki, this is your rightful daimyo Koyuki Kazahana. Does anyone here really want to try to kill her right now? Unsealing several scrolls, all different colors and sizes, the boy was grinning in a way that had everyone nervous. I'll happily teach you how bad of an idea that is. Koyuki put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, let me deal with this, okay? Seeing the boy put his things away and nod, the young princess stepped forward. My father was killed by my uncle. He promised you riches that never came, and glory that was false. I can't promise you glory or wealth, but I can promise you that we will rebuild the land of snow into a nation we can be proud of. My father always dreamed of melting this frozen wasteland and making it into something greater. I'm here to continue that dream. Can you stand and call yourselves ninja of snow, to follow me in this dream? She motioned to where Dodo used to be, or will you stand against me? There was much muttering, before another ninja stepped forward. Of course we are with you, Daimyo Kazahana-sama. Please, train the mansion with the vault is not far from here. Koyuki nodded and turned to the other, join me? Let's put an end to this for good. Team 7, the film crew and Sandeu and the rebels all did just that. Packing onto the train with the formerly Dodo-aligned ninja and making way for the daimyo mansion. Sandeu and the rebels were hard-pressed to be kind to the ninja that had done their best to hunt them down all this time. However, the consensus among those ninja was usually the same. They took orders from their leaders. Currently that was Koyuki, so they had no quarrel with the rebels anymore. The director was having a field day, filming authentic reactions from everyone and getting to watch real time as a princess came to power. Kakashi was still berating Naruto within the confines of the train about experimenting with seals while on missions. Unnoticed by either was Sasuke handing Sakura a handful of Ryo for a lost best. He didn't know why he thought Naruto wouldn't use something experimental, but apparently Sakura was paying better attention than he was lately. However, eventually Koyuki pulled Naruto away for a conversation. Tucking them both away into a small corner so they could be alone, Koyuki tried to make this quick. Naruto, I want to say now, because of you, my country has a chance to heal, one way or another. I did say I would help you. Naruto had a puzzled look on his face. The princess however shook her head, you told me about the leaf, and everything that happened to you. So I'm now going to do what I can to help you. So for now, if you ever need it, you can make your way here. To rest, to hide, to rebuild, anything. If you need it, Snow will offer it. Do you understand? Naruto tried to answer but choked up for a moment, once again caught off guard by someone willing to help him. Thinking it over, he nodded finally, thank you. Koyuki Haim. Smiling, the soon-to-be daimyo nodded, to anyone else I'm still Yuki. But hearing Koyuki from you sounds right. She turned to go find Sandeo before pausing as Naruto captured her wrist. What is it, Naruto-kun? Naruto seriously thought about what he was about to give her before deciding that just in case he might as well do it. So reaching into an inner pocket of his jacket, he pulled out 2 slips of paper. They're seals. Place one in a room you know won't be disturbed. Keep the other with you as often as you can. If I do need to come here, they'll hopefully help me. He wasn't sure if they would work, but he could set it up to try it out someday. Watching as she took both and quietly slipped them into her clothes, she nodded and walked away, leaving him to go back to his team. True to the ninja's words, everyone was soon at the mansion and walking within, Koyuki and Kakashi in the lead. Kakashi pointed the way after getting the information from the ninja he had interrogated on the ship earlier. This led them first inside where Sandayu and many of the loyalists he had gathered and Snow Ninja began to break off, performing duties none of the Leaf Ninja were privy to. Then back outside to a snow-covered courtyard where they stopped before a machine with an odd hole facing them. Kakashi stepped back with his team to give Koyuki space. So this is what it was for. Taking her necklace off, Koyuki placed it into the hole and turned it like a key. Stepping away she steadied herself as it came to life, rumbling and shaking the ground around them. In front of them a hologram of a man looking much like Koyuki herself came to life. Dear Koyuki, I promised you that one day we would bring spring to the land of snow. It's now up to you, to see this through. The hologram was smiling at them, before after a moment it faded away, Koyuki reaching out to it for a moment before smiling. Around them the very air seemed to be warming, the snow was melting rapidly and eventually the entire area was clearing of snow. Laughing now, Koyuki spun in a circle and ditched her thick jacket. He really did it, it's really spring. Koyuki was laughing as everyone else looked around in wonder. A machine that could affect the very environment on this level was unheard of anywhere else. Kakashi watched the steam rising in the air, coalescing patterns of light dancing before them. Sakura smiled, it's like we released a rainbow. Naruto walked forward to the smiling girl, see what happens, when you challenge fate? Overcome with emotion and in the moment, Koyuki surged forward, grabbing Naruto in a tight hug. Lowering her voice to just them she whispered in his ear, you're always welcome here, Naruto Uzumaki, my Black Knight. Releasing him with a kiss to the cheek, Koyuki danced away and waved as Sandayu was walking out and toward them. Sakura sighed, there's no way. Sasuke nodded, wanna take bets on how Ino and Hinata are gonna take it? Sakura crossed her arms, I'm not touching that for all the Rio in Konoha. Team 7 could count this as a successful mission and another notch of their belt for helping a country from under a dictator. Odd that so far their 2 missions out of the Leaf Village ended that way. Surely that wouldn't become a thing. Hopefully. Maybe. Life for Naruto was good and back to normal for the most part. His team had returned to their home village, victorious and getting more than a few odd looks from Tsunade. But they were back in training daily while waiting on their next mission. Kakashi-sensei had expressly forbidden him from working on any more explosives for the time being, which was fine for him. He had 2 new projects to work on anyway. Between their nature manipulation training and his own seal practice, explosions could take a back seat for a little while. So he, Sasuke and Sakura trained and hung out often. Something he wouldn't be complaining about. Maybe getting out of the village had been a good thing for him after all. However, today as their training was ending, a raven carrying a scroll landed on Kakashi-sensei's outstretched arm and paused training for them all. Curious, the genin watched as Kakashi took the note from the bird's leg and let it fly off, reading the note quietly. Watching his eyebrows raise, all 3 of them were now very interested in what was going on. Naruto, report to the Hokage. Kakashi tucked the note into a pouch. Sakura and Sasuke looked at the boy for a minute, before Rio notes started to come out. I didn't do anything. Sakura looked at Sasuke and completely ignored the boy. 20 says he blew something up. Sasuke shook his head, nah, it's gotta be some prank he pulled. I haven't pulled a prank in months. Sakura slapped the Rio into the other boy's hand. You know him, he's always experimenting, even when sensei tells him to quit. He had to blow something up for Hokage-sama to summon him. Sasuke slapped his 20 on top of hers, except he's been working on his scrolls all this time, even gave his word he wouldn't blow anything up in the village. Exactly, in the village, who says he isn't sneaking out? Hello, I'm right here? Why are you placing bets on me in the first place? Kakashi sighed and walked forward. Go on Naruto, go see what the Hokage wants. Watching the boy grumble and walk away with his hands in his pockets, the older Nin turned to his other 2 students. That wasn't very nice. He likes it. Sakura was bold enough to maintain eye contact with her sensei. Sasuke nodded, it's our thing. Kakashi nodded, 20 says you're both wrong. I can still hear you lot. Sakura pocketed Kakashi's Rio, deal. Naruto grumbled the whole way, I didn't do anything this time, damn it. Taking to the rooftops, he made easy time to the Hokage tower. Taking the stairs with another grumble, he idly checked his pockets and made sure everything was in place. Being paranoid was starting to pay off for him, might as well keep it up. He still hadn't tried out the seals yet, but he figured it wasn't an emergency. Plus he should try one a little closer to home first, lest he end up interdimensional paste. Seeing and waving to Shizune, the blonde found the energy to smile. Hey Nei-chan, what did I do? Shizun shook her head at the blonde. Nothing, Naruto-kun. I can't say, but this is important for you. We have someone to wait for. Might as well take a seat. Naruto did just that, bringing out a notebook and picking up where he left off. The slow-down bomb he had put together worked, but now he needed to condense it down. Maybe he could inscribe it all onto a special kunai? Oh, just wait, Orochimaru, the Uzumaki was coming for you soon. Shizun did her best to ignore the dark chuckle the boy let loose as he scribbled in his book. Growing up around legendary ninja, she was rather used to it, just not in one so young. It was creepy. From the hallway, Shikamaru walked in looking as bored as ever. Yo, Naruto. Naruto looked up. Hey Shikamaru, what's up? Putting his work away, he stood and approached the other boy. Got a summons, guess you did too? Yup, wonder what it's about. Shizun stood and opened the door. Now that you're both here, why don't you go and find out? Letting the boys inside, she closed the door and went back to her work. Naruto and Shikamaru walked into the sight of Tsunade being nearly buried under a mountain of paperwork. Grumbling and signing away, Shikamaru tried coughing to gain her attention. Though with that not working, Naruto took deep breath. Cupping his mouth with his hands, he nearly missed the Sanban that tried to skewer him. Dodging aside at the last second, Naruto had his hands on his hips. You could acknowledge us at least. I'm busy, brat. Be patient. Responding without looking at them, Tsunade reached down and pulled free a Chunin flak jacket. Only one. I've had time to review the Chunin exam notes and recommendations from various instructors and proctors. Shikamaru Nara, you've been promoted to the rank of Chunin. You've been found capable of leading a team due to skill and ability. Tossing the boy the uniform apparel, she sighed, report back to your sensei. From time to time you may be required to perform missions on your own or with different teams. However, Team 10 is your main team. Sighed and bemoaning the extra work, Shikamaru nodded. Thank you for the honor, Hokage-sama. Putting the jacket on and waiting, his gaze landed on Naruto. You supposed to be a witness then? Tsunade sighed then, signing the last sheet she needed to. For now, Naruto in my opinion has reached the rank of Chunin as well. Excellent battle strategy along with field tactics and abilities. Never mind the raw talent to protect the entire village during an invasion. However, there's been a snag. Standing and grabbing her green jacket from the back of her chair, she motioned to Naruto, we need to have a word with the council about your promotion. So let's go, Nara, you have your orders, don't you? Raising an eyebrow, the young Chunin took the hint and excused himself while giving Naruto a quiet congratulations as well. Naruto nodded, bumping fists with the lazy dude for a moment before turning back to the Hokage. I get the feeling I'm not going to like this. Tsunade nodded as she walked around her desk. I don't either. It's rare for the council to get involved with the promotion of any ninja. The last time I think it happened was with Enko's special Jonin status, and that was because Orochimaru trained her. They thought her a flight risk. Naruto walked with her out of her office, his hands at his side. So what? All my senseis are super loyal to the Leaf. I literally tried to blow up Orochimaru, twice. Beats me, kid, but we'll be finding out soon. Walking down through the Hokage Tower, then into the antechamber before the council room, Tsunade turned to the boy. Some advice, Naruto. Naruto looked up to her quietly, for once catching on that she was being completely serious with him. I know you have some idea that the council doesn't like you, for multiple reasons. Do your best to keep calm, don't get angry no matter what. And don't agree to anything without thinking it through as best you can. Once inside I cannot help you, do you understand? Naruto nodded, again touched that she was willing to give him advice or help him at all. I got it, Bachan. Brat. Smiling, she led the way and walked inside to a noisy room, Naruto behind her. The noise level died down as the chamber noticed not only the Hokage was present, but the current ticket for the day as well. Walking around and taking her seat at the head of the chamber, Tsunade sighed, well, you wanted this prospective Chunin here to question him about his conduct, let's get started. The Shinobi Council was made up of the heads of all of the village's prominent ninja clans, along with several influential merchant and banking members and also the Elder Council members. Naruto could recognize Kiba's mom and Hinata's dad purely from the facial features. But others he could not recognize at all. The merchants and bankers did not look happy to see him at all as well. Sitting below the Hokage, the elder group consisting of Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu started the meeting off. Danzo was the one who stood first. This meeting is being brought to the floor to decide whether to approve or deny Genin Uzumaki to the rank of Chunin. The floor is open for debate. Tsume Inuzuka frowned and leaned back. This is foolish, since when do we care about promotions? The kid trounced that Hyuga, didn't he? That's Chunin level enough for me. The head of the Nara clan, Shikaku, nodded along. This is most unusual for the council to get involved with this. Uzumaki Naruto also was instrumental in the defense of the village itself. What logic do we have to deny his promotion? Hamura now stood. There's the question of all of his conduct before becoming a genin to start with. A known prankster and troublemaker. And apparently a bit of a thief as well. Frowning but making no move to say anything, Naruto watched as the older Choji looked down on him. Do we look at any of the misdeeds of our children once they become genin and ninja of our village? I know my own son was a bit of a roughhouser in the academy. But once that headband touches their foreheads, they become loyal and dedicated soldiers. Should we punish them for being children? One of the merchant guild members slammed a hand down on the table. We aren't just talking about playful pranks here. We're talking actual material theft. Businesses have reported vandalism and major losses. How can we trust this boy with more responsibility? Naruto wanted to take note that the council member said the word boy much like a curse. As if that was the last thing he wanted to call him. Hamura picked up a sheet of paper. I do have here a list of complaints dating back years involving Uzumaki-kun. And a list of businesses affected and funds distributed from the Uzumaki clan holdings to cover damages. Putting the sheet of paper down and staring at the boy now for the first time, Hamura sighed, do you have anything to say about these incidents? Naruto did his absolute best to remain calm. I was never made aware I did anything to anyone that required taking money from my clan's vault or holdings. Nor was I even aware I did such harm to anyone. I was an orphan, and homeless for a time. I dumpster dived, or scrounged for food, but never, ever, stole. The guild member pointed at the boy now, but that's an admission. You admit to stealing and not paying others for their possessions. Naruto twitched but did nothing else. Eyes now locked on Tsunade. Danzo sighed. It could be said that doing what was necessary to survive would not count as stealing. He was a boy left to his own devices. We had many war orphans at the time as well. Would we punish all of them for doing what they had to? Hayashi Hyuga coughed to gain everyone's attention. While I have had no interactions with the boy myself, both my daughter and my nephew speak highly of him. One with admiration while the other with grudging respect. Looking down on Naruto, the boy couldn't really make out the emotion on the man's poker face. You speak of thefts and damage, and yet that was all in the past. We return to the issue that since making genin and taking missions for the village, he has done nothing but good for us and shown proper respect and loyalty to the village. It was Koharu now to stood, taking the place of Hamura, be that as it may. History shows us the path of the future in many ways. While the ninja side of the council is quick to discount his previous misdeeds, what sort of example would we be showing by allowing a known troublemaker to raise his rank so quickly? We are not denying he may be promoted at a later time, but this was extraordinarily quick. Under extraordinary circumstances as well. Coughing, Tsum interrupted the elder, I'm sorry, I seem to remember just about all of us had our troublemaker years. It's part and parcel of what makes us great leaders. We know the kind of shit ninja can really get into. Sighing and waving at the boy, Tsum thought of her own son. It'd be foolish to reap the rewards of his actions, only to deny him something as simple as a rank promotion. Koharu nodded, possibly, however there is one last issue to bring forth. Picking up another sheet and looking it over, she looked directly at the boy in question. Did you, or did you not let the demon container from the Sand Village retreat from the invasion? All of the council members began to murmur, not sure where this was going. Naruto thought hard about it, but couldn't see a reason why he would lie about it. He had gotten the order from Kakashi after all. Kakashi-sensei gave the order, so yeah, I let him go. Koharu nodded. Did your sensei actually give the order, or was there a proxy? Thinking back, he was now starting to get worried. Well yeah, it was during the invasion and he was in the village. He relayed the order through his summon. And are you sure the summon was your Jonin sensei's? And not one of the Sound or Sands? Well, Pakken is my sensei's summon. And you're absolutely sure it wasn't under a transformation or genjutsu, or that you weren't under a genjutsu? Koharu put down the paper and got to her point. The problem is that you let a major key to the enemy invasion go, giving them a chance to regroup and possibly attack us again. You were also in the company of one of the Leaf's greatest traders, Orochimaru, and lived to tell about it. Not once, but twice? That's very odd behavior for a genin. Here she paused to look around the room before settling back on the obviously angry boy, unless of course you were convinced by him to follow his lead. I would never. The rage that instantly filled the boy nearly caused him to tap into the QB. That they would accuse him of working with that snake cut something deep inside of him. Hamura stood, be silent boy. Raise your tone again and we'll do more than deny your promotion. Shikaku cleared his throat. Elders, you are accusing one of our ninja, a very loyal one at that, of treason. Koharu shook her head, not at all, just that there are many questions that need to be answered. That Uzumaki-san has improved so quickly ahead of his peers, been in contact with multiple legendary ninja, one of which was a traitor, and let another agent of our invasion go. It does not bode well and casts doubt on his character. Hamura nodded. It is that doubt that makes us believe setting him back at least another year to observe him would be best. What is 1 year going to hurt after all? If he is a loyal Leaf Nin, he'll still be here and doing his best after all. And if not? No one mentioned what would happen if he was found wanting. Naruto was visibly shaking, but was heeding Tsunade's words, remaining silent as best as he could. Danzo now spoke up. I'm firmly against holding him back. There is no proof of the accusations after all, just circumstance. Hayashi sighed. The council however must consider all angles, and with the current information, there is in fact doubt. Ever a follower of rules, Hayashi did not take the elders' side from personal interest, but procedural. Choza sighed. Sure, there may be doubt, but come on, the kid used a major kenjutsu in order to save the entire village. It nearly killed him. No traitor would do that. Shikaku sighed, unless it was merely a ruse to gain our trust. Hearing gasps, Shikaku shook his head. Make no mistake, I don't agree at all, but I have to look at it from the elders' perspective as well. Tsunade now stood, silencing everyone. We need a vote. As Hokage I've already been overruled and must abstain from voting. A show of hands for Uzumaki Naruto's promotion. Danzo, Tsume, Shikaku, Choza and Inoichi all raised their hands. Before lowering them once counted. And against? All of the merchant and banking members raised their hands, along with Hamura and Koharu, and Hayashi. Sighing, Tsunade nodded. That's 8 against. Genin Uzumaki will remain as such until the next exams. Looking at Naruto with what she hoped was a concerned look, she nodded. Genin Uzumaki, you are dismissed. Voice barely above a growl, Naruto nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. Turning smartly, the boy was out of the council doors within a few breaths. Danzo sighed as he eyed his fellow council members. That was not a wise thing to do. Hamura shrugged. Better that than the alternative. From there the council continued with other matters, though a few members left for other duties as it was more civilian duties than ninja affairs. One such member to leave was Danzo, one specific goal in mind. Outside and already making his way down the street, Naruto was a ball of anger. While he would never claim to be the smartest ninja, it was plain enough to see that some of the council had just admitted to his face to stealing from his clan and using excuses from bigoted shop owners to get away with it. That meant most likely anything that may have been left of his clan was long gone. That did not sit well with him, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. Groaning and pausing for a moment, leaning against the railing of a footbridge over a small creek, the boy wished more than anything he could get some useful advice right now. Because right now he was considering walking back into the council chambers and threatening them with AV3. Almost unnoticed to the boy, Danzo had caught up with him, a kinda smile on his face. Well, that could have gone better, don't you think, young Uzumaki? Danzo was not Sarutobi, but he could fake it well enough. Scoffing, Naruto crossed his arms. They weren't looking to promote me from the start, just wanted to make excuses and gloat to my face. Looking up at the bandaged man, Naruto frowned. Why were you willing to promote me? Danzo took a moment to look around the village sprawl, a carefully crafted smile on his face. Look around you, Naruto. All of this right now is possible because of you. You saved them, all of them. That was a feat worth recognition. I believe that, though my contemporaries do not agree. Well, it's nice to have someone on my side. It was odd to see a kinda smile on this man's face. He seemed to genuinely care about the village. I believe in what is best for Konoha, and I believe you are part of the future. Seeing he had the boy's attention, Danzo reached into the folds of his kimono and retrieved a book, for you, saved from the council vault. Handing it to the boy, Naruto was quick to see the bright red swirl of the Uzumaki clan on the front. Thank you for this. Was this another adult stepping in to help him when none of the others would? He was a council member, but had been the loudest in defending him. I didn't get your name. Danzo was grinning mentally as the boy took the bait. I am Danzo, young Uzumaki. I think we could be great friends in the future. Start slow and rake him in. He'd have him at his beck and call in little time. Saying goodbye, Danzo turned and walked back to the tower. He had other work to complete today. Naruto did the same, angling back home to look this new book over. Though as he was walking he was caught up with curiosity and taking to the back alleys. Naruto began flipping through the book as he walked. This wasn't one of his mother's, that much was sure straight from the beginning. The seals it introduced were real, he'd seen some of them before, but something about it was nagging him. The writing was way different from his mom. So maybe another clansman? Flipping through the pages, note after note and scrawled texts he almost couldn't read, it was as he reached the middle of the book things started to dawn on him. This book was a fake. All of the Uzumaki books and scrolls had bits and pieces of the author within its pages. Idle seals, doodles, a certain way they wrote or spoke that bled through on the seals. This however was missing that, like someone was in a hurry and copied what they could and put it down on paper. And as he looked further, he noticed it was missing most of the Uzumaki markings along the page borders, along with at the cover and backing of the book. It did however have other seals scrawled there instead, some of which he didn't recognize, but a few he did. Each had to do with either listening or copying scrolls within its location. Well, that settled that. Danzo was a piece of shit as well then. Taking out a blank scroll and sealing the book away, he considered tossing the scroll away in the garbage. That would however clue Danzo into the fact that he knew he was being played, and that wouldn't help him right now. Being paranoid and sealing that scroll within another storage scroll, Naruto decided he needed a different set of minds, maybe two individuals he knew he could trust. But that was for tomorrow. Tonight he was tired and emotionally drained. Screw the rest of this day. He'd go and get ramen and try again tomorrow. If tomorrow was just as shitty, he'd really consider blowing something up. The next day found Team 7 finishing drills and splitting up for the day, each of the members giving Naruto words of encouragement after they heard about his denied promotion and the interference of the council. This left Naruto alone for a bit, but he decided to stay at the grounds and train, creating clones with one purpose today: more elemental training. While he himself was working on his own personal seal, another copy of the two he had given Koyuki. No time like the present to try it out. Producing 3 of them in relatively quick order before adding a different one to his left arm, he thought about any insurance he could add to this. Thinking about it, he nodded before completing the necessary hand signs and summoning his toad friend Gamakichi. Yo! Hey bro! Got any candy for me? Laughing, Naruto reached into a pocket and produced a few pieces. Just a bit, I don't need anything crazy today, just for you to hang on. After his friend took them, he tossed the seal paper in 3 corners of the training ground. Oh? No crazy explosions? Even still, the small toad hopped up and into his hair. Nope, not today. Just need you to hang on to me. Just in case the seal goes wrong and we need to de-summon back home. That sounds dangerous. Sorta. Feeling out for the connection between the seal now on his arm and the seals he tossed away, he mental linked them and prepared for the worst. The sense of vertigo before the seal kicked in, and suddenly he was across the field. It was like a kawarimi, only hyped up to like 11. The chakra drain wasn't anything to sneeze at either, he actually felt that one. Whoa, that felt like being summoned. What did you do? Naruto was grinning, figured out a way to summon myself from one point to another. Oh, this had lots of potential, now only to refine it and try to bring down the chakra usage. Reaching out and feeling for the seals, he could indeed feel the 2 he had given Koyuki. Though he must have done something wrong, because he could feel a lot more seals in other places. Those connections were faint however, so it had to be some error with his work. Gamakichi hopped away. I think I've heard of another human doing this before, I'd have to check with my pops though. Naruto nodded. It'd help me out if you could. But that was all I needed, unless you wanna hang out. Gamakichi saluted. Sorry bro, not today, got some stuff I gotta do for once. Maybe tomorrow? Getting in agreement, Gamakichi de-summoned himself and left the chuckling Uzumaki to his thoughts. Collecting the seals and thinking it over, he had one more thing to do then to complete his idea. Making the Rasengan throwable, and then add nature manipulation. Though his thoughts were interrupted as he heard arguing behind him. I'm telling you Hinata, he's here. Ah, that was Inohame's voice. And sure enough he saw them both break through the cover. Hey girls, what's up? Hinata was the first to come forward, jacket as usual now open and sporting a crop top that showed off a small amount of midriff now. I wanted to come and make sure you were okay, Naruto-kun. I heard from my father about the council's decision. Ino stepped forward as well. It's bullshit is what it is. You saved the village, how the hell could they not promote you for that? Naruto sighed but shrugged. Doesn't matter. They decided not to, and like my team said, we can always go to the next exam. We were rookies anyway. He was still upset over it, but he wouldn't let that anger cloud his time with these 2. Wanna train? Both girls nodded, knowing this was Naruto's preferred method of therapy when thinking or upset. Hinata was already shucking her coat and stretching out to begin their sparring soon, most likely with Naruto first. What are you working on today, Naruto-kun? While she could only be so bold with the boy in Ino's presence, she was still working on it. Ino herself was stretching in a much more provocative manner, though Naruto did his best to ignore it. I'm actually working on a way to throw a technique of mine, but I'm coming up blank. It's not the type of thing I can just add a seal to. Ino nodded. What kind of technique? Watching as the boy held up a hand and produced the swirling ball of chakra that was the Rasengan, the girl admired the swirling mass of color. How'd you do that? Naruto dispelled the technique, bouncing from foot to foot as he got ready to get blasted by Hinata, its shape manipulation and raw chakra. Really dense, could grind through just about anything really. But the second my link breaks with it, the form starts to dissolve. Hands coming up in a ready stance, Hinata smirked and came forward. The spar was on. Ino thought about it while she watched the two go at it, wondering about that for a minute. A technique that was purely chakra, but he wanted to be able to throw it long distance. Playing with her hair, she couldn't think of a way to do that. If he could stay connected to it longer, that would help. Bending over and touching her toes, the girl's hair swayed in front of her eyes. What about chakra wire? Naruto deftly avoided a jukin to the shoulder before trying to jab forward himself in response. A hair too slow, he lost a few tenketsu in his hand for his error, not durable enough, and they don't stick properly to the technique's shell. Hinata was panting as she dodged and weaved between Naruto's attacks. Much more flexible than either of her friends, she bent backwards at the waist to avoid a roundhouse from him. Have you tried chakra thread? Chakra thread? Ino was now curious, she hadn't heard of that one. Hinata nodded after completing her backflip and dodged a few times away from her crush. She did take a foot to the gut for being a hair slower than she should. Sand ninja use it for their puppets. It allows them to control the puppet from long distances. She had been looking into chakra thread for her own idea for a barrier technique. Though it might be a long time before she could pull it off. Her reserves still rather low. Catching her breath and weaving to the side, she disabled several points in Naruto's outstretched arm. Naruto, however, was already forcing the Kyuubi's chakra to reopen the points while he thought about that. Chakra thread, huh? If he made the Rasengan, and then attached thread to it, would that help? It wasn't a puppet, but he also wasn't looking to fully control it, just maintain its shape. And chakra thread would be made up of his chakra, so the Rasengan wouldn't be disrupted by this. That might be the way to go. I'll give that a go, after I learn how to even use the chakra thread technique. Hinata smiled. I've actually been reading up on the ability Naruto-kun, if you'd like to practice with me? Backing away and stepping out of her stance, she got the feeling this might be more important than getting crushed by the boy in a fight. Naruto agreed, because he wasn't looking forward to Hinata wiping the floor with him, again. Sure, that would help me out a lot. Ino sighed. Well, while you bookworms read, could you make me a few clones for target practice? I'm trying to get better with Senbon at the moment. Creating the clones, a wide-eyed Naruto sent the 24 off to listen to the girl's every whim. Did you get a chance to talk to Shizune-chan? Ino nodded. Sure did. Gave me a lot of advice too, really worth it. But now I gotta practice. Filling her hands with the thin weapons, a sadistic grin had all of the clones running for their lives. Behind them, Naruto and Hinata sighed while they watched Ino take off after them. She's insane. I can't disagree with you, Naruto-kun. The rest of the evening went by fast for the trio, breaking up and heading to their own homes. Naruto was happy that both Hinata and Ino supported him and wished they could do something about the council, but he told them they weren't their parents. There wasn't much they could do. So after a full dinner and a full night's rest, Naruto was back at it in the morning. Training ground full of clones while he waited for his team, Naruto was ready for a new day. Sakura was the first to arrive just after the sun really started to rise into the sky. Slightly groggy, she set about starting a chakra control exercise while she waiting for Sasuke and their sensei. Not long later, however, was a groggy Sasuke who looked between the two before sighing and doing much the same as Sakura, balancing kunai on his chakra points in his hands to increase his control. They both were hard-pressed to keep pace with Naruto, Sakura most of all, but they would be damned if they didn't work just as hard as their friend. Naruto was working on the chakra threat technique with all of his clones, dead set on finishing this first. Their first business was to attach it to a kunai and then attempt to direct the kunai. Since his goal was to do this but with a Rasengan, that was the extent of the practice he wanted. He wasn't looking to be a puppeteer after all. Progress was slow but constant, clones dispelling as they made discoveries or breakthroughs. Naruto would freely admit training like this may kill him, but it was so useful to do it this way. He'd have to teach his friends the Kagebushin one day soon. Sakura, however, finally had a question she had meant to ask a long time ago. Hey Naruto. Yeah, what's up, Sakura-chan? As much as you like explosions, why not the exploding clone technique? I'm sure you could learn it, like, right away. Naruto nodded. Sure, but where's the fun in that? It's not artful or interesting at all. Plus, the Kagebushin are hard to pick out from me just by looking at their chakra, but an exploding clone is recognizable. Would throw off my tactics. Sasuke smirked. Your tactics boil down to, blow it up. And if it's still there, blow it up some more. And if it can't be blown up, stab it. Another Naruto was all grins. O ye of little faith. You have to admit my explosions are great work. Maybe if you want to get yourself blown up one day. Sakura was pulling no punches this morning. The real Naruto drooped his shoulders. Ah, come on, you know I wouldn't blow you guys up on purpose. That leaves accidents, Naruto. Sakura was also helpful in pointing that out. Kakashi walked in on the scene, a dejected Naruto with a floating kunai fending off Sakura, who seemed to be trying to apologize while Sasuke was performing a handstand on the blunt end of two kunai buried in the dirt. Well, I see you're all as lively as ever. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke righted himself, pocketing his weapons. Got anything for us today? Kakashi smiled as eventually all of his students assembled before him. We do actually. Routine patrol, across the western border, nothing too crazy and shouldn't meet up with any tyrants or princesses. Seeing them all not moving the sensei side, you all have your packs already, don't you? Naruto dipped his head, training with Kakashi-sensei 101, always be prepared and be a little paranoid. I don't think paranoid is the word. Sasuke nodded sagely, a paranoid ninja is a breathing ninja. Except from Kakashi-sensei training 101. I'm pretty sure I never said that. A paranoid ninja is a prepared ninja who can't be surprised as they are always prepared, even for the situations that one cannot prepare for. Sakura now joined in with a smile. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. Naruto pointed at their sensei. Well, let's get a move on, we have a border to secure. Maybe we'll get to take out some bandits, or maybe Rouge Ninja while we're away. The team made their way for the gate, everyone in high spirits. It's not even a full day job, we'll be back tomorrow morning at the latest. Please don't blow anything up while we're out. We're still going to be in Land of Fire borders. We don't want to set the forest on fire. Naruto linked his hand behind his head, so sword and Rasengan it is. That's great, I can get some practice in. Sakura sighed, I'm pretty sure you just made it worse, sensei. Kakashi nodded, I believe you're correct, Sakura-chan. Naruto felt a tick build over his eyebrow. I'm right here, you know. Poor Naruto, his team started taking bets on just what sort of chaos he would cause. I'm not that bad. Naruto was already grumbling as they bounded through the trees between the border of the Land of Fire and the lands of grass and waterfall. Things had been boring, and true to what Kakashi-sensei said, not much was out here for them. Apparently they were just an emergency fill-in for the last team that had to return for an emergency, and full team would be relieving them in the morning. This left Team 7 to get used to making random patterns and routes for patrols, while keeping an eye on the border itself. The imaginary line between the nations, marked with the occasional seal or physical mark in the trees. Naruto, however, was grumbling because Sakura was watching him like a hawk, somehow sure he would spontaneously combust if given the chance. Can we at least agree I need a target before blowing something up? Sasuke was hopping along besides a bored Kakashi reading his orange book. You say that, except how many times did you try to blow or Tora? That cat deserved it and everything bad that happens to it now and in the future. Sakura shook her head, I don't think you know the meaning of restraint. Naruto shrugged, should I? Explosions solve all problems. What if I was in debt? There's no debt if there's no one to collect it. Protect kids from bullies? Ever seen exploded bullies pick on little kids? Childbirth? Naruto paused finally, jumping along before finally snapping his finger. Low-yield explosion in the mom? That'd kill her. But the baby would be out. Problem solved. You can't kill the mom, Naruto. You didn't say I couldn't at first, so I'm considering it problem solved. Kakashi was suddenly ahead of them. Heads up, foreign team ahead, stay sharp but don't make any moves just yet. Team assuming formation behind their sensei, the Leaf Ninja angled right and made a beeline for a small clearing. That they were not far from the land of grass had them concerned, but the team of 5 ninja that they spotted waiting for them were calm at least. Headbands showing them as Earth Ninja, Kakashi was only a little confused on why they were so far from home. You seem to be lost, friends. Calling down from the trees, Team 7 would not be descending down onto the other group's home advantage. The lead Nin, a stern-looking man in his 30s, had his arms crossed as he looked up at the Leaf team. So Konoha is using little kids to secure the border these days, that's good to know. We'd heard rumors that you've strengthened yourself, but obviously those were just rumors. Naruto leaned out to get a good look at the opposing team, subtly making ready to spam clones and pull Kubikirabocho free with a thought. His hair catching the light, there was a physical tremor that shook through the other team that all of the Leaf Ninja spotted. It's him. The Orange Maelstrom. He's just a kid? A kid capable of wiping out villages. Naruto whispered back to his friends, what are they freaking out about? Sasuke shook his head, can't make it out, something about orange. Naruto frowned, why does everyone rag on the greatest color ever? It's a gift from Kami. Sakura sighed, your sanity is a gift from Kami. Kakashi tilted his head finally as he could hear the other Nin much better. Well, found what you're looking for? The lead nin pointed a finger at the team. We're leaving for now, but be warned, we better not see any movements near our borders. Let's go, now. Jumping away in the opposite direction, all of the Leaf Genin were weirded out. What was that about Kakashi-sensei? Naruto was the first to breach the question. Though Sakura and Sasuke were both interested as well. Deciding he had held this back long enough, he reached into a pouch and produced a clean and somewhat newer black book. The latest bingo book. Go to the section of Konoha Nin. A rank. He handed the book to Naruto, who began to flip through it, Sakura and Sasuke looking over his shoulder. Pages turning past multitudes of entries, he finally found the section for a rankers, and almost immediately found the newest listing that surprised them all. I'm in the bingo book. Sakura pointed at a section. Look, there's a picture of you during the Chunin exams, and then a picture of the glass crater. Sasuke sighed. Of course someone would put you in the book for that. That is a scary thing for a single person to be able to do. Sasuke also considered that it was something completely insane and that no one should be able to do something like that. Naruto or anyone else. Naruto started to chuckle, which was sending shivers up and down his friend's spines. Sakura took matters into her own hands and smacked him in the head. What did I do? You were doing the laugh. But, look at this. It's worth it, I'm in the bingo book. That's awesome. Kakashi pointed out the fun part, that also makes you a target now. Sasuke looked at another point, a target with a flea on sight order from anyone from Earth. The chuckles started back up again and Sakura turned to their sensei. Is this our fault? Did we create this? Kakashi nodded. It might be, partially our fault. Their sensei directed them back to their patrol, quietly taking the book from Naruto. Remember, yes you have an entry, but if only means you've been recognized as a threat. You are still you, don't get carried away. Naruto nodded. Of course. I figure the day I can take you on one-on-one is the day I'll consider getting cocky. Naruto figured that was a long way away, but he'd keep training and learning all that he could. The team's patrol continued as they had before with no more encounters from other ninja or bandits, much to their disappointment. Eventually they decided to camp out on the trees as night began to fall, taking shifts so two of them could sleep while the other two kept watch of the section of border that they chose to watch over. First watch was Naruto and Sasuke. While both were sure Kakashi was only half asleep, ready to wake and fight at a moment's notice, they appreciated his trust all the same. Considering the darkness and their refusal to light a fire, eating cold ration bars and bottled water, they weren't left with much to do. Sasuke however did have a question. Are you still pissed about the council? Like really? Naruto nodded. Of course. I'm sure those merchant pricks have been skimming my clan's money and possessions all this time and were just waiting to gloat about it. I guess me doing well in the exams was all they needed to feel like I needed to be put back in my place. Sasuke frowned. For what it's worth, I think you'd made a good Chunin. You're my best friend, like a brother to me. You're supposed to think I'd be great. Ass, I'm trying to compliment you. I know, thanks. They lapsed into silence, listening to the forest around them and watching what stars they could between the tree cover. Sasuke. Yeah? You do want to rebuild your clan one day, right? Sasuke nodded, though he was sure Naruto couldn't completely see him. One day, yeah. I still want to defeat my brother first. But it's still my plan. What if the leaf wasn't the best place to do that? More silence. Naruto knew what he was hinting at, but considering the people he was with, they would understand his thought process, he hoped. Sasuke crossed his arms as he thought about that. Could he leave the Leaf Village, settle his clan somewhere outside of his home, build somewhere new? Doubtful. While a lot had happened to his friend, Konoha was home to him. Even with all its faults. But for Naruto that wasn't true. The village until recently never really welcomed Naruto. Was still actively stealing from him. Could Naruto ever have a real home there? I think. Much like your Nindo, sometimes you can't run away from a problem. You have to fight it, change it. The leaf has its faults, but it's our home. I don't think I could ever leave it. Naruto agreed, somewhat. I know what you mean. It'd feel too much like giving up. But sometimes, perhaps it was best not to fight a losing battle. Retreat, regroup, find a new angle of attack. Naruto wanted to rebuild his clan as well. Doubtful rebuilding Uzushio would be a possibility. But a new Uzumaki clan? That'd be nice. The night continued, Naruto occasionally sending out clones on patrols of their own deep in his thoughts with all the silence of the night. He tried to work through them before being relieved by Kakashi-sensei and Sakura sometime around 2 a.m. There he tied himself to a tree and crashed asleep, the day longer than he thought it'd be and knowing he'd only get 4 to 5 hours worth of sleep before needing to get back up. Sure enough, the sun was rising over the horizon and Kakashi-sensei was waking him. Come on Naruto, relief is here, time to go. Shaking the cobwebs of sleep from his mind, Naruto barely took in the sight of a nondescript Chunin team from Konoha before beginning to pack up his things. Situated in the trees as they were, there wasn't much, and he was soon bearing witness to Kakashi exchanging a scroll with the other team leader. Opening it to make sure it was correct, he nodded before directing the team to jump away, finally able to return home. Naruto was happy for the exercise and distraction, because his thoughts were beginning to turn dark. Looking ahead, the boy knew he wanted to rebuild his clan, and sure, maybe one day he could take a wife or two to help with that, but would Konoha let him do that? They already stole his previous clan's secrets and assets, would they just take anything of his again in the future on flimsy reasoning? Would he even get that far? Sure, he shouldn't be worrying about it now, but he had nothing but time to worry at the moment. That worry was making him come to conclusions he didn't like. Maybe when he got back he could track down Irika-sensei or Old Man Tucci. They were usually really good about giving out advice. It was around noon when they found themselves back within the village, the genin worn out and ready for bed. Kakashi waved the mission scroll at the team. Go on and go home, get some rest. No training tomorrow. We'll meet up in 2 days. Getting everyone's agreements, Kakashi jumped away. Sakura was already stumbling towards her home. I'm ready for my comfy bed and sleep. Yes. Sleep. Sasuke nodded. You good, Naruto? You wanna come over for a bit? Sasuke wouldn't normally invite anyone to his house, but his team was steadily becoming very important to him. Naruto had trusted them, so maybe he could start trusting them a bit more. Naruto was smiling as he recognized that. Maybe later, I wanna stop and get some ramen. Maybe after, even if I just wanna crash somewhere other than home. Thinking about it, Naruto realized that Sasuke was probably pretty used to being home alone as well. They'd have to start changing that soon. So waving his friend off, they separated for now, promising to meet up later at the Uchiha compound. Naruto then made a beeline for his favorite ramen stand. After the last few days that he had had, some good ramen and time with some of his favorite people would make a big difference to his mood. Maybe if he could catch Inohime and Hinata-chan too. Finally making it, he threw the shade out of the way. Hey there, old man, I need a dozen bowls on the double. Laughing, Tucci watched as the boy alighted upon a stool with a grin. Sure, Naruto, comin' right up. Humming a tune, Naruto noticed 2 girls sitting at the end of the bar, both with shaggy red hair, though one had bright red eyes and the other brown. Both were wearing purple jackets, though no headbands that he could see. The brown-eyed girl, taller than him, and the other girl turned to face him. What up, shithead, need something? Naruto snorted. You've got a mouth on you. Wanna find out what this mouth can do? Tayuya-san, be nice. I am being nice, Karen, don't you worry. Naruto wanted to laugh but just shook her head and held out a hand. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet ya. The aforementioned Tayuya grinned. Maybe this wouldn't be so hard. Tayuya and Karen Uzumaki, nice to meet ya. Seeing the boy's eyes go wide, the grin widened. Didn't think we'd ever meet another Uzumaki ever again. Neither did Naruto, as his entire focus was now centered on the 2 next to him. Could they really be Uzumaki? He wasn't sure, but he had time to figure it out, hopefully. Karen leaned forward to look at the boy. Wanna swap stories, Uzumaki-san? We've been all over the elemental nations looking for family. They would draw him in slowly over time. Orochimaru-sama had given them this task with no real time limit after all. They'd bring this boy back no matter what. Hinata could say that she wasn't in the best of moods at the moment, even considering getting a clean bill of health and finally back on full missions again. Training had even picked up, and she was starting to gain some real confidence on her own. But today found her in the library because Naruto was out on some mission to the other side of the nations. Ino had joined her to try and cheer her up, looking up books on poisons and their sources. Ino was still considering how best to combine her love of plants and flowers with her duties as a ninja, and was coming to the conclusion that it was entirely possible for her to start using low-level paralysis-based Senbon soon. She'd have to work up her own immunity to the drugs herself, but that would be a daily thing. Maybe she could mess up and have Naruto carry her around one day? Plans and schemes. You look like you're thinking about something perverted. Hinata wasn't actively looking up from her current scroll, but Ino could bet that her Byakugan was active. Just wondering what a paralyzed Naruto would be like. Really the opposite of her thoughts, but if it got a rise out of Hinata, all the better. Only you would think paralyzing him would be worth it. I'm sure I'll have his attention without the use of drugs. We're ninja, we play rough and dirty. While Hinata had been acting strange ever since Naruto had figured out who his parents were, the rivalry between the girls seemed to be just as strong as ever on the surface. But then there was a feeling. Ino and Hinata looked up at the same time, a shiver going down their backs. Like someone was walking on the graves. Or more likely, staking a claim on the young man they were in love with. My skank senses are tingling. Ino's hand was twitching toward her new Senbon. Some hussy is horning in on our Naruto-kun. Hands glowing, the Hyuga heir locked eyes with the blonde. Truce. Truce. No one lays a hand on him until we do. Pact made, they both would find information on just who they had gone to protect on this mission. There was no way they were letting some random get ahead of them in their war for Naruto's heart. Somewhere far away, Koyuki felt the urge to grin and mentally score herself a point. Seeing a laughing but stunned Naruto holding a hand to his cheek, she shrugged it off. Couldn't be that important. Naruto had a mixture of emotions all at once and he wasn't entirely sure which to pick. Settling for chuckling and leaning back as his first bowl of ramen was placed in front of him, Naruto nodded and scooting over a bit closer to them. He left 2 stools between them as a respectful distance, but he didn't want to have to yell to be heard. I wish I had some cool stories I could give you, but I've been here all my life. Karen nodded anyway while she waved his concerns away with a hand. I was only here for the Chunin exams before my team was wiped out, so that's okay. That one of his clones had saved her during the exam with a wink and a wave, but she got the feeling he didn't remember that. She hadn't even told Tayuya that little piece of information, but the older girl was much more loyal to Orochimaru than her. At least she seemed like it. Naruto looked up with surprise. You were in the exams? But you're not wearing a headband anymore. Karen nodded. We failed, so we were tossed out, considered failures. More like her town had been destroyed and she was left alone, but close enough. Tayuya stepped in for a moment. What about you, Blondie? How'd you do in the exams? She knew, but she also knew poking subjects close to Orochimaru might help them. Mood dimmed only briefly. The perpetually happy boy waved his chopsticks in the air, made it all the way to the finals actually before the invasion broke out. Finishing his first bowl and handing it over to receive another, the blonde motioned to Tayuya. What's life like for the Uzumaki outside of Konoha? Tayuya scoffed. On the run a lot. Just about every village would give anything to have us. I'm not so in demand since I was more branch family, but Karen here is main line. So she's got all the perks, extended lifespan, denser chakra, and even managed to manifest a chain once. Tayuya-san, we aren't supposed to talk about that outside. The older girl shrugged. It's just us here, and he's an Uzumaki, so he knows all this already. And he seems to know and trust this ramen guy, so I'm not too worried. Though it wouldn't matter since they didn't plan on being here long. It would allow them to sow some trust between them. Naruto was upset mentally. Outside the village it didn't sound like things were much better for his broken-up clan. Everyone seemed to want a piece of them. I'm sorry, it sounds like it's been rough out there. Karen sighed as she looked down into her own bowl of noodles. It has been difficult. Memories of her mother flashed in her mind before she shook them free. Now wasn't the time, but we at least hoped that with another Uzumaki here we should be a little safer for a while. At least until we have to go. Naruto shrugged. Don't know about that. The council's interference and theft still fresh in his mind, the boy's mood darkened further. Tayuya saw that and pounced on it. Sounds like things aren't great here either. Wanna talk it out? I always like to vent and it helps. Karen sighed. You just like being vulgar, Tayuya-san. Like I said, it helps. Naruto again downed another bowl of noodles. Wish it was something I could talk about, but honestly I can't. You aren't Leaf Neen and it's a village thing. Turning to look at the girls with his mismatched eyes, the boy softened a little and offered them a smile. Thanks for offering though. Karen nudged Tayuya under the bar, sensing higher chakra signatures heading their way. Tayuya got the message and finished her own bowl. Well Blondie, we'll be in town for a few days at least. If you want to hang out, talk, trade some stories, just come find us. Giving him the hotel name and their room number, both redheads excused themselves and left with a wave. This left Naruto alone to puzzle out the odds. What were the chances 2 other Uzumaki happened to show up in the Leaf, now, of all times? Thinking it over and coming up blank, Naruto made plans that tomorrow he would visit Tsunade in the morning. She might be able to help him, because besides their word he really had no concrete proof they were Uzumaki. Sure they had the traits but that was easy enough to fool. And with his luck lately of finding people to trust, well, it was better to be paranoid, Kakashi said. Somewhere a silver-haired ninja sneezed. As Naruto was getting into his 4th bowl of ramen he heard the door shades moved aside again. Behind him a down-looking Hinata and a worried Ino made their way inside. Greeting the proprietor, Ino took up her seat on Naruto's left while Hinata took a seat on his right. Taking notice of 2 of his favorite people, Naruto felt his mood finally improve. Hinata-chan, Ino-heim, what's up? Ino sighed, motioning to the down girl who unconsciously was leaning on Naruto for comfort. The Hyuga Council just decided she would not become the heir of the Hyuga clan, instead it'll be her sister. While they had gotten closer over these last few months, it was only recently that the shorter girl clued her in to some of the clan politics within her clan. None of it was pretty, and Ino was pretty happy her own clan wasn't anything like that. Naruto frowned and turned back to the upset girl. Do we need to head back over there and explode some idiots? It'd be fun. Not thinking about her response really, she said what instantly came into her tired mind. That's all I need to hear. Let's go. Hold it. Freezing Naruto in place, Ino held up a hand and sighed. Look, I know you've just gone through some stuff with the council, but don't go painting an even bigger target on your back. But, explosions? They can't fix everything. You just haven't used enough yet. Both froze as they saw Hinata's shoulders shaking, worried that they had set the girl off and she had begun crying. Naruto for sure was at a loss, as the girl was leaning into him. I am sorry, Hinata-chan. Tell me what you want and we'll make it happen. On my honor. Neither were prepared for the girl to lean back and let loose laughter. Hinata needed this right here. Being with her closest friends and dealing with their antics. Yes, the clan council stripped her of her status, but she was still a ninja of the leaf and protected. She still could see the boy she was in love with, and she could still train and grow into a successful kunoichi if she desired. Calming down and wiping a tear away from her eye, the girl nodded to her friends. Thank you. I needed that. Naruto was completely unsure of just what they did, though he had the presence of mind to at least smile and nod. Anything for you, Hinata-chan. Ino however felt the need to step in, teasing now necessary. Oh, just Hinata? What about me? Your precious Inohime? Naruto turned back to her, mild panic on his face. Well, of course you too, Inohime. I'd do anything for you too. Hinata decided she needed the fun still as well, but Naruto-kun, you'd abandon me? Putting on her best watery eyes, she was rewarded with an even more desperate boy. What no. I wouldn't abandon you. Ino now leaned forward. Oh, so I'm just yesterday's lunch then? Taking pity on the boy, I stepped forward and placed the girl's usual orders down in front of them. Don't listen to them, Naruto, they're having fun with you. Facing first Hinata and then Ino, seeing the odd sparkle in their eyes, Naruto sighed and went back to his noodles. That wasn't very nice. Hinata giggled, but it was fun, Naruto-kun. Ino nodded, plus it cheered up Hinata-chan, so that's a win-win to me. Diving into his next bowl with a smile, Naruto finally relaxed properly. Sure, he was pissed about the council and what they did. And yes, he wanted to get back at them in some way. But right now he wasn't worried about any of it because he had his friends and his adoptive family too. That was more than enough for right now. The next morning found a smiling and refreshed Naruto bounding his way to the Hokage Tower. While he knew Tsunade wouldn't be up this early, at least not without a lot of coffee, Shizen would be. She would be more likely to help him without an argument as well, so that was a plus. Quickly making his way inside and bounding up the stairs, he was rewarded with said woman arranging her desk and getting ready for the day. Taunton was milling about on the floor around the desk, clearly already bored. Morning, Nei-chan, ready for today? Shizen shook her head. You know, Tsunade-sama, it's always a hassle to wake her up. I'm already tired. Chuckling, the older woman turned to him fully. How can I help you, Naruto-kun? Having spent all night trying to figure out how to word this, Naruto went for vague. If you had distant family, but wanted to make sure, could you compare chakra or maybe a blood test? Shizen thought it over before snapping her fingers. Oh, we have blood seal paper on hand for that. What's that? Shizen rifled around in a bag at the foot of her desk before pulling several paper sticks free. Essentially they're used for multiple reasons, usually the biggest is paternity testing and the like. Seeing the slightly confused look on Naruto's face, Shizen handed the sticks over. Essentially you put some of your blood on one side, and the other person's blood on the other, and the seal will write out your relation in the middle. If there's no match the stick will turn black. Not even worried why the boy would need this, as it was most likely for either a prank or the like, and she was completely willing to help him out with those recently. The girl nodded. Don't worry about those, I have more than enough. Not looking this gift horse in the mouth, Naruto stashed the sticks in his pocket. Thanks, Nei-chan. I guess then I'll get on the road, gotta get to training and causing chaos. Not too much, I hope. I understand you're still upset, but making trouble will only give the council more ammunition against you. Watching Naruto pause, the woman leaned against the desk. Something wrong? Naruto turned back to her with an unreadable expression before shaking his head. Nah, it's nothing. See you later, Nei-chan. Grinning and running off, Shizen put the encounter out of her mind. Whatever prank he had in store for the council members, they had it coming. Naruto however had sealed the test sticks away into a scroll for safekeeping for now, making his way to a training ground for the morning. It was early, so he figured he would give them some time and maybe try to find them a little after lunchtime. With any luck he'd have the afternoon to find them, perform the tests, and then figure out what he was going to do. Alighting in the training ground and not feeling any of his teammates there, he filled the clearing with clones and they were off to their training. Today was chakra thread practice and Rasengan throwing. Now that he could make a few meters of the stuff, it was down to getting throwing practice in. He'd be grinding people into dust in no time with this. Deciding he needed the physical training himself, he removed his jacket and shirt to inspect his own personal seals. He had almost fully forgotten about his waiting seals. He sure hadn't checked them in a long time, not that he had felt the need. Running a hand over the command seal, he released them and bounced in place for a moment. That's scary. He felt entirely too light. Perhaps he had forgotten about them for much longer than he should have. Deciding that indeed today should be a physical practice day, he also vowed not to reapply the seals for a long while, or at least until he could figure out how not to forget about them. Taking an experimental dash around the training grounds and nearly smashing into a tree, he nodded to himself that yes, that was a bad idea. No more training seals. Resolving his morning to shitty workouts, he got to work readjusting his body. By noon he was tired, sweaty, and bruised, but just about completely adjusted to his new speed. Having removed the seals from himself completely so he wouldn't be tempted to use them again for a while, he instead focused on a different bit of training for the moment. With a bit of mental focus, he felt the seal within his home. Molding the chakra, he was gone and reappeared in his apartment. Yes. Chakra usage was way down already, meaning his tweaking the seals was paying off. Running to his room so he could shower and change into fresh clothes, the blonde was soon back out his door and headed in the direction of the hotel Tayuya and Karen said they were staying in. Hopefully they were there and not out exploring the village some more. Jumping over a building and catching sight of the hotel, he also saw the shock of red hair walking away from it. Grinning, the boy changed direction slightly and dropped down to ground level. Tayuya-san, Karen-san. Waving a hand over his head, both girls turned to see him. Yo Blondie. Good afternoon, Naruto-san. Naruto jogged up to them and joined them in their walk. What are you both up to today? Tayuya shrugged with her hands in her pockets, wanted to see the sights, maybe check out the Hokage monument. No time with your team today? Naruto shook his head. We actually just got back from a mission, so we have a few days off. He looked them over before nodding. How about I show you around, hit the monument and the rest of the sights? Both girls agreeing, they wandered off to see the village from a tourist's perspective. Naruto tried his best to be upbeat and not distracted, showing off the market district and eventually the Hokage Tower. He couldn't show off training grounds or the academy to random people, but the nature and beauty of the village were fair game. Eventually, however, they found their way to the top of the Hokage monument, Naruto leading the way to his personal favorite, the fourth's head. Funny that his favorite place was a carving of his dad's face. If only he had known sooner. Another sore point against the village elders. Breaking through the tree cover, Naruto wasn't fully prepared to see Hinata of all people sitting there looking out over the village. Sun beginning to lower in the sky, still afternoon and not quite evening, the boy jogged ahead of his potential clan mates. Hey Hinata-chan, you alright? The downtrodden girl looked back at her crush, smiling though it didn't seem to be real. Not really. Who are your friends, Naruto-kun? Hinata noticed their bright red hair, but also lack of headbands. Civilians then most likely. Why would Naruto be hanging around with them? Maybe a mission? Naruto chuckled, turning back to the possible Uzumakis. Actually, these are Uzumaki Karen and Tayuya. They're visiting the village for a little while. Frowning and considering things, Hinata didn't want her friend to be taken advantage of by someone looking to use his fame. Are you sure they're Uzumaki? Hey, we're right here, you know, that's rude. Tayuya had no qualms about speaking up when she felt like she was being slighted. Karen, however, held up a hand. It is reasonable to doubt us, she hasn't met us before now. And it's not like we can prove it. Being reminded of his earlier errand before he had met up with the girls, Naruto pulled out a scroll and unsealed the blood comparison seals. Actually, we can prove it. If you wouldn't mind? He wanted to believe. Things had been so shitty recently that he needed some good right now. Learning he had living family would do a lot more towards cheering him up after losing all the clan scrolls. I put a drop of my blood on one end and then you put some blood on the other. Then it tells us our relation in the middle. Tayuya scoffed, you could just believe us. Karen shook her head and stepped forward. We're in a ninja village, Tayuya-san, secrets are pretty par the course. Turning to the blonde, Karen bowed slightly. I won't mind at all. It'd be good to know for sure we're related. It's nice to know we have family out here. It had been nice today, to spend time with the blonde. He seemed to have an awareness about himself that extended past just battle. She could admit to herself that she had a slight crush on him from when he saved her, but his character really did help a lot. He was kind, but not a pushover. Naruto bit his thumb and wiped in on one end of a paper seal. Okay. Here's the first one then. He held it out, trying not to show too much anticipation. And as Karen pulled out a small carving knife to make a slit in her thumb, he had to work not to hold his breath as her thumb pressed into the other end of the seal. Seeing the seal pull the blood into itself before glowing red, they watched for a moment before the seal wrote out that they matched. Second cousins, huh? You really are main branch, aren't you? Tayuya was looking over Karen's shoulder with curiosity. While she didn't care much about the relation, something in her did feel relieved that they were in fact some type of family. Grinning, Naruto put that seal away, placing his still slightly bloody thumb on a new seal while Hinata stood next to him, curious herself. You ready, Tayuya-chan? Just Tayuya squirt, cut the chan shit. Not able to really describe her feelings at the moment, Tayuya took the offered knife from Karen and slit her own thumb. Pressing it quickly to the paper to get this over with, they went through the same process. After a moment the same red characters bled out to describe them as second cousins once removed. Ha, look at that. Maybe not main branch, but it was confirmation that they were concretely related. Looking down at the seals, Naruto took a deep breath. Still not knowing these girls really well, he did however have Hinata there with him. Spinning and picking the girl up in a hug, he laughed loudly as he spun her around. I have family, Hinata-chan. Elated for a reason he really couldn't put into words fully, he knew at least that he was happy. Karen watched as the boy spun his friend around, the girl blushing up a storm but smiling all the same. They're close. Tayuya nodded. We could use that. Karen shook her head. Bad idea. Karen however was still of the mind that she might have to ditch Tayuya completely. She wasn't loyal to Orochimaru and the man had already attempted to experiment on her once. That she found a family member out here was a miracle. If he was as genuine as he seemed, she'd follow him anywhere. Speaking up, Karen nodded to Hinata. She seems important to you. This your girlfriend? Naruto put down his friend with a blush. Ah, this is Hinata-chan. One of my best friends and a badass kunoichi. If you ever need someone to really help you out in a pinch, this is your girl. Boasting about his friends was always easy. Hinata herself just smiled and shook her head. I apologize for not being so trusting. Tayuya waved it off. You're ninja, we get it. There was no reason for anyone to trust each other in this profession. Look at them, they were here to convince Naruto to leave the village. Or bring a piece of him back with them. One or the other. It bothered her somewhat that after her hard work and training to become one of his guardians, Orochimaru pretty much downgraded her to broodmare if needed. Then again, it was better than being one of his test subjects. Naruto however was turning to look out over the village, the sun dropping further in the sky. You know, you two asked me what things were like in this village. Thinking it over and realizing that besides the QB, he didn't need to censor much of his personal story. And now that he knew they were family, he felt better about sharing it. Village be damned at the moment. Wanna hear my story? Following Naruto as he sat down on the grassy head of the fourth, Hinata leaned close. Is this wise? Naruto shrugged. Is anything I do wise? Hinata smiled but shook her head. You are you. Point. Karen didn't hesitate, coming and sitting on his other side. I'd like to hear all about it. I'll share about the crazy stuff I've been through. She would too, though some of it she might have to wait until Tayuya went to sleep and the smaller girl hunted the boy Uzumaki down. Tayuya sighed and sat on the other side of Karen. I am curious, I guess. She sort of was at that. Konoha gave the impression as a village where no one suffered and Naruto's demeanor fed that mindset. Sure, he had mentioned that things weren't that great here, but how bad it can be. Naruto however started to dive into his memories, not noticing his hand covering Hinata's for mental support and sending the girl blushing. So, I was an orphan and on the streets early. From there he talked about his early life. Scrounging for food and clothes, the loneliness, some beatings. Then the academy and the visits from the Hokage. Trying to learn and make friends, betrayals and lies from multiple adults. His hard-fought rise from no name to something of a local legend in terms of pranking and outrunning Umbu. He spoke of finally gaining some real recognition from his first teacher that gave a damn about him. Then his team and sensei, their bonding and missions together. His first kill, nearly dying saving his friend, gaining the respect of foreign ninja and a country. Then the shitstorm that was his life since then. The Chunin exams, Orochimaru, the invasion. Meeting his godfather and the council. He left out sensitive bits about the village or anything related to defense, but his life was there before the other two. They were family and naive though the thought may be, he didn't feel the need to lie to them. Some part of him desperate to have someone actually care about him without some other motive involved. Yes, he knew Hinata-chan and Inohime cared. His team would as well. But that was 4 maybe 5 people tops, in a village of thousands. He was finding lately his connections were more on a select few special people, instead of the village on a whole. Tayuya and Karen were quiet through it all, watching the sun begin to truly set as Naruto told his story. Both were lost in their thoughts as they listened for their own reasons. Karen because much like herself and her mother, it sounded like Konoha was using Naruto and his ability however they could. She imagined a world where maybe her mother had ended up here instead of Kusa. Would they have taken Naruto in? Would they be more like siblings now, or more likely, engaged to rebuild the clan? It was a horrid thought to think that through someone else's machinations that they wouldn't get to have that life. At least they hadn't gotten to in the past. Deciding in her heart right then that she would be staying with him, she'd make up for lost time. Leaning forward she wasn't even bothered by the attention the pale-eyed girl gave Naruto. He was a main-line descendant like her, so if he did have a goal of rebuilding the clan he'd need more than one wife, consort, girlfriend. She could live with that. Tayuya surprised them all by speaking up. The normally brash girl was quiet but her gaze was firm as she looked out over the orange-tinted village. I've been alone for as long as I can remember. Don't remember my parents, my family, anyone. I've had to fight for everything I have, every breath until now. Sometimes I wondered, why was I cursed to be born an Uzumaki? What benefit did we have in this world? Still refusing to turn and look the boy in the eye, she could have this moment of truth with them all before coming back to reality and getting back to the mission. It's truly nice, not to meet some lying shithead looking to use the Uzumaki name. Maybe, in another life, we would have met sooner. Had a better life. Karen looked up to Tayuya with some awe, realizing that the older girl wasn't all that loyal to Orochimaru either, whether she said so or not. She could work with this, though she'd have to talk to her first just in case. I never saw being an Uzumaki as a curse, though this special blood running through my veins is the reason my mother is dead. Feeling the others look at her, the girl leaned back on her hands as she looked up at the sky. My mom and I ended up in Kusa. In order to stay my mom had to agree to healing the village ninja and other things. Eventually there was a battle, she was overworked and was pushed over her limit. She died healing others, while I was left alone. The village elder decided I was going to take her place, or be tossed out on my own. So I did. I learned, I trained, I fought. And I gave my blood to heal others in the hope that one day things would get better. Like you both, I can say things did not getting better. Looking over now to a wide-eyed Naruto, Karen let some more truth slip past her lips. Then you came. A horde of orange ninja. One taking a moment to save a dumb red head from a bear. I had almost accepted dying. But you smiled at me and gave me a second chance. Looking back up to the darkening sky, Karen finally let silent tears fall down her cheeks. Thank you, for saving me. Naruto made the decision to look away from the girl and her tears, giving her a moment. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're here, Karen-chan. Folding a knee and resting an arm on it, his gaze over the village was not completely kind at the moment. This world seemed to want to do its best to use them up, and then toss them aside when they were broken. He had wanted to fight against it, to rage against this social machine. But doing it alone was draining. He needed friends, allies. Like his earlier thought however, he was finding that list short. Hinata herself didn't want to intrude, this feeling like a family matter, but the warmth of Naruto's hand opened her mouth for her. You know? Waiting for a moment to hear some type of condemnation from them and not getting it, the Hyuga continued. When I was dropped as clan heir, I thought for sure I would finally be free from obligations, from the scrutiny. Instead I found it to be the opposite. Even worse actually. Not only does my father see fit to judge and berate me at every turn, but the clan council sees me as no more than breed stock now. My sister has no respect for me, my cousin seems to have forced himself to be kind to me, but I know what they all think of me truly. Looking on it now, our village seems to be rotting from several places at once. The village council takes what it wants, the clans take what they want. But what about us? What of the ninja who give their lives to try to better the village as a whole? Why is what happened to the Uzumaki allowed to pass? The Uchiha? It's all so? Turning to her friend, she offered him a watery smile, so broken. Naruto wanted to tell her they'd fix it. He wanted to say they'd make it better. Right now he couldn't though, and he had said he wouldn't lie to his friends. What do you do with a broken system? Normally he'd say fight it, fix it. That wasn't on his mind at the moment. Tayuya however was easy to say his thoughts, blow it up. Burn it to the ground. Start over. This world does nothing but take from us. Why is it so wrong that we take something back? Karen was still looking up at the sky, beginning to see some stars now. Where does it stop? Can it stop? Naruto sighed, I don't know. For now I'm happy however. I got to meet and share my life with two members of my clan, my family that I didn't know about. That's a gift I didn't know I'd get to have. Turning to look at the two girls, Naruto bowed his head slightly. I'm glad to have met you both. I'm sorry life seems to want to keep kicking us around. Tayuya was eager to wave him off. Even if she was touched, nothing you could do squirt. Not like we can rebuild Yuzu or some shit. That place had been torched and reduced to rubble. Orochimaru had taken her once to show her the futility of hopeful thoughts. Karen nodded to him with a smile. You'd make a good clan head, I think. In another world, I'd like to think that maybe the Uzumaki didn't get wiped out, that maybe we'd be friends. Naruto nodded, maybe on a team even. Naruto gripped the girl's hand next to him, though I don't know if I could give up knowing Hinataheim and Inoheim. Sitting in silence for a while, enjoying the peace and watching the village come to life in the night time. They all in their own way either admired the stars or just the company. For children feeling abandoned by their village, clans, leaders, or some combination of it all. They shared a moment of unity in the cooling night. Eventually Tayuya motioned for Karen to rise, who did so reluctantly. Naruto and Hinata looked over to watch them, though Tayuya motioned for them to stay. We gotta go, but we'll be here another day or so. Catch you tomorrow? Naruto nodded, sure thing, Tachan. Brat. A little less irritated, the female pair waved and made their way back down the mountain and left Naruto and Hinata alone. Relaxing completely, Hinata leaned into the boy. They're nicer than I thought they'd be. I don't know if I'd turn out as well with the lives they had lived. Naruto nodded, you're stronger than you think, me and Inoheim tell you that all the time. Silence descended on them again, Hinata thinking something dark and for once feeling confident enough to speak it. Do you think you could leave the village? Shocked by the question, Naruto looked down at the girl currently hiding her eyes behind her bangs. What? Besides my team, you and Ino are really all that links me to the village. If I didn't have you. She couldn't look at him though, scared to see the disgust and rejection she was sure was in his eyes. You have even less, and now 2 members of your clan are here. What's stopping you from leaving the village with them? I for sure wouldn't leave without you and Inoheim. What if we went with you? Silence dropped around them. That was the question of the night. Naruto however knew he couldn't answer that at all. He had never even dared to think about it, dared to even dream about it. He had always wanted to keep fighting, keep pushing forward. That included gaining the village's respect, the respect of his fellow ninja. Become Hokage and protect everyone. What if their respect wasn't something he could ever gain? What if they always saw him as nothing but a tool? What if one day when he grew old and maybe befriended even the fuzzball in his gut, the council decided to rip it out and stuff it in one of his kids to keep their weapon fresh? I'm sorry. I'm sure you hate me for even saying that. I think I would. Naruto couldn't look at her either in his own shame, but his hand enclosed around her own, I think. If something happened, pushed one of us over the edge. I could leave. I don't know if I could blow the village apart, there are innocent people here. But the council? Some of the clans? Yeah, some part of me could leave. They sat in silence from then on. They both knew they couldn't leave. Not now, too many obligations and ties held them here. They still had some hope that things could get better, improve. That maybe such a drastic measure wouldn't be needed. Eventually Naruto hugged the girl and stood, offering her his hand. I'm gonna see if I can convince Tayuya and Karen to stay in the leaf. Hinata took his hand, letting him pull her to her feet. Do you think that's wise? She wouldn't question if he could do it. If he decided it was going to happen, it would happen. Naruto shook his head. Probably not, Konoha will want to use them too. I'll fight and protect them as much as I can. And well, with the council being the way it is, I'm not above a little threatening now. And he wasn't. He meant it that he wouldn't blow up the village, but the council didn't know that. Which meant creative threats were allowed. Come on, let's head out and get something to eat, it's almost dinner time. Taking the lead, Hinata's warm hand still in his own, he felt lighter than he had in probably a week. The next morning around the same time Naruto had met up with Tayuya and Karen before, he was dropping into the street and meeting them again. He had one day before he had to start team training and missions back up. That meant he had to get things done today. So thinking it and now focused, he had a plan in mind. Waving to a smiling Karen and a apathetic Tayuya, they marched off towards the city with no real destination in mind, though Naruto was subtly trying to divert them to his apartment. First however he needed to open that conversation. So, you're gonna leave soon? Smooth Naruto, real smooth. Tayuya nodded, have to, not enough money to stay. Gotta go find some work and keep moving. Not a complete lie, but not the truth either. While she had slipped up yesterday she would make sure to stick to the plan today. There was no reason to share her past with him or Karen. The Sound Village was for the strong, the weak got eaten. Well, what if you had a place to stay, that you didn't have to pay for? Tayuya crossed her arms under her modest bust. We aren't women of the night so we sure as hell aren't going to find something that nice. Blushing Naruto shook his hands back and forth. No. Nothing like that. Looking away and taking a calming breath, he got on with it, what if you stayed with me? Seeing both girls pause and just stare at him, he was quick to start defending himself and stave off pervert accusations. I wouldn't ask you to do anything at all, and I'll be better about keeping it clean and whatnot. You can have my room. I don't have much, but I don't like the idea of you both going back out into the world alone like that. If I have some power to do anything, let it be to protect what's precious to me. Looking at them directly, the boy smiled. Your family. I don't know if that means anything, but that's special. I've never had that before. Karen was happy as this fell in line with her decision to stay by his side, so she would agree in a heartbeat. I would love to stay, though I'll have to see your apartment first. Tayuya wanted to give at least the pretense of fighting it, but with Karen so gung-ho about it, she couldn't muster up much energy to do so. That's a lot to ask of two girls you really don't know. A token resistance at least. Naruto shrugged. We're Uzumaki, do we need any other proof than that? At the least, we know each other's pain. And they did in one form or another. Sighing and pretending to really think it over, Tayuya scrubbed a hand through her hair. He really was just so earnest. Ugh, alright. Let's go see this shithole. Come on, at least see it first before you call my place a shithole. It's a man's house, it's bound to be a shithole. Says you, I can clean. Can and do are two different things. Karen tried to moderate. Come on you two, we're supposed to be bonding, this is a happy thing, happy. We are bonding. Tayuya reached over and ruffled Karen's hair. She could pretend for a little while. Now that they were secured to be close to him, they'd have plenty of time. So she could have a family, if only for a bit. Naruto was grinning. I'm a pretty brash guy, so if I'm teasing you it usually means I care. It was his way with his team, and Inoheim and Hinataheim. Leading the girls to his apartment building, and then up the stairs to his place. He pointed out the rickety stairs not to trust and several sections of floor not to step on. So most of the building is empty, so noise won't ever be a problem. It was mostly the lower floors that had some people, but the upper floors were all empty and his apartment was right at the top. Fishing out his key and unlocking the door, Naruto led the way inside, and this is home sweet home. Waving them in. Karen and Tayuya gazed upon his kingdom. It's clean. Karen snorted at Tayuya's surprise. I said I cleaned after myself. Yeah, but you're a guy, guys lie about that stuff all the time. Walking in and taking a tour, she did note that the refrigerator was pretty empty. Probably owing to the fact that the guy was gone a lot and didn't shop. Gonna have to fix this. Karen was looking over his plants, all looking healthy. What's that? No food. Yeah, I'm usually pretty busy, so I just shop daily or go out. He could cook but he'd just been in and out of the village recently. Hadn't had a chance to restock yet. Karen shrugged. We can take care of stuff like that. If you aren't going to charge us to stay, the least we can do is help out. Tayuya frowned. We're gonna have to do something about money. Guess I could get a job, though I don't want to use the Uzumaki name. We're supposed to be on a low profile. Naruto shook his head. Don't worry about money. I make a lot with missions and I still have some money from bounties I received a while ago. Since I don't go out or do anything, I do nothing but save. Sure, he spent some money on bomb supplies, but ultimately he still had cash to spare. Turning to the girls who were wandering around his living room, he spread his arms wide. Consider this your home. I know it isn't a clan compound or anything. But, it's home. Home. That was a word Karen never thought she'd be able to really ascribe to anywhere anymore. Nodding, she set about exploring further. Tayuya unintentionally was thinking much the same as Karen. Sound was never home, just as much a prison as it was hell. This could be something else. Again she had to remind herself that this was just pretend. Nothing serious. We have some money saved up, so we can at least help stock up on food and supplies. We'll need to go back to the hotel and get our bags. Naruto nodded. I'll clear out my room, like I said, you both can share it. I'm gonna take a shower but I should be done before you get back. If not, feel free to start moving in. Getting both girls to nod and giving them a spare key, he watched them go before creating and tasking several clones to empty out his room and place things strategically around the living room. He could seal away his clothes for now, buy a dresser to shove in a corner later. Grinning, the boy jumped in the air in joy. He had honest Takami family living with him. Bounding off to jump in the shower, grabbing pants and a towel, he reminded the clones to disperse themselves when they were finished with their tasks. Half an hour later found Karen and Tayuya back at the apartment. Tayuya putting clothes away in the bedroom while Karen was filling the fridge with their market haul. They couldn't bother Naruto since they heard the shower, but they could entertain themselves in the meantime. As Tayuya came out, biker shorts on and a snug black tank top, she was closest to hear a knock at the door. Did he say anything about visitors? Karen shook her head. Don't think so, but he does have some friends. Maybe it's one of them? Their chakra feels genin level, maybe chunin. It'd fit. Shrugging and going to answer the door, the taller Tayuya opened the door to see Hinata and some other blonde she hadn't met before. Yo. What did you want? You, who the hell are you? Why was there some scantily dressed older girl answering Naruto's door? Ino was caught off guard. Ino did not do well caught off guard. Wouldn't you like to know, Blondie? Why yes I would you dash. Hinata sighed and stepped forward, bowing lightly. Good afternoon, Tayuya-san. I didn't know you would be with Naruto-kun today. Can we come in? Tayuya turned and headed back inside. Sure. And yeah, we were going to hang out before we left but plans have changed. Ino was looking between the taller redhead and Hinata. She wasn't freaking out about this hussy in their crush's house, so that was hopefully a good sign. Who is this Hinata-chan? Hinata smiled as she closed the door and walked behind Tayuya. This is Tayuya Uzumaki. She and Karen are two Uzumaki who found their way to Konoha. Oh, the look on Ino's face was priceless. Uzumaki? As in clan members of Naruto's clan? There are more of them. Well, that was certainly news. That meant potentially Naruto was a clan head. It also meant he had family. That's amazing. From the kitchen Karen stepped out. You're telling us. We thought we'd never find another Uzumaki ever. Holding out a hand to the blonde who took it with a shake, Karen smiled. Karen, nice to meet you. Ino nodded to both of the other redheads. Must be a family trait. Ino Yamanaka. Florist and beauty of a kunoichi at your service. Tayuya could admit that she seemed to at least take the job somewhat seriously, not a vapid rail thin airhead. I'm Tayuya. Florist, huh? Know anyone looking for some hired civilian help? She'd have to keep up appearances for now. Ino put a finger to her chin and Karen tried to herd them all to the living room. Sitting on one of the couches herself. Ino and Hinata sat together on the longer couch. I can ask around. My parents' shop could use a helping hand, I think. At least these girls weren't going to mooch off of Naruto while they were here. Where are you staying? I can find somewhere close by it. Tayuya motioned around them. Naruto offered his place, so we're staying here. That was news to both of the younger Leaf girls. Staying with Naruto? Hinata had a mild blush on her face. They were clan mates sure, but like hers, there were plenty of clans who weren't bothered about keeping blood pure. Karen nodded. He was very adamant about it. None of them heard the shower turn off. Ino herself sighed. That sounds like him, always thinking of others. She'd had to grill the little explosion junkie later. Not hearing the conversation and walking out with a towel around his neck, Naruto was only dressed in some black sweatpants that were slightly loose. Upper body on display and showing off that in fact sword training along with physical conditioning was doing wonders for his physique. All the girls present were blushing as he froze in place. What were Ino and Hinata doing here? Hey everyone. Why was everyone else's eyes glinting? Abs? Ino's voice cut clear through everyone else's thoughts. Eyes focused solely on the V-shape of Naruto's core leading downward. Why was she suddenly so hot? We're gonna live with that? Sign me up full time. Tayuya started cackling as Karen pounded on her arm. We're supposed to be nice. Don't get all weird day one. Hinata however was much as Ino, however her blush finally reached nuclear level and she passed out. Naruto of course saw this. Hinata. Stay with us. You okay? Hey. Rushing to try and shake her awake, he missed the silly smile on her face. Ino sighed and leaned back. Oh, we're so going to have to visit often. No way we're missing out on this. Still laughing, Tayuya appreciated the sight of Naruto's toned back. You know, I might want to take back what I said about the women of the night comment. You look worth it. Cackling as Karen blushed even harder, she took pride in the dark look Ino tossed her way. So the little blonde was into the Uzumaki blonde. Good info to have. Naruto however was still trying to wake up Hinata. Recent drama aside, this wasn't a bad day in the end. A new day was dawning on Konohakagure, the market was beginning to open up, civilians were rising and preparing themselves while ninja young and old were either coming home for rest or readying themselves for missions. In one particular apartment however it was as if a bomb had gone off. Naruto's home looked as if someone had the wildest party the previous night, which it sort of had. Naruto had never entertained people in his apartment before and suddenly stuck with not just 2 but 4 women. He kind of overdid it. And as he groggily came back to the land of the conscious he frowned as he recognized a particular perverted giggle. Trying and failing to move for some reason he could only turn to find his mentor at the window with his little book in his hand. Jiraiya had a slight nosebleed as he wrote page after page of notes. Naruto was stuck on the couch, Hinata laying against him on one side while Ino took the other. Both apparently were cuddlers, hanging tightly onto his arms in their sleep. Hinata was quiet at least but the blonde Yamanaka was snoring up a storm and drooling on the poor boy's shoulder. Across the room against the wall was some short red head who at some point got a hold of Kubikirabocho and was cuddling it in her sleep with a light blush on her face. That would be something to explore for sure. Not far from her in the center of the floor was another duller red head, limbs spread everywhere and dressed in only a sports bra and biker shorts. Oh yes, this could be good. Little Naruto builds a harem. The girls fight over the hierarchy, things get spicy, special weapons are involved. Giggling increasing, he missed Naruto replace himself with a clone so he wouldn't wake the girls. He didn't however miss the boy tackling him out the window. Both men ending up across the street. Naruto had his hands on his hips while he frowned at the older man. Gee pervy sage, nice to see you haven't changed. Chuckling and putting his book away, the sage leaned down a bit. Oh come on Naruto, even you gotta admit that was good material. The inspiration. Blushing, the boy turned away. They better not end up in your books. I won't have to get to you, they'll tear you apart. Waving a carefree hand to dismiss the concern, Jiraiya took in the fact that Naruto was still upset and it likely had nothing to do with this morning. What's up shorty? Best to address it right away. He had been gone for a few days after all and he probably had missed something important. You've been gone. Blunt and to the point, Naruto was upset that just after Jiraiya learned about how shitty things had been, it felt like he had been abandoned by the elder ninja again. Sighing, Jiraiya sat on the ledge of the building they were on. Pull up a seat kid, I've got some news for ya. Naruto did so, sitting on top of an air conditioning unit. Funny, so do I. Pulling out a scroll, Jiraiya tossed it to Naruto. To make it simple, you're being hunted by an organization for that demon in your gut. I don't have concrete numbers yet, but all the members wear black cloaks with red clouds. Naruto nodded. So Itachi and that Kisame guy? Yeah, them plus a whole host of others. They're all Kage-level nuke nin, and they're traveling all over the nations hunting down demon containers. Pausing to watch the boy's face, he added some extra information as well. Apparently Orochimaru used to be one of them as well. Somehow that's not shocking. Naruto took a deep steadying breath before releasing it all at once. Cool, so even some crazy missing nin wanted him, just great. Anything else? Okage-level ninja wanting to steal the demon from your guts and kill you isn't a big enough worry? Naruto leaned back, looking up into the color-changing sky as morning came. Remember how I told you things weren't great here? How the council was screwing around with me? Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, but Tsunade's back, so that should be settled soon, right? Naruto shook his head. Nope. Council had already taken everything. Or at least the civilian side did. The Ninja Council had enough reasonable doubt to let them go through with it, at least that's what they said to me. Standing quickly, Jiraiya had to beat down his immediate reaction of wanting to hunt down the council and beat some answers out of them. There was a reason he knew he wouldn't be good as the Hokage. I'm guessing so as to not seem biased. Tsunade had to recuse herself. At Naruto's nod, the sage was still frowning. What else did they pull? Oh, the usual, denied my promotion, warned I wouldn't get another chance at least for another year. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously. You know the normal treatment for the village demon. You aren't a demon. Cuffing the boy on the head, Jiraiya frowned and thought. They're taking advantage of you because your clan is gone. If only you had more members. Tsuchan might work, but that's still only 2 and that's only sorta. She's publicly a senju after all. More muttering and ideas, but Naruto raised a hand. I actually, there are more Uzumaki here. His master was in his face before he could blink. You found more Uzumaki? How? Godlike luck? Remind me to take you to a casino. Standing up straight, Jiraiya wasn't going to question who it was, remembering the 2 red heads in his apartment. That solves the clan act. Restoration is another deal for later. But that makes you a council member. That also means reparations for wrongdoing against your clan. But you'll need at least 2 other clans to agree. Naruto crossed his arms as he thought it over. That Inuzuka woman seemed nice enough. That's Tsum, loyal as they come. I'd believe it. Shikaku might as well, if we present the idea to him from a logical standpoint. Seeing Naruto's raised eyebrow, Jiraiya waved him off. Guy is a genius, has a kid on your little Yamanaka girlfriend's team. She's not my dash. Oh hush kid, the way she was clinging to you said enough. Jiraiya however had a feeling something drastic was going to have to happen. Sure, the civilian council had some say in economic matters, but it was still a stretch that they received enough ninja support to fully block a promotion. He was missing something. Oh, and that Danzo guy? Tried to give me a fake book laced with listening seals. There it was. The War Hawk was up to his old games. Threats were in order. Okay kid, we've got some work to do. But we also have to have a talk soon about what we're going to do in the upcoming years. Those Akatsuki nutters are going to keep coming for you and the village isn't enough of a deterrent to keep them away. Seeing Naruto want to protest, the sage held up a hand. We can talk about it later. For now, get back into a routine and I'll catch up with you in a few days. Gotta run some things by Tsuhime. Getting the boy to nod and agree, Jiraiya was off to the tower. He had information to give. Naruto himself turned back towards his apartment, hopping up and through his window. Smiling at the sight of his friends looking so comfy, his eyebrow twitched at his clone, which had been creeping its hands to encircle both girls and was attempting to cop a feel. Do you really think that's smart? I'm you. What do you think? I'm not a pervert. Me being me says otherwise. Growling, the real Naruto switched himself with the clone while keeping his hands far away from sensitive areas. Clone giving him the finger, he dispelled it with a thought. He'd figure out why his clones were so defiant one day. His minor shifting, however, had managed to wake up Ino first, who pulled away slowly while rubbing her eyes, still sleepy. Mornin' Inohime. Eyes suddenly wide open, the aforementioned girl looked around to confirm that yes, she was just sleeping on Naruto, but also yes, she was fully clothed. Reducing her panic, the girl wiped her chin of her drool. Gee, good morning Naruto-kun. Sorry about the drool. Don't stress, you were asleep. Staying close to the boy, Ino's surprise began to morph into a teasing look. It's too early for whatever you're cooking. Sure thing, Whiskers, I'll just keep this blackmail to myself for a while. Standing slowly and stretching, she decided that sleeping on a couch was not the best for her body. The blonde considered her options for the day as she absently bent over at the waist. She missed Naruto's blush as her stretching did interesting things to her legs and backside. Next to him, Hinata began to stir, pressing herself into him and cluing him into the fact that she was also growing up very well. What is in the water around here? Inside his mind, the QB snorted, and you call your teacher the pervert? I'm not a pervert, fuzzball. Oh really, water trying to sandwich your arm right now? Hinata-himes ti no. I'm not a pervert. Says the pervert. Naruto missed Hinata finally waking and pulling away from him while rubbing her eyes. Still very groggy, the girl latched back onto Naruto's arm. I'm still dreaming. 5 more minutes can't hurt. Naruto began to panic as Inohime watched on from the sidelines. Yes, 5 more minutes could hurt. Wake up, Hinata-hime. Hearing the others starting to stir as well, he looked pleadingly at Ino for salvation. Gazing as if upon an angel given flesh, his heart sank as the grin on her face grew even more. Don't worry, pervert-san, I'm sure they'll understand. This had to be the best wake-up ever, the girl decided. Traitor. No more Inohime. He didn't want a beating this early in the morning. Grumbling as he finally reached the training grounds, he'd have to remember a panicked Hinata was a hard-hitting Hinata. Sealed sword back on his person and fully clothed, Naruto was actually looking forward to training. The girls he left in his apartment all asked if they could hang out while he was gone, which he had no problem with. Though he was worried just how much of a wreck his place would be by the end of the day. Taking a breath and seeing Sasuke ahead of him, he waved to the half-asleep boy. Stay up late again, emo boy. I'll murder you one day. Gotta be awake to do that. Not seeing Sakura around, Naruto decided to pass along the teasing. Wiggling his eyebrows, he grinned. Don't see Sakura, you finally give in and give her that date? Blushing, the boy looked away. It's not like that. Naruto finally came up to the boy and slugged him in the shoulder. Sure, but you know. Sasuke sighed. Actually, can we talk about this, seriously, later? Immediately caught off guard, Naruto nodded without hesitation. Sure Sasuke, we can talk. Thanks, Baka. You're even starting to sound like her. Like who? Said Pinkette, jumping into the training ground finally. Both boys looked between her and then each other. Jakenpa for it? You cheat. Cheaters should do it. You're the one who's predictable, not me. Being surprising all the time isn't really a good thing. Smacking both of the boys and walking away, the only girl of the team groaned loudly. I swear, I think you're both losing brain cells every day. Beginning to stretch and warm up, Sakura missed both boys fist bump each other. Naruto had his hands behind his head. Come on Sakura-chan, you love us. Like a bad rash. Snorting, the blonde ninja unsealed his sword so he could begin working through basic forms shown to him by Kakashi-sensei. Again, not a sword master but someone who had picked up enough through their life to show him something. Beginning exercises while they waited, he noted that after finally removing those weight seals the sword felt even lighter. That was a little terrifying, pretty sure he could throw it like Zabuza had when they first met. So what's the plan? Wait on Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke himself was performing push-ups as a warm-up, though he was in a handstand and balancing on his fingers. Yeah, I guess. He's been pretty good about being on time recently. Sakura nodded from where she was stretching on the ground, laying flat on her chest while her legs were spread to either side of her. At this point, it's almost like he's been on time more than he's ever been late. We probably shouldn't jinx it. Naruto was swinging away, beginning to work up a light sweat. Mind still distracted by not only his family drama, and wasn't that a doozy to think about, but also the council fuckery again. He almost missed the appearance of his sensei's chakra. Shunshin complete, Kakashi was all smiles as he waved at his team, yo. Continuing his warm-up, Sasuke greeted their sensei first, morning sensei. Hey Kakashi sensei. Sakura bent and rolled to her feet out of her latest stretch, morning sensei. Seeing his team come to attention, with Naruto resealing his weapon, he got straight to the point. We won't have a mission today, we're in full intensive training for the next week. That made all of them slightly nervous. Intensive training sensei? Sakura wanted to run. A focused Kakashi was not a nice Kakashi. That's right. You've all made it clear that you wish to be the top of the top as quickly as you can for your own reasons. So, I'm going to do my best to help. That he wanted to make sure they didn't end up like his old team was a different matter altogether. So what does that mean, sensei? I smile at full strength. Kunai were already in his hands, remember kiddos, full intent to kill. Screaming, all three genin would be pushed very hard for the next several hours. They all came to the consensus that Kakashi-sensei had lost his mind. Half a village away in a top-floor apartment, the Uzumaki girls were getting to know Hinata and Ino and vice versa. Tayuya seemed to get along easily enough with the more outspoken Ino, while the shy types of Hinata and Karen melded together easily. It was however as they were cleaning up the mess from last night that Ino asked probably the most important question of the day. So, you're going to be staying for a while, yeah? Karen nodded right away, yup. It's not like we have any set place to go in mind, and Naruto-kun seems to really want to help us out. I'd feel bad if we didn't accept. Tayuya wanted to kick the smaller girl, but we do need to pack up eventually. Can't stay in one place for too long. Orochimaru wouldn't leave them alone. Both of them had used to him still. Ino shrugged, I mean. Now knowing you are all clan members I get wanting to stick together. Plus the leaf is pretty safe. Hinata sighed, council interference notwithstanding. Yeah, forgetting about the council. Karen was tying a trash bag closed as she looked over their handiwork. Naruto did suggest blowing them up at one point, didn't he? We can't blow up the council. Giving the civilians a seat at the table has helped Konoha weather so many disasters over the years. Hinata remembered her own training in politics from her father, back when she was meant to be the heir. Yeah well, seems like this council has no love for the Uzumaki. Tayuya grouched as she and Ino brought another bag to be sat next to the front door. Karen did have to nod at that, true. I'm almost worried they'd try to marry us off and breed us like what the lightning ninja wanted to try with us. Tayuya shuddered at that, a real admission that brought forth unpleasant memories. Yeah, that was the worst. Like their ninja need any more of a power boost. Ino was watching them both with wide eyes. They would go so far to obtain Uzumaki blood? Tayuya scoffed as she and Ino walked back into the living room, you betcha. After the fall of Uzushio we've all been hunted down like dogs. It goes one of two ways. Either they want to kill us so we can't become a threat, or they want to capture us to breed us and make super ninja. Karen again thought of her mother, they use us until there's nothing left. And then throw us away when we're done. Ino sighed, Konoha's different though. Hinata was the one to step in before either of the foreigners could, is it though? The village has used and abused Naruto all this time. And when he's finally started to make a name for himself among the populace, they take his achievement away from him. Dropping back onto the couch with a grown Ino couldn't refute her friend, that's true. But the village is better than a lot of the other major villages. We have more freedom here than say, Earth or Lightning. Hinata dropped next to her friend, does that mean anything really? We're not as bad as other villages, but we're still kind of shitty. Tayuya threw them a bone, I mean, it'd still be great to grow up here than anywhere else. I at least don't have to worry about someone tying me up and selling me off to the highest bidder while I'm here. Karen shuddered, or waking up to some pervert breathing on you. Having had a few close calls herself, the younger girl rubbed her arms where goosebumps had grown. Hinata and Ino looked at each other, nodding as a silent conversation was held within the span of a breath. Ino was the one who turned to the others, well, as long as you're here you're safe. You can hang with myself or Hinata when you want to go out, and you know Whiskers will help you out whenever he's available. Whiskers? It's her name for Naruto-kun. Ah, makes sense. Hey, what's with the whisker marks anyway? Someone cut up his face when he was a kid, or are they weird birthmarks? Tayuya leaned forward with curiosity. They hadn't been told about the Kyuubi, only that they needed to bring back the Uzumaki boy. Something of a birthmark. Hinata knew that wasn't a secret for her to tell, so she kept her answer as easy to accept as possible. She was however slightly put off about the casual mention of torturing children. What about his eyes? Did one have to get replaced? That scar is pretty gnarly. Karen had been interested in it but never had the chance to ask about it. Ino fielded this one, injury from his first major mission, got hurt and some poison apparently changed it. Bad reaction with his chakra. He says it doesn't hurt at all but we catch him itching it from time to time. Again, something that involved the QB that they couldn't answer truthfully. At least Naruto had given sanitized answers before in the past that they could use now. At least until he considered these girls trustworthy enough to learn his secret. The rest of the day held the same sort of vibe for the four. With no missions and no reason to go back to her clan at the moment, Hinata was happy to stay and learn more about the Uzumaki pair. While Hinata noted Karen was much more open with them, Tayuya seemed very guarded and cagey. Obviously both girls had been through a lot in their lives, possible that Tayuya had been through much worse. For Naruto's sake however she was willing to be welcoming. Ino was much of the same mind though she was worried about Naruto himself. She realized pretty quickly that Naruto was latching onto these two very quickly possibly from an effort to control something of his family that couldn't be taken away. The council had unintentionally created a very dangerous situation. Ino felt a chill fall down her spine as she had a thought. If something happened to one of these girls, just what would Naruto be willing to do? Considering his talents she didn't want to consider it too hard. Eventually a clone of Naruto came back to the apartment, warning the girls he wouldn't be home so he could help out his teammate Sasuke. This was fine with Karen and Tayuya as they were perfectly okay with being independent. Ino however pulled Hinata aside while telling the clone not to dispel just yet. What's wrong Ino-chan? Walking away from the other girls who were chatting with the clone, Ino was frowning as she pulled Hinata down the hall towards the front door. Coming to a stop Ino looked Hinata dead in the eye. Listen. I can't stay, but is there any chance you can? Hinata nodded slowly. If I sent word to Kurenai-sensei I would be fine. We do have a team meeting in the morning. Ino nodded. I can't stay, I need to get back home. Looking over her shoulder to make sure the girls were distracted the blonde turned back to the Hyuga. I don't think we should leave them alone. Like at all. Seeing Hinata's questioning look Ino continued, the council has been rat-fucking Naruto as much as they can for years. And now we learn that apparently Uzumaki women are very much in high demand outside the village. Wanna take a guess what they might do if they learn that 2 Uzumaki women are here in the village unprotected? Do you really think they would go so far? It's Naruto. They interfered with a Chunin promotion and stole his inheritance. Point. Hinata was thoughtful for a moment before nodding. Sure, I can stay till tomorrow morning. Maybe we can work out a rotation until we figure something more permanent out. Ino nodded. Sounds good. Turning back to Naruto's clone she jogged over and grabbed it, careful not to exert enough pressure to break its shell. Hey, can you pass a message back to your creator? Sure thing beautiful. What's up? Blushing Ino had to remember Naruto's clone were much more liberal than he was. Tell him to make sure Karen-chan and Tayuya-san always have a clone or 2 here with them. Just in case. Oh, yeah that's not a worry. But he'll know you were worried about them Inoheim. Anything else? Wondering what he meant about it not being a worry, Ino just nodded and accepted it. Sure, that's all. Then I'm out. Peace. Dispelling in a cloud of smoke, Ino sighed at the clone's antics. Should we be concerned? Karen was watching them with an unreadable expression. Hinata shook her head. No. We just want to take your worry into consideration is all. Nothing crazy. That she knew just as much as Ino how power-hungry their village council was went without saying. She'd go along with helping these girls for Naruto's sake. Naruto wondered briefly how his life had come to this. When teams were made he was sure he would never get along with Sasuke. Never mind actually consider him something of a brother. But here they were, walking through the abandoned Uchiha district while Sasuke talked about his long-gone family. It was a different feeling to hear him speak about them. His parents, his older brother before he apparently went off the deep end. His various cousins and extended family. They were all Uchiha after all. Everyone that had lived here had been family to him at least a small amount. Coming up to the boys' home Naruto gave a respectful bow before crossing the threshold and following Sasuke inside. Sasuke however just sighed, you know. Before I gained any respect for you, I just considered you a troublemaker and a burden. Naruto nodded, well, back then I wasn't much else. Plus I figured you were a complete prick and a bastard. My parents were married thank you very much. Oh, so just a smartass then. Both boys laughing Sasuke led Naruto to the back porch where the view included a small lake and a training field. Sitting and motioning for Naruto to do the same. Sasuke was deep in thought for a while. Now however, I respect you. You're my teammate. Someone who has fought and bled with me. Someone who has promised to help me get my revenge against my brother. Hell, you even tried, going after Itachi with no hesitation once you learned who he was. Turning to look at the blue and purple-eyed boy, Sasuke bowed his head, thanks. For being a better brother than Itachi. Naruto chuckled, well thanks for accepting me for me, it's not like you had to after all. They sat in silence for a while. Just enjoying the view and ignoring their sore muscles and minor injuries. Kakashi-sensei had pushed them all very hard today and neither wanted to move once they had sat down. Leaning against a post for the roof, Naruto groaned, you said you wanted to talk about something serious. Was talking about your family it? Sasuke shook his head in the negative, leaning back himself and resting against a different support, no. Naruto had both Hinata and Ino sniffing after him. He had to have a better idea of dealing with girls than he himself did. Biting the kunai as it were, Sasuke just blurted it out. What should I do, on a date? Entire mental train derailing and falling into a ball of fire, Naruto had to take a moment to process that. Sasuke was asking him for dating advice? Him? Did he give off the impression he was dating anyone right now? What do you mean? Sasuke sighed, I know we joke. But rebuilding my clan is on my list of things to do. Sakura-san is a major supporter of mine. Plus now that she's actually training and showing herself to be an actual decent person. What with her not ignoring you all the time in favor of fawning all over me. So I want to give it a shot. And I figure. You're always on dates with Ino-san and Hinata-san. You should have some idea of what to do, right? Wanting to deny all of it and tell his friend that no, he did not go on dates with his friends. He could see that this was in fact really bothering Sasuke. Sasuke deserved for Naruto to take this seriously. While Naruto didn't consider training, fighting, or lunches as dates, there was the fact that they were ninja. Kakashi-sensei had mentioned that they were a more physical people at least once or twice. They learned more from exchanging fists than any civilian could while talking. Shrugging, he decided he could wing it. Well, I guess the first thing is to not get weird about it. Weird? Yeah. Don't think so hard about it being a date. Start small. Go to lunch with her, ask her stuff about her family. What she grew up like, things she's done outside of ninja life. Just, treat her like a really good friend you want to know more about. In return, answer her questions honestly, don't hold so much in. Naruto shrugged finally, my go-to when talking doesn't get a point across is to go train and let him beat the snot out of me. Yeah, I think you've got some kinks to work out there, buddy. Says you. Training gets a lot done. Still say you're broken. Oh, there's no argument there, trust me. Chuckling, Sasuke looked at the calm lake waters. Do you think you might let Hinata-san or Ino-san in that much? I know you're not that dense, Naruto. So would you follow through with your own plans to rebuild the Uzumaki? Naruto had to sit in silence for a while as he really considered that one. His new fear was that even if he somehow got that far with any of the women in his life, somehow the council would come in and ruin all of it. He was unsure of his life as long as they were alive. But if something happened to any of them? He knew exactly what he would do. I'm sure Hinataheim or Inoheim would be thrilled. I'm worried about what the council would do. If they try anything, you have the full support of the Uchiha. That's a promise. Naruto did really appreciate that. That's great, but reality is we're both heads to clans that are broken and scattered. The council doesn't give a shit about us except to use us. Sasuke nodded, but then paused as the way Naruto said that hit him. What do you mean scattered? How do you know you're not the last Uzumaki? He hadn't meant to bring that up. Sasuke was supposed to be the focus here, not him. Yeah, no big deal, but I've run into a couple of Uzumaki recently. Don't worry, I confirmed that they are in fact Uzumaki clan members. But I have family in the village right now. Sasuke's eyes went wide, of course you wouldn't bring that up sooner. I thought we were done with secrets. I didn't mean to keep quiet about it. But you wanted to talk and I wanted to focus on you and Dash. Dobe. Hey! Shut it. This is actual clan relations, they're family. That's important. Yes, I want to talk about dating Sakura, but we can do both, you know. Chuckling, Naruto rubbed his neck, noted. Huffing, the dark boy knew this would be a constant thing with Naruto, his mind was already bending towards this new information. How many? 2 girls. You're a clan head then, as long as neither of them contest it. Thinking quickly now, he himself was building an idea in his head. That means you're eligible for a seat at the council. And that also means protections too. Protections? Yeah. An attack against you means a response from your clan allies and the village itself. That also means everything that's been stolen from you that can't be returned must be reimbursed by the clans or the village. It also means if we don't have a mission tomorrow, you and me might be making a trip to the Hokage Tower. Naruto raised a hand to interrupt the boy. Actually, Pervy Sage is working on something already. Of course someone else knows. Do I want to know the story involving that? It's Pervy Sage being pervy. So the usual. Back to silence for a moment, both boys just appreciated the time for a while. Sun beginning to set and travel towards the horizon, Naruto couldn't keep quiet. You know. Once you and Sakura start dating, think she'll finally chill out a bit? Doubt it, we've been riling her up for too long. She'll probably beat us within an inch of our lives when she figures that out. Just you. I plan on tripping you and running away. Do that and I'm sending Hinataheim and Inoheim after you. Oh, a real threat for once, I'm impressed. Both boys chuckling again, they eventually returned to silence and just watching the sky and the clouds. That they had given themselves this time to relax and bond was good. Next time they'd have to include Sakura. Bet your kids are all gonna be dark-haired with loud mouths and monstrous strength. Yours will probably all be pranksters with QB-sized appetites. As long as they don't get the broody gene, I'm good. I don't brood that much anymore. At least you're self-aware enough to know you brood. I'm gonna toss you in the lake. You can try. I'll smack you around from here to snow. You and what army? Sasuke watched Naruto's eyebrow raise comically. Yeah, that sounded stupid the second it left my mouth. Groaning, the last possibly sane member of the Uchiha clan rolled to his feet. Come on, I'll cook and we can crash. Oh, food and sleep sound so good right now. Also, one word of this to Sakura and I'll tell Hinata-san and Ino-san the truth as well. You think I'm dumb? Bro code man, bro code. Laughing, both boys set about making dinner together and eventually passing out for the night. It was good they decided that they could have this time. Maybe together they could change things in this village in the future. Time would tell. Across the village as the night wore on, a quiet Tayuya and Karen were meeting on a secluded rooftop with another member of the Sound Four. Sakan had his arms crossed as he tapped his foot impatiently. What's taking so long? You've made contact with him, haven't you? Tayuya frowned. Yeah, even staying with the squirt now. What's the problem? I thought we had time. Sakan shrugged. Things change. If you can't convince him to come on his own, at least get knocked up and come back. That should be easy enough for you too. Karen grit her teeth. We were suppo dash. Sakan glared at the younger girl. Do not speak up. You're barely above an insect as it is. Turning back to Tayuya, Sakan held up 4 fingers. 4 days. If you can't complete your mission in 4 days, we're coming back to try it our way. Got it. Whatever you say, shithead, we got this. Nodding, Sakan started jumping away along their secret route to avoid patrols. Left behind, Tayuya was visibly shaking as Karen looked at her with worry. We shouldn't do this. Shut up. We don't have a choice. We could stay. Don't start that again. We can't stay. This village will treat us just as bad. Tayuya was already turning away and preparing to jump back towards Naruto's apartment where they had left the Hyuga girl. Not in the village, but with Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun won't betray us. You know it just as much as I do. Whiskers is a stupid dreamer, just like you. Karen pulled forward to stand in front of Tayuya, arms spread wide and blocking her off. Listen to yourself. You're even using that nickname for him too. Karen sighed, still unsure of just how loyal Tayuya was. With plans changing so quickly, she was willing to risk herself. I want to stay, dreamer or not, you know he'd protect us. Tayuya looked away with a frown. He'd try. Sighing heavily and closing her eyes, but eventually turned to look at the younger girl. You know what'll happen to us. To him. The second this village learns about us, we'll turn into their prisoners instead of Odo's. Are you ready for that? What if we convince him to leave too? That goody-goody? No way. I'm serious. So am I. Both girls stared each other down for a long while. Karen had no loyalty or love for Odo. First Kusa had used and been responsible for her mother's death, then used her and thrown her away. Now Orochimaru was looking to do the same. No, she was done with the villages for a long while. Tayuya, however, knew she wasn't loyal at all, but scared. She had been a prisoner, had to fight for her place in the Sound Four, and even then she wasn't close to the strongest at all. She had skill, sure, but if they wanted to, the things any of the others could do to her made her shiver. Never mind now knowing they were fine with her just being a seed bed for Naruto's kids told her exactly what they really thought about her. Given a better option and assurance that she'd be safe, she'd leave Odo as well. We have 4 days. Karen nodded. We can figure something out in 4 days. Maybe a way to buy some time too. Tayuya frowned as she accepted the deal all the same. Hopefully this doesn't get us killed. I'd rather die than go back to Odo. Suit yourself, I want to live personally. That one point they couldn't agree on. Both girls jumped away to take a roundabout route towards the apartment. Tucked away out of view, Hinata with her Byakugan active side and let the bloodline technique fade away. So that's what was up with the girls. Lip reading being one of the first skills she had picked up, Hinata thought things over as she left and took the more direct route to Naruto's, not having to worry about Umbu patrols herself. She'd first have to talk with Naruto, but a plan was forming in her mind. This was something that had a time limit after all. Omake. Far across the border in the land of rain, a group was meeting to discuss a small bump in their plans. Everyone arranged along the fingers of the Geto Mazo. It was Pain who started things up for the evening. Deidara, you called for this meeting, what is it about? Said Ninja was all grins, spreading his arms wide while his partner just sighed with irritation. Leader, please just ignore this idiot, he has so few brain cells left. Deidara scoffed, oh piss off, you just have no courage to ask for what rightfully needs to happen. Pain sighed, they didn't have time for things like this, and what, pray tell, needs to happen? Deidara again spread his arms wide, okay. So, we know the Nine-Tails kid is in Konoha, right? Getting some nods he continued, I think we should, instead of trying to pull the demon out of him, we should recruit him. You want to recruit the Nine-Tails container? Pain almost couldn't believe his ears. Yes. He's a very gifted artist and a genius of his generation. It would be a shame to let that go to waste. Why not recruit him, turn him to our side and just hold out on pulling the QB out of him until we actually need the weapon? Deidara looked around with a wide smile, he's gotta be last anyway, right? What's the harm? Sasori spoke up again, other than you being a complete moron talking about your wasteful art. Take that back, you charlatan. Kakuzu sighed and almost turned to go, I can't believe we entertained this nonsense. I'm too old for this. Hayden shrugged, I hear the kid has a nice little bounty on him, could be fun to hunt down. He did blow a town-sized crater into the country. Deidara heard them however, touch him and I'll blow you to bits. Hayden wiggled a finger in an ear, sorry, I don't swing that way, no blowing me please. Coloring with rage, Deidara pointed a finger, that's not what I meant and you know it. Itachi sighed and he turned to Kisame, should we bring up the fact Naruto-kun would never betray his village? Kisame shrugged and tapped his sword on his shoulder, I don't know, I kinda wanna cross swords with the kid. He may be a rank amateur but give him a few years and I might actually get a workout out of him. Sasori sighed and tried to cut off Deidara's ranting at Hayden, this is enough isn't it? Why not let it go before I start telling secrets? Deidara paused, turning slowly like a broken puppet to start at the puppet man himself, you wouldn't. Pain himself finally exerted some chakra pressure on everyone, if we're quiet done? Next to him Konan just sighed and shook her head. Yeah leader, guess I'm done then. Unnoticed to Deidara, a picture was pulled from a pocket of his robe. Oh, thought you might want this back, Pain-sama. Sasori, using a chakra thread, tossed the picture to their leader which was caught by Konan. Looking down at the picture of herself, Konan was confused, why do you have a picture of me? Within the cave there was silence. No one moved or even breathed. Deidara refused to meet the woman's gaze, Hayden however burst out in hysterics, oh man. Do you have a crush on Konan? Is that your spank material? Howling with laughter, the immortal missed the explosive hummingbird headed his way. No I was gonna use it to convince the nine-tailed container to join us. Yeah that's it. No one was buying it. But Nagato as Pain was very much over all of this, of course. Kisame leaned over to whisper to Itachi, watching the chaos unfold as Deidara turned on Sasori with explosions, so wanna talk about your own little picture you think you hide very well? Itachi didn't move or react, wanna talk about that picture of that red-head rebel Mizukage candidate back in your home village? I'll keep my mouth shut. Good idea. After a moment of watching Deidara try to smash or blow apart Sasori and his puppets however Kisame grinned, at least the rebel has some amazing knockers. Wouldn't mind drowning in those. Itachi sighed, Konan has a quiet refined beauty to her. You wouldn't understand you brute. Just admit you like sticks to a full-sized tree. Bigger isn't always better. Yes, another well-worn argument that would take some time to work out through all of the chaos. Naruto wasn't just a self-proclaimed stamina freak. His sensei had said it, his teammates had said it, even Jiraiya had said it. Today however he was being pushed harder than he'd ever been in his life. Why? Because Kakashi was a dick. You're slowing down Naruto. Yelping and blocking a kunai with Kubikurabocho, the boy had to complete the spin and unleash a blast of wind from its broadside in order to blast Sakura away from him. This however left him open to Sasuke who was amping up a phoenix fire not far from him. Hastily created clone hurling him away, said clone was happy to activate several seals and explode to give him more cover even as it was engulfed in fire. Kakashi was there however and forcing the boy to block and parry his sensei's twin kunai use with his sword. Sure he had the weight and reach advantage, but Kakashi had literal decades of experience on him. Being pushed and sweating copiously the boy groaned internally that he couldn't just clone spam his way out of this. Damn Kakashi and his rules. Come on Dobe. You're supposed to be the strong one right? Sasuke and Sakura were arching forward, flanking him from both sides while Kakashi backed away. Hurling his sword with all his might at his sensei, he freed up his hands for quick seals before pressing his hand to the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Finding himself atop a 7-foot-tall toad with black markings, Naruto grinned, "Need some wind, buddy?" "On it, Naruto." Voice wheezy and high, the toad's stomach expanded before he slapped it to release the wind blast. Both Sasuke and Sakura were caught in it, sent tumbling and rolling while Naruto resummoned his blade to his hand. Toad and Boy jumping away from their position as hard as they could, they just missed Kakashi erupting from the ground. "Nice try, sensei." Seeing his sensei wave and then poof from existence, Naruto sighed as he felt someone grab the back of his jacket. "You got overconfident, Naruto. Allow me to correct that." Kakashi was able to get 3 jabs into the boy's lower back before his toad assistant was able to kick him away. Naruto still ended up rolling on the ground from the force of it. Groaning but welling up his chakra, he had to fight not to pull from the Kyuubi's chakra. Again cursing Kakashi's rules, Naruto spun with Kubikirabocho like a bat. Wind being picked up, he released his technique. Futon, de Tapa. The gale force wind sent all of his opposing members of Team 7 flying, the training ground itself also taking substantial damage. Looking to follow it up, he hurled his sword edge first at where his team would land. Making 2 clones and holding onto them, he vanished when the sword collided with Kakashi's hastily put up guard. All of his teammates being surprised by 3 Narutos appearing before them, Sasuke and Sakura were caught to far off guard in order to stop themselves from being captured. Exploding seals glowing but not taking the next step. The Naruto holding Kakashi had spun around to his back and was holding a Rasengan to his spine, a grin on his face. "Got ya, Kakashi. You sure about that? Why was that voice behind him? 1,000 years of death. You pervert." Screaming and being launched into the air, Naruto once more wished death on his teacher. Landing in a heap, he almost missed Kakashi clapping and calling an end to their training. "You've all done so well to improve today. Sasuke, Sakura, your teamwork is phenomenal and you're beginning to cover each other's holes very well. Sasuke, your Phoenix Fire earlier still doesn't spread enough, work on that. Sakura, there's a possibility we should add Jinjutsu to your abilities. You had many instances that even a minor one would have helped you so much." "Hi sensei." "Yeah, I hear ya." Turning to Naruto, who had retrieved his sword and rejoined them, Kakashi was still grinning. "You're making great strides yourself. If you didn't have the restriction from clones or Kyuubi chakra, I doubt alone we could stop you. However, that's just raw power. This is meant to improve your technique and efficiency after all. You excel at thinking on the fly and making quick plans, but perhaps try to remember you can't always overpower your opponents." "Got ya, sensei." The point was to get better at what he had now, so that clone spamming would equal out to better, more efficient clones. He understood it, but didn't like it. Kakashi waved them all off. "It's a little afternoon, so we can call it here for today. Go get some rest, reflect, and we'll be back at it again tomorrow." Waving, the Jonin was gone in a swirl of leaves. Sealing his sword away with a sigh, he turned to his summon. "Thanks a lot, Kazaha." "No sweat, Naruto." The giant toad waving and returning to Toad Mountain, that left Team 7 alone on the field. Though Naruto was already turning to trudge back to the village. He was tired, sore, and ready for a nap. Sakura was of the same mind, turning to walk back to the village and maybe grab a bite to eat somewhere. "Hey Sakura." Pausing and turning back to Sasuke, who had called her name, the pinkette tilted her head. "What's up, Sasuke?" She missed Naruto turning back to grin at Sasuke from behind her. Sasuke himself wanted to glare at the blonde, but he couldn't distract himself right now. "You wanna go get lunch? My treat?" Sakura's world froze. Did Sasuke just ask her out? Sasuke Uchiha just asked her out on a date? Was this real? Did it finally happen? Did he recognize her womanly charms at last? Inner Sakura cheered loudly. "Let's get to it, sister." "Yeah. Yeah, sure, that's fine." Trying not to dance and celebrate, she waited for Sasuke to pull up beside her before they walked back to the village together. Naruto, however, had already shunshined away, happy to have seen more than enough for today. So the asshole decided to move forward. Good. He'd get all the details later. Hopefully before they all teamed up on him again. Chuckling from the random rooftop he found himself on, he started to jump his way back home. None of his house clones had dispelled to report anything, so at least he was sure the girls were okay and the house was in one piece. Thoughts wandering as his mental fatigue began to catch up with him, he alighted upon his balcony and used a key to open his sliding door. Hello. Actually having to greet anyone at home was still taking some getting used to. In the kitchen, Karen was fussing around with the stove. Naruto, welcome back." She was attempting to make lunch, which was having mixed results. It'd be edible, mostly, maybe. Tayuya was working out on the floor, trying to keep in shape as they were stuck in the house for the next few days. Still somewhat nervous about walking around the village unless they had a clear goal in mind. Yo Whiskers. You look like shit. Naruto nodded as he collapsed on the couch. I feel like shit. Kakashi is trying to kill us. Body worn out, he figured a nap first might be better. Leaning out of the kitchen to see the boy, Karen waved a large spoon at him. You should go shower at least. I'm making lunch as well. She was attempting to make ramen from scratch, though she was beginning to think that was a bad idea. Groaning, Naruto waved a hand above him. I know I should. I'll get up in a moment. Tayuya rolled over to lay on her front, beginning a set of push-ups. Didn't know you could be such a mother hen, Karen. I'm adjusting is all. Focusing on her self-appointed work, Karen thought about their time limit and her own plans. Naruto, do you need help? Naruto eventually rolled to his feet from the couch. Nah, I'm just being lazy. I'll take a shower and get cleaned up. Tayuya just smirked. Well, feel free to forget a shirt again, the view is nice. Tayuya. Karen still wished her friend wouldn't be so vulgar. I'm not a housewife, get over it. Shaking his head, Naruto unsealed a change of clothes and headed for the shower in hopes that getting cleaned up would also refresh him a bit. Outside of the bathroom and back in the living room, Karen was glaring at Tayuya. We're supposed to be nice. Voice just barely above a harsh whisper. She didn't want to alert Naruto to their conversation. Tayuya popped up to her feet, shrugging at the younger Uzumaki. This is my nice. Would you like to see mean? No. Then don't complain. Both of them descending into silence. It was Tayuya who sighed and walked over to lean on the kitchen counter. I'm trying, alright? Nice is hard. Karen nodded. I get it. I do. Odo wasn't the nicest and I was only there for barely 2 months. I can't, whatever you went through dash. Whatever I went through we don't have to talk about, ever. Voice dangerously low, Tayuya was looking back out of the window. She did not want to think about some of the things she experienced. You know, that's starting to smell burnt. Karen groaned and turned off the burner, leaning back against the fridge. It is. I was really trying this time. Maybe you're like me, lackluster housewife material. Or maybe you could put a little more effort into this. Making a show of looking herself up and down, Tayuya shrugged. Short of walking around naked, don't know how much more I could be doing. Blushing, the younger redhead pointed at the more outgoing girl. That's not what I meant. We're trying to get to know Naruto and maybe convince him to let us stay forever. Not that. Tayuya shrugged. He's a man, men like boobs, shouldn't be that hard. Men also have feelings, and his have been trampled on more than once. We should be working on understanding him. Tayuya was now leaning her cheek on a hand with a bored look. I say a good roll in the sack would fix him right up. And it'll make him want to keep us here. Grinning, the girl leered at Karen. Come on, what guy on the planet doesn't want to shack up with 2 girls at once? Blush now full strength, Karen turned away to clean up her mess. You're a pervert. At least her creation didn't smell horrible as she chucked it all into the trash. She'd have to go buy food soon, however. I just know what guys want, that's all. Getting distracted from her thoughts, she focused on a red and green blur that was hurtling towards the balcony. Was that a person? Looking up from where she was cleaning dishes, she followed Tayuya's gaze to the balcony window. Why was a person flying towards Naruto's apartment? Catching himself and making an artful landing, Jiraiya was all grins as he laughed loudly to the stunned looks of Karen and Tayuya. It might have been more impressive if there wasn't an imprint of a fist on his face. Good afternoon, ladies. Have you seen my godson? Blinking and trying to rationalize that this was in fact a legendary ninja, Karen pointed down the hall when Tayuya failed to speak up. In the shower. Walking in and settling on the couch, Jiraiya looked the girls over. Good, I need to have a word with all of you anyway. Looking the girls over, he considered for a moment if this was the right thing to do. Sure, the village needed the Uzumaki probably just as much as they needed the Uchiha, but they were kids. Mentally giving up as it wasn't his decision, he held up a hand as he heard footsteps returning. Hey, Naruto. Naruto himself was clean and dressed completely this time as he walked back out into the living room. Only slightly surprised to see his godfather, he rolled over the back of the smaller couch and scrubbed his towel through his hair. What's up, pervy sage? You know, a little respect would be nice, since we're working so hard to fix what the council broke. Naruto sighed. Hi, you're the wonderful Jiraiya, the toad sage known the world over as a super pervert. Damn straight. Moving his hands to his knees, the elder waved the girls to come around so he could see them all at once. Tayuya and Karen both walked around to lean over the back of the couch Naruto was sitting on, and Jiraiya got to explaining things. So here's the deal. There's a lot of political fuckery going on behind the scenes here. Tsunade is still a new and fresh Kage and is solidifying her power base, so she can't publicly help you, at all. Yeah, I got the gist of that already. Jiraiya snapped a finger. However, now that there are 3 of you here, that gives you a good option. Since Naruto is a leaf nin, you can claim clan head. From there you present these 2 as members of your clan, along with evidence that your clan has been wronged by the council. We don't bring up the promotion. That's not the big one. Instead we bring up the Uzumaki records and scrolls. That information is quite literally invaluable. As a clan head, you can make the case that the council being able to unilaterally take a clan's possessions means any clan could have the same conditions put on them. No one would normally support that. Naruto had to pause Jiraiya here, but they did already. What'll change just because I have a few new members now? I'm getting to that, brat. See, now that you have more members that are especially young women, you can make the case that you'll be restoring your clan. The Clan Restoration Act is a big deal. You might even get a few of the older clans trying to attach some of their own members to yours for future political pull. You have been talking to both the Hyuga and Yamanaka after all. Wiggling his eyebrows for a moment and getting groans from the boy, the man got serious. There is the matter as well, clan-specific sites around the village that only the Uzumaki can open. That perked the Uzumaki's interest. What do you mean? I thought everything of the Uzumaki was destroyed. Naruto sure hadn't been told about any places like that. Almost, but there are 2 that'll be of interest. One to just you, the other to everyone. The first is your parents' home, protected by seals and untouched since their death. Only you can open that one. Then there is the Uzumaki Temple. The blood seal on its grounds has weakened, and I'm sure it'll weaken enough for people to get in without your assistance within a few years, but for now only one of Uzumaki blood can enter. Its contents would literally be immeasurable in worth to the village. Naruto however leaned back with a sigh, earning a worried look from Karen. Once again, it comes down to the village wanting to use us. Jiraiya nodded solemnly, not wanting to bring up this next part but feeling like he should. Yes, but you'll be getting yours in the end here. The council will have to bow to any demand you make from here on. As a clan head, not only can you demand reparations and protections under the Restoration Act, but you also have the ability to pack up and leave legally, or even involve the daimyo. That last wouldn't be allowed to happen, even Jiraiya knew that. Legal it was sure, but Naruto was a Jinchuriki. Konoha would never let him go, and potential pure-blood Uzumaki children? Yeah, Naruto's life would be pretty much set in stone once he presented himself before the council. Jiraiya knew that, but also considered it might be for the best to protect the boy. Never mind that the daimyo had already been in the know about the distribution of Uzumaki assets, which stunk of a cover-up of the highest order. Jiraiya was almost ready to start burning clan compounds to the ground over this. Naruto however was figuring that out for himself and was coming up to a dark conclusion. Yeah, he could get some petty revenge on the council if he claimed clan head, but that'd be it. It'd be petty. The village would still gain access to more Uzumaki secrets, he'd still lose out on everything they had stolen in the past, and he'd still be worried about what the future could hold for his children if he had any. Add in potentially the Hyuga or Danzo getting a hand in his business? Maybe Koyuki's offer wouldn't be so bad after all. I'll think on it. Jiraiya stood and nodded. Take your time, we've got plenty of it now. Tsunade needs to build up her base and you need to get acquainted with your clan mates. I'll keep in touch. It would help the village in future decisions if the kid did decide to relieve his stress with the girls and get one pregnant. The elder ninja just hoped he wasn't making another mistake concerning his godson here. He really did want the best for him, and Konoha was the safest place for him. Waving them all off, the sage was out the door and hopping back the way he came. Naruto however had a different thought entirely once he was sure Jiraiya was gone. I'm gonna need to go for a walk. Standing, he was headed for his front door and leaving Karen and Tayuya behind. Tayuya however was the first to pounce on the chance. Maybe we could go with you. You look like you need to vent. Naruto shook his head. Not right now. I need to be alone for a bit. Foregoing his jacket, he felt a tingle against his chakra. Frowning, he opened the door to see Hinata standing there with a hand raised to knock on the door. Hey Hinata. What timing? Hinata smiled softly however. Hi Naruto. Did I come at a bad time? She wanted to talk to him about what she had seen last night. But something seemed to be bothering him. Yeah. I need some time on my own. You're welcome to hang out with the girls though. Looking back towards Karen and Tayuya, Tayuya waved off. I'm gonna take a nap, it's nice and warm in that room. Karen actually stepped forward. If you don't mind, I actually need to go back to the market and pick something up for dinner. Hinata looked to Naruto. I could accompany her, if you're busy. Appreciating the help, Naruto fished out his wallet and pulled some rather large Rio notes and handed them to Karen. "I'll be home around dark, I just need to think." Nodding to everyone, Naruto trudged out the door and down the stairs. Hinata watched him go before turning to Karen. "Is everything okay?" Karen watched Naruto go as well before shaking his head. "I don't think so. We can talk while we shop, I guess." Tayuya waved them all away. "Yeah, sure, leave me all alone here, why don't you?" A teasing grin on her face, Karen noticed she didn't mean it. "Bring me back something sweet. Like dango." Karen and Hinata started down the stairs as well after agreeing to do so. Closing the door and making their way, the girls were quiet for a short while. Making it to the street and greeting the lowering sun, it was still a bright afternoon. Hinata, however, figured if she had the other girl alone, this would be a good time to get some answers before she jumped to conclusions. Directing them instead on a more roundabout route, she wondered at how she would word her questions. Karen hadn't been in the Leaf Village long, but even she knew Hinata was not taking her near the market district. Ignoring her gut instinct that this was not okay, she was trying to trust someone that was close to Naruto. It was difficult, however. "Hinata, where are we going?" At least her senses told her no one was nearby. Hinata sighed, stopping at the entrance of an alleyway and turning to the girl fully with her Byakugan active. Checking and confirming no one was near them, she released it and asked her most important question to her. "If you had the option to leave the village with Naruto, you would, correct?" Karen froze for a moment. Did the Hyuga know they were spies? Should she run for it? Were there other ninja just out of her range waiting to grab her? "I'm not turning you into the Hokage. This is a personal question from me. We want to stay with Naruto. If we have to leave the village to do so, we will." She'd make the decision for Tayuya as well. The older girl may have more experience but still trusted the more bookish girl with decisions like this. Hinata nodded, seeing no lie in the other girl's eyes. "I know you were sent here." Seeing panic on Karen's face, Hinata raised a hand to try and calm her. "Like I said, this is just me. No one else knows. I've been thinking about leaving myself." "Why? You're the heir to probably the most prestigious clan in Konoha. Why would you leave them behind?" "Was a part. I'm just useless baggage now. My father has already made it clear the only use I still have for the clan is to wed Naruto and join the clans through marriage." Hyuga eyes with Uzumaki vitality. It would set the Hyuga clan for generations as the top clan, possibly in the nations. Never mind that with the Uzumaki rebuilding with their support, they'd have said clan under their thumb. Her father hadn't told her everything to her face, but between her research of the Uzumaki and what few tidbits she'd gotten about the council and Naruto's telling of what had happened, she knew where things would lead. Karen, however, was frowning. Were you using Naruto as well? Was there anyone in this village who actually cared for him?" Hinata turned cold eyes to the other girl. "Don't mistake, I have believed in and supported Naruto for years. I love him. I would burn this village to the ground for him. Don't think you know us so well, Karen." Shivering and wishing she never received that look again, Karen nodded. "Sorry. Everyone seems to be using the Uzumaki or Naruto with a smile on their face. It's all so bleak." Hinata leaned back against the building wall. "I don't know if Naruto told you about one of his last missions. He has a possible place to hide out, maybe two if pushed. I'm thinking of suggesting he does so. But I don't know if he'll leave. Maybe he just needs a push? Like two girls that love him suggesting it." Karen had not been around long, but even she could tell Hinata and Ino actually liked the boy, loved him really, much more than they let on. Ino she might not know well, but Hinata she could tell would in fact drop everything for the boy. It's possible. I haven't dared bring this up with Ino, but something big is coming. Even my father seems more urgent lately. Looking at the other girl, Hinata nodded. "I don't judge you that you're from Odo. I can understand you just want to live a better life. If you're really just looking to have a life away from being used, I'll support you. Maybe together we can change our fate." Karen smiled lightly. "I don't have to convince Tayuya much. All she cares about is getting far away from Odo at all cost if that is what we're going to do." Turning and beginning to walk back towards the market, Hinata nodded. "We'll have to work on Ino. I'm not too sure she'd leave without something drastic happening." Karen pulled up to walk beside the other quiet girl. "Who else do you believe Naruto might be worried about leaving behind?" "His team, the ramen stand owners. Maybe our teacher from the academy. Then maybe we can plan? I want you to understand, I can't say I love Naruto, we haven't known him that long. But we do value more than anything to opportunity to build a family, a clan again. We just want our own peace. I can understand. I just want to control my own life. Maybe we can get that." Both girls watching each other and eventually smiling, they began planning as they set about the market and planning dinner. Half a village away, however, was Naruto walking towards the training grounds. Unsealing his sword, he imagined this was probably his most useful therapy at the moment. However, before he could even start on his training, he encountered Team 10. Ino saw him and bounded over, grinning and slugging him in the shoulder. "Hey, Whiskers, getting some evening work in?" Nodding, the boy couldn't help but smile. "Yeah. Need some time to think, really." Seeing the uncertain look on his face, Ino turned back to her team. "Hey, I'm gonna stay behind. I'll catch you tomorrow for our training, yeah?" Asuma shrugged as the boys were already mentally miles away at the barbecue restaurant. "Sure thing, see you tomorrow. No funny business, yeah?" Older man grinning as Ino chucked a sunbon at him that missed. The group walked away while Ino joined her crush in returning to the training grounds. "So, what's up, really? You don't look good." Naruto had wanted to be on his own for a while. But this was probably one of the few people who could understand. He decided to voice some of his worries. Short version? "The council is gearing up to screw me over again and I'm tired of it. Jiraiya is trying to convince me to remain peaceful, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Tsunade, but she can't help me anyway. I'm not sure what my next move should be." From there he explained the full situation to her as they walked. He didn't want to include her really, but he had learned that at least some of his peers could be trusted. The adults, well, that was a different matter. Ino had to eventually sit down next to a tree as the boy began a warm-up for training. "That's, holy shit. Yeah, tell me about it." Setting about demolishing the training ground, the Uzumaki was at a loss. None of this involved explosions, which meant he was at an disadvantage. Ino herself, however, thought it over. She knew Hinata was trying to convince her that following after Naruto would be better than staying here. Except Ino herself had never put up with half of the things her other two closest friends had ever put up with. She was pretty much a princess, pampered and never having to really deal with loss or abuse or any of this. Thinking about it all, however, she was beginning to get the clue that Naruto was edging closer to leaving by the day. Even if the council reversed everything and somehow got everything back for his clan, it still wouldn't be enough. Would she follow him? Was her love for him that powerful? The scary thing for her was that she could almost say yes, and what did that mean? You know, now that you know about the temple, why not hunt it down and raid it alone before the village gets the chance to? Naruto paused in his training. Why hadn't he thought of that? Jiraiya had told him about the temple. He was sure a little searching would allow him to find it. It would be better to empty it out now as opposed to giving the village the opportunity to take everything. Resealing his sword, Naruto turned to the other blonde. "You know, Ino, you're a genius." "Oh, I know, but you can praise me more all the same. I'll still love it." Chuckling, the boy nodded. "Thank you, Ino, for supporting me." "You got it, Whiskers. So, we doing this now or what?" Naruto shook his head, a set plan in mind. "I'll go tonight after dark. For now, let's train a little bit together and then head back to my place. I'm sure Hinata and Karen will pick up food for all of us." Standing and loosening herself up, Ino nodded. "All right, you're on." She'd need to at least start training that much harder if she did plan on staying by his side. A new day, another worn-out Naruto. Team training having taken longer today, Naruto was laying on the ground as Kakashi had already left. Sakura and Sasuke were still trying to motivate themselves to get up and move and currently failing. Needing some cheering up, Naruto raised a hand. "You know, Sasuke. I hear the second date is when they usually start putting out." He never saw the foot that sent him flying. "Pervert." Blushing and full of rage, Sakura was up and stomping towards the boy. "You just can't keep your mouth shut, can you?" Sasuke just sighed. "If you're gonna kill him, at least wait until I'm gone, no witnesses and all." Naruto, however, was laughing up a storm as he dodged her next flurry of fists. "Oh, come on, it's not like you've been trying to get a date out of him for forever. Let me have this teasing." "I'll tease your face, Baka." A punch finally connecting, the clone popped and left her in a cloud of smoke. "Come face your punishment like a man. Maybe next time, you lovebirds." Laughing as he jumped away and left his two friends alone, the boy made good time back towards the village. They really had trained much longer today. The sun was beginning to set. Thinking that dinner out might be a good idea, he got ready to summon some clones in order to go find Karen and Tayuya before he caught a shock of blonde hair much brighter than his own. Ino was out, and was that Hinata and the Uzumakis? Curious. Jumping towards them, Naruto raised a hand. "Yo!" Ino raised a hand in greeting as well. "Hey there, Whiskers. Done with training?" The boy falling in line with them, the girls paused as he looked them all over. Nothing out of the ordinary with them. He seemed to shrug and provide an answer after a moment. "Yeah, it was a long one today. What's got all of you out today?" Hinata actually came to his side, smiling all the way. "We were actually coming to find you. Would you like to get dinner? The barbecue place should be able to accommodate all of us." Nodding, Naruto put all thoughts of councils and evil elders out of his mind. Diner with his favorite people and his clan? Hell yeah. Sounds like a perfect night to me. Turning and leading the way, the boy settled in to think on things. He still hadn't come to a decision on what to do. He couldn't accept the council continuing to use them, nor get away with what they had already done. This last week had been a roller coaster and he was ready to get off. Grumbling, the QB decided to speak up. Just leave already, shack up with that snow girl. Twitching only slightly, Naruto answered the ancient demon, but what about Uzushio? Couldn't I spend the time and rebuild it? Why not both? You are supposed to be the greatest container in the nations, or have you forgotten? Rebuild your clan and your village, sire as many children as statistically possible, you little spaz. You have no limits to what you can accomplish. I didn't forget our deal, things have just been shitty. Then make them unshitty, you deranged monkey. But stop wasting time. You could blow this entire village to ash and start over. Lay waste to the nations if you felt like it. Why haven't you, truly? Naruto thought about that one while even on autopilot he walked along with the others who were chatting with each other. Why hadn't he gone off the rails already? Shouldn't there be a peaceful option? Peace is for those who cannot obtain what they want with their own hands. That is not a failing you have. If you truly want a peaceful life, peace for your clan and future spawn, you know what you must do. Has anyone ever told you your bedside manner needs some work? Your mother, often. Now go, your mates are looking at you funny. The QB cutting the link, Naruto grumbled about the girls not being his mates. Ino however poked him in his side. Sorry, what did I miss? Nothing much, we ordered but you were spacing out. They had chosen another booth towards the back again, nice and private for what the girls wanted to talk about. Hinata had clued her in about the Oto girls and their motivations. Wanting to get away from the snake seemed to be on everyone's list really. Now the question was, would they stay here? Sorry, just thinking. And he was, about a lot of things. Karen however had seated herself across from him with Tayuya while Hinata and Ino sat on either side of him. Tonight she was going to come clean to him, they didn't have much time after all, and she didn't want him to feel used. Naruto, I have something important to tell you. Oh, what's that? Eyes going wide, the boy couldn't imagine what could be so important the two girls would begin to look so nervous. Karen however first retrieved a scroll. Unsealing it to reveal a sack, she pushed it over the table for him to take. Huh? Those are all of the scrolls, books, and research materials I could swipe from Orochimaru and Kabuto before I left the Hidden Sound village. Next to her Tayuya looked frantic. Wait, you stole stuff? Why didn't you tell me? I wasn't sure how loyal you were or not, I was scared. Still, you stole from Orochimaru. Fighting hard not to scream, the older girl knew going back was probably completely impossible now. Oh well, that pedophile snake could choke on his own dick and rot. Now we have to run. Naruto however was looking into the multitudes of scrolls and books and loose papers that were sitting before him. The girls being from Oto? He could deal with that eventually. Reaching into the bag however and pulling free one book that had caught his attention, for it also had a leaf insignia on it as well, he flipped through it casually but quickly. Not saying a word and feeling bad as the girls across from him began to panic, he confirmed his suspicions and closed the book. Putting it back in the sack and sealing it away back into the scroll Karen had handed him. He twirled it around once before handing it back to her. Here. What, aren't you upset? Mad? Don't you want those? I'm upset but not at you. We're way past mad however. I do, but they're safe with you. Naruto suddenly had a false calm wash over him. He'd deal with his own emotions later, the girls needed assurance now. Look, you didn't have any obligation to tell me about your past, but you did. That took trust and courage. So I'm not mad at you. Tayuya leaned forward then, all or nothing at this point. Then we have to go. You know we can't stay, the snake will come looking for us. Naruto nodded, why's that? What were you supposed to do here? Karen sighed, we were supposed to convince you to come back. Or failing that, come back with a piece of you, each. Looking down into her lap, she couldn't say it out loud. Tayuya frowned, she means we were supposed to fuck ya and take your kids back with us. We're nothing but baby factories to everyone at this point. Language Tayuya. Ah, suck my tits. Naruto leaned back into the bench, letting it all wash over him. He knew Orochi would send someone for him eventually. It would have been easier if it had been someone he could blow apart. Using his clan as a shield had been smart, if they were a bit more loyal to him. When are you supposed to go back? It was supposed to be an unlimited time, but they came back and warned us that we only had a few days now. Specifically, we have 1 day left. Tayuya was absently rubbing her left shoulder. So to summarize, you and Karen were here originally to take me to Orochi or become pregnant hopefully and go back. But since you know he's a piece of shit, you've been trying to convince me to keep you here or run away with you. Seeing the girls nod, he focused and ordered one of his house clones to dispel. He'd told them to only dispel on their own if there was violence. Since there hadn't been, they hadn't dispelled. Getting the rush of memories, he nodded that the story matched up with the quiet conversations they had been having together. Okay. Hinata leaned forward now to get his attention. Okay, what, Naruto? Taking a deep and steadying breath, Naruto decided it was time to bite the kunai. We're out. I'm gonna get Karen and Tayuya somewhere safe first. Then I'm going to threaten the council, leave them a few surprises, and clean out anything the Uzumaki has left in this village. After that. Looking at Hinata and then Ino, the boy sighed, after that, I'm leaving too. I won't be used anymore by a government that can't at least respect us. Then I'm coming. Hinata voiced her opinion right away with no hesitation. She had already made clear she didn't have much holding her here. Sure, her team was great and they would miss her, but she had dreamed of being at Naruto's side. She was seizing the chance to make that dream a reality. Ino, on the other hand, still hadn't been able to come to a conclusion for herself just yet. She wanted to, some part of her truly did. But everything she had ever known was here. Her clan, her friends, her team. Konoha was her home. Could she really give it all up for a boy she had only started to show real interest in within the last half year? Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, eyes kinda and understanding. You don't have to force yourself, Ino. You know I wouldn't want you to and I wouldn't ask it of you. Everything you have is here. But if you leave, then the one thing I want most won't be. She'd made a promise, she would not lose on the field of love. She loved Naruto. That was enough. Karen, however, was beside herself. So we're doing this? We're sticking together? Naruto nodded as he turned emotional eyes back to his clan. Yup. I have a clan now, and I won't abandon you. He wasn't sure how he would explain this to his team. They had each other now, however, and Kakashi-sensei would probably never forgive him. He had to take control of his life though, and now he was taking responsibility for others. Just as he should have been allowed to do as a chunin. Gotta do something first though. Making a clone, it appeared to the side of their table and saluted him, back in a flash, boss. Disappearing in a flash, everyone but him at the table was looking at him oddly, even getting a few looks from other patrons before they went back to their meals. What was that? Ino was looking at the space where the clone used to be. That wasn't a shunshin and the clone didn't dispel either. That was me getting a hold of a friend and making plans. Sending a clone via Hiration was risky, he wasn't even sure if a clone could complete the journey on its own. This would be a good test either way. Let's eat, then we can plan some more at home. Leaning back as food was delivered, the server reminding the ninja that jutsus were frowned upon inside the space, they all nodded and dug in. Tayuya wanted to eat but still needed a question answered. What about Odo? Naruto grinned. Oh, I've got something for them. You know where they are, right? Karen nodded. There's actually several bases, some with loyalists, most with prisoners and slaves, experiments. Naruto nodded. Could we free those? With some work, sure. That opened up a possibility about their lack of manpower. Yes, he wanted to rebuild Yuzu, but an empty village wasn't much use. He still needed people. People who might join his cause. Okay, we'll add that to the list of things to do. What, rebuilding a clan and a destroyed village isn't enough? Tayuya was vibrating in place. This boy really meant it. He was going to go against his village for them. He was that passionate about this. It was insane. I made a deal. I'm going to be the strongest in the elemental nations. That means dreaming big. He'd have to clue them in on the QB soon. One info dump at a time, he figured. Hinata, however, was smiling as she swayed from side to side. She was getting out of this village and away from her father, hopefully for good. That was all the good news she needed. As they progressed through dinner and made small talk, her mood did not change. Even after finishing and paying, she was still somewhat glowing as they began making their way out on the street. Karen nudged her. Hinata? You seem very happy. I am. I've lived through years of abuse from my father. Getting away from him is possibly the highlight of my year right now. Only thing that would top this would be Naruto coming out and saying he had true feelings for her. Naruto, however, was walking with his hands linked behind his head, twitching again as his clone's memories hit him. So Koyuki was okay and set up a seal in a spare room in her mansion? Good. And apparently there were moves she was going to make as a daimyo as well. Very good. As they rounded a corner and Naruto looked up to his apartment, he mentally ordered his clones to begin sealing up all of their possessions. Feeling the clones agree and start moving, a blur detached from a rooftop facing his apartment and attempted to get in. Why would someone do that? And then there was fire. Apartment going up in a wave of fire and ash, windows all along the street were blown out and even the group below were nearly knocked off their feet from the shockwave. Naruto, however, was moving, for clones bursting into existence. 3 grabbed onto Karen, Tayuya, and Hinata. While the 4th looked at Ino quietly, "I'll either knock you out and take you home or you're coming. Which is it?" Seeing the other 3 disappear, Ino couldn't believe their shitty luck. Grabbing the real Naruto who was unsealing his sword, he whipped back to her to say something only to have his mouth closed off. Heat, warmth, passion. Something deeply emotional passed between the two, and then it was gone. Ino nodded with tears in her eyes. "I can only regret the things I want to do but don't. I'm coming." Jumping into the other clone's arms, they were gone in a 4th flash. Eyes still wide and unblinking, he had to shake himself to get moving. Ino kissed him. Apparently she liked him like he liked her. Flashy. Jumping away and focusing, he was gone in a long-range shunshin. He could already hear sirens. The fire brigade would be on the way, but also Umbu as well. Most if not all of them knew by now he used explosives exclusively. Which meant his own house exploding wouldn't be too much of a surprise. Which also didn't surprise him, someone would blow his house to bits. It was a great cover. Showed him putting people at risk by experimenting within the village walls outside of a training ground. Someone either wanted him dead, or wanted support for him to fall off. Over the wall and making for the trees, he knew politics weren't his thing, but even he was getting the idea that someone really didn't want him gaining any support or allies. Too bad he had already done that outside of the village. Making good time to where his clones from last night had scouted, he found the ruins of the Uzumaki temple within minutes. Dropping to the ground, he didn't bother waiting and sealed his sword away again now that he wasn't worried about threats. Making his way inside, he paused as a seal activated on the floor, though after a moment of nothing happening, he continued on his way. It didn't take long to find the center of the temple, where he was met with an altar that held a wall of masks. All ornately done and none looking like they had been touched by the ravages of time. Unrolling a long scroll, he began stripping the masks from the altar and sealing them away one by one. The process took a few minutes, which once complete found Naruto eyeing the black-flamed altar. Concentrating and making clones, he gave them simple instructions. "Renew any and all seals you find. I don't want anyone from Konoha getting in here." "On it, boss." The dozen clones raced away through the temple, and Naruto was left to turn back to leave. Frowning however as he somehow missed someone following him. Met with the sad eyes of an older woman he did not recognize, though obviously she was an Uzumaki from her red hair that was tied up in 2 buns, the boy bowed to her. "I didn't know the temple had a keeper." The woman bowed to him in return, shaking her head as she stood. "I never thought I would see the day this temple would be emptied. To what do we owe the occasion?" Naruto sighed, resting on his back leg for the moment. "In short? Someone in Konoha is willing to go through a lot to see the Uzumaki wiped out and all of our secrets taken. I've just reconnected with 2 clan members and I plan on protecting them with everything I have." "So, you found others to love and protect then?" Smiling, the woman walked towards him to shorten the distance between them, seals attached to her hair bun swaying. "Yeah, I have people very precious to me I wish to protect. His team would have to understand. Hopefully. What's your name, ma'am?" The woman came within arm's reach of him, stopping finally and only having to look down on him only a little. He had been growing recently. "I am Mito Uzumaki. Though that's not entirely true. I am a shade of Mito Uzumaki. A portion of myself sealed away to protect this place until the next Uzumaki came along. That seems to be you." He knew that name. She was the first Hokage's wife. "That was a trip." Yeah. But I can't stay." "I understand. Times change along the ever flow in the river of life after all. You have made shadow clones, correct?" Seeing him nod, she waved a hand to her left. "Please, make more. I will instruct them on the masks that you have taken. When they have learned what I have to tell, I will go dormant again. Only appearing once more when you return to seal a portion of yourself and bind it to the temple in order to continue our eternal guard." Naruto did as he was asked, making the clones and turning away to leave. Do you think I'm doing the right thing?" She had believed in the leaf possibly even more than he had, than any Uzumaki had. Once. Mito's shade only bid him farewell. "My place is not to judge, only to guide. As long as you fight with love in your heart, I believe you will find your way." Walking away from him, he noticed finally that she made no sound as she walked. Getting the last hint that she really wasn't here, he did the same. Making one more clone and handing it the scroll, it left in another flash. He himself left the temple and had one last destination in mind. Tsunade could say without fail that she was not a happy woman at the moment. Someone had blown Naruto's apartment to bits and now no one could find him. Jiraiya was out and looking along with Umbu, but still no luck, and as she and Shizun made it to the tower, she made for her office to begin making orders. Giving Shizun orders to find Kakashi, Tsunade was in her office and walking around to her desk within a breath. Danzo was already there, cane tapping on the floor. "This is an outrageous occurrence. Do you have some idea of what has happened? The elder council watched her walk around her desk, tapping several seals to summon Umbu to her office. She missed her door locking behind her with a soft blue glow. If I knew I'd be out there, not in here. Looking up, she did not however miss a black-clad blonde leaning against her bookshelf. Naruto? Hey brat, you've got everyone worried to high hell. What's that explosion about? Danzo as well turned with some surprise to see the boy. Why hadn't he sensed him at all? Putting a book he had been fiddling around with away, Naruto groaned as he pushed away from the shelf and walked towards the woman he had convinced to come back and take the reins as Hokage. Wasn't me. Someone else actually torched my place before I got there. And why would someone want to torch your place, Naruto? I don't know. Probably should ask the council. Or Danzo. Eyes meeting the older man's, Danzo knew right away something has changed drastically within the last few days. He hadn't gotten any updates from the book he had given the boy, nor considered attaching a root agent to watch him. Folly now that he considered the decisions. Frowning, she didn't like the look on Naruto's face. What do you mean? Maybe she should have listened to the boy. Explosion solved all their problems. Naruto shrugged again. I've been wondering about a lot of things lately. What happened to the Uzumaki? Why everyone seems so hell-bent on using us or our skills and sweeping their misdeeds under the rug. It made no sense that the council would be so against my promotion. I get it now, however. And now I don't care anymore. Unsealing one of his works, he held the meter-long scroll end up on the floor. 6 black bands surrounded the deep crimson scroll, which, once he knew they saw it and were watching, he allowed it to be summoned away to its hiding location. You know how every time I make a new one of those it gets bigger and stronger? Yeah. It's now somewhere in this village. Just a thought from me, and that's it. Tsunade slammed a hand on her desk, shattering it. What would possess you to threaten the leaf, Naruto? That's treason. There's no coming back from this, no matter how angry you are about the council or your blocked promotion. Naruto, however, was watching Danzo, someone who was also not moving. We all know it's not about the promotion, don't we? Danzo sighed before turning fully to the boy. Everything I've done has been for the Leaf Village. For my home. I've been around a long time, boy. I've wiped nations off the map for my village. Your threats mean nothing. Naruto, however, began to grin. I'm gonna take a guess. Uzushio was your work then? Getting no answer beyond a slight tense of the man's jaw, the silence was more than enough. Yeah, it would have either been you or the third. You found out Yuzu had something so important it was worth letting them all die to get it. Looking at the elder, Tsunade herself was beginning to shake. What had she missed while trying to balance all this bullshit recently? She had just started this boy was what got her here. Naruto. Look, there's got to be some mistake. Let's calm down and talk about Dash. Naruto, however, put a finger in his ear and wiggled it, inspecting it for wax after a moment and coming up empty. Yeah, I'd love to, but I'm on a time limit. So here's the deal, I'm gone. You're gonna hear from the daimyo, most likely soon. And then the Uzumaki clan is gonna be making some demands. Grinning, the now obvious to the 2 elder ninja clone held up a middle finger. I'd say it's been fun, but honestly it's been pretty shit. Dispelling, several explosions ripped through the village. Looking out the window, Tsunade didn't know many of the locations, but one she did know was the old home of Kushina and Minato. Turning back to Danzo, the woman balled a fist as the door to her office burst open, several umbu piling inside. What have you done? Danzo shook his head, for once truly innocent. Believe me or not, I did nothing. I did not want to alienate the boy any more than he already was. But someone else, most likely very short-sighted, does not agree with me. We must get to the bottom of this quickly. Oh yeah? And why shouldn't I punt you out the door and have you arrested? Because if we don't get to the bottom of this and hopefully show him the results, we may just find out if he was bluffing or not. I will not bear witness to the fall of the leaf. Tsunade turned to everyone standing around. Go put out the fires. I want investigations and reports on my desk ASAP. Move. Watching all of the gathered ninja leave, she was left with Danzo and Shizune. This isn't over at all. But for the village's sake, we have work to do. Inside, Danzo was furious. Whoever had thrown this wrench in his plans was destined for something much worse than death when he was done with them. Yes. We do. Turning and leaving, the elder had his own ninja to give orders to. Someone's head would roll tonight. Several nations away, Naruto was grinning as he was greeted by a tired but happy Koyuki along with his friends. So, I've got an idea for you about your trains. Already? Yup. Naruto's eyes began to glow. How do you feel about digging underground? It had been a chaotic night of winding down, explaining the situation and finally crashing wherever they could for the Naruto group. But now with morning upon them and the sun beginning to peek through the windows, Naruto was up first and somewhat ready for a new day. Trudging his way through the halls of the mansion, it took him a bit to find his way around and reach a common area on the second floor. The room was rather massive as far as he was concerned and would have probably fit his entire apartment. A long table on his left coming through the door, several chairs and couches in the center with smaller tables in front of the three longer couches, and to the right was a fireplace and a large open space. That would be perfect for studying seals later on when they had downtime. Looking around the space and finding Koyuki already there, hair messy and wrapped in a robe, he made sure to knock on the door frame to announce his presence. Seeing her jump a little made him feel a little guilty, but he wiped the thought away. He was a ninja after all, walking silent was second nature. "Mornin', Koyuki." "Mornin', Naruto. The servants will be coming with breakfast soon, don't worry about making anything." Seating herself on a couch, the boy did the same, sitting on a long couch across from her. "What got you up so early?" Koyuki pointed at several stacks of papers on the table in front of her. "Beyond daimyo duties, I am still determined to continue my actress career. That somehow means lots of paperwork I have to keep up with, never mind now this mess with Konoha." Seeing him about to protest, she held up a hand. "No, don't worry about it and don't offer to deal with it yourself. This is what I want to do, so just relax and focus on your own plans." "Fine, fine. Well, I gotta wait for the others to get up before we can start planning. I have a lot I want to get to now that we're out of Konoha." Leaning back with a sigh, the older girl nodded. "I can only imagine. Gonna clue me in about what you want to do with my train soon?" "Yeah, that'll probably come up today." "Got some time?" "For you?" "All the time in the world." While she had her own designs for the future, she could focus on being a daimyo for now. "Soon though?" Hearing coughing, they both looked up to see Tayuya and Karen walking through the door, Karen in the lead and having used her sensing ability to find Naruto. Since they had left so quickly, they had been short of clothes. Naruto, however, had his own clothes sealed away on his person and loaned everyone sleepwear. Both girls were in baggy black sweatpants while Karen was in a white t-shirt that was big on her. Tayuya just opted for a sports bra, less laundry that way. Tayuya was already grinning, morning whiskers. "Mornin'. You seen Hinata or Ino yet?" Karen nodded as both girls sat together on a smaller couch. "They're on the way, I can sense them moving about." "Good, I want to get to working on upcoming plans." Tayuya groaned. "You're just a regular worker bee, aren't you?" Chuckling, the boy thought about his clones. "I sure can make a bunch of me." Hearing shuffling, he looked up again to see Hinata using her Byakugan to find them and a tired Ino shuffling after her. More loaned clothes, Ino in sweats and another white t-shirt, while Hinata was just in an old hoodie of his he had forgotten about that covered her to her thighs. Was he really that much taller than her already? Both girls mumbling greetings, they dropped down on either side of Naruto, Ino looking ready to fall back asleep. "Well, that's everyone. I know it's early, but I want to start planning things out and setting the tone for what we're hoping for." Koyuki nodded. "Rebuilding Yuzu is on your list, correct?" "Yeah. I'm thinking we can head there first, start the rebuilding process now since it'll probably take the most time." Koyuki thought about it. Where Yuzushio used to be was much further south, possibly a prime space for farmland. Cultivating farmland would probably be for the best at first. "That yeah, but I want Whirlpool and Spring to be allies, which means we should give something back. So I was thinking, maybe we could become a secret manufacturing hub for you." That caught Koyuki off guard. "That's why you want to connect with rail then?" "It would allow for faster shipping of heavy materials. And people." Karen was following along while she thought quietly. She had an idea herself. If the train is already going to be far enough underground to be traveling under the shallow ocean waters, security would be less of a factor. One of the problems with Yuzu was that in order for ships to reach the village, the seals maintaining the whirlpools had to be redirected or shut down to allow passage. An underground rail means no ships are needed and the whirlpools can be active all the time. Naruto was grinning. "That was my idea. But, we'll need to make a stop on the way there." "A stop?" Karen was leaning forward as she asked her question. "Yeah, there's this bridge builder in the land of Wave. Tazuna. He's a good man, been through a lot. My team's first major mission was protecting him and things went sideways fast. I want to see if maybe we could convince him to come on board helping us rebuild the village." Tazuna was a fantastic designer after all. Naruto could provide nearly limitless manpower, but he didn't necessarily know what to do with it. Koyuki liked the idea so far. How about Yuzu becomes Spring's ninja village? Naruto looked up in surprise and the daimyo hurried to explain. "We still have snow ninja, sure, but our numbers are much smaller. But for the public we'll keep them and foster a small force. However, Yuzu can be our actual main force, kept in the dark and in the shadows. We don't want the rest of the world learning about Yuzushio until it's ready after all." Naruto leaned back with a hand to his chin as he considered that. "You would be relying on us for your country's defense. That's a lot of trust, Koyuki. Koyuki shrugged. It's you, I have no reason not to trust you. I know you'll do right by us. We can start the tunnel construction right away as well as a show of good faith. Huh? Pausing and reminding himself that right now he was currently surrounded by people that he could actually trust, he agreed to her idea. Okay. So rebuild Yuzu, join the two nations, try to get assistance from Tazuna in Wave. Tayuya held up a hand. You know, as much as clones can speed up the process, you're going to need actual live people. No reason to rebuild a nation with no one living there. Karen chimed in as well. We know the location of several sound bases that hold prisoners, we could free them. Naruto met her gaze. We'll need to give them the choice, however. Join Spring or Yuzu, or go about their own devices. I don't want to force anyone to come with us. Tayuya just smirked. Trust me, most if not all of them will come with us. You don't know how sound treats people. Plus, there are lots of war-torn places in the nations. Give the people a chance to rebuild in a quiet place where there's no chance of conflict and they'll flock to you. Hinata tapped Naruto on the shoulder, gaining his attention. While I don't know a lot about seals, I do remember what I've seen about the Leaf Village's wall. My team was on the wall reconstruction a few times. There are tons of seals that deal with concealment, chakra negation, and environmental control. We should think about doing the same for the Yuzu Islands. That'd be smart. We could probably build fortress islands as well around the main island as buffers. Karen bounced the idea off of Hinata, who agreed with her. Naruto brought the conversation back to labor. Okay, so I'm thinking we don't relax just yet. Full steam ahead. We can pack up and head for Wave, skirting the border between the Land of Fire and Hot Springs for most of the trip. If we get Tazuna to agree to help, I'll place a Hiration tag in Wave so we can quickly move back and forth between here and there. We can start the rebuilding process first while I supplement with clones, and when labor issues start popping up we can make plans to start raiding Orochimaru. Tayuya didn't want to be anywhere near the snake, but if it meant getting back at the bastard, she was all for it. I'm down. Karen unsealed her bag of Uzumaki scrolls. We'll need to make time to go through these as well. I'd like to learn as well. Naruto nodded, thinking of his own storage scroll with what few Uzumaki records he had been able to obtain. I'll help you out, let's leave that stuff here just in case. This is gonna be our home base for a while. Koyuki waved a hand. Stay here as long as you need, there's no shortage of space. Looking back, she saw her staff laying out breakfast. Hey, let's eat, and then you lot can plan or head out. The sun was only a little higher now, but the group was hopeful that something new was coming to fruition before them. A new day in Konoha meant new problems. Though life moved on and the civilian population had no clue to the issues facing the village, a good portion of the ninja population was in a panic. In the Hokage Tower, Tsunade herself was at her seat at the head of the council chambers, sleep-deprived and angry. Just behind her was a visibly angry Jiraiya who had his arms crossed over his broad chest. Assembled around her were the heads of the ninja clans, along with the civilian side of the council and the elders. Also today in attendance were Teams July 8th, 10 and Team Guy. Currently there was scattered chatter as Tsunade rubbed her temples. This was not how she wanted to start her day. One of the civilian members, a stout man in his 40s with dark hair, slammed a hand on the table. We knew that boy was going to cause trouble. And here we are, several sites around the village destroyed, an apartment complex nearly burned to the ground, a historical site destroyed, and apparently reports that the Uzumaki temple might have been ransacked? All because we pushed back his promotion. Jiraiya, however, leaned forward to put an end to that argument. Actually, it was someone else who torched Naruto's apartment last night. I only got a flash of a non-leaf headband before the attacker disappeared down into the catacombs. Can only imagine where they are now. Danzo sighs. That labyrinth will be near impossible to search to completion, and there are more than a few exits that leave the village itself. Something I had been pleading with the council to work on putting stronger restrictions on. The man was inside seething. Someone had undone years' worth of work and effort and put the Leaf Village in a precarious position. That would not be allowed to stand for long. Danzo was not above making heads roll, publicly, if needed. It was Tsum who leaned forward now, gaining everyone's attention. While her anger was usually legendary, everyone was put off by the cold rage on her face. So we lose one of our own, a possible future clan head if the boy was allowed to grow up some, and we have no clue where he is? That's unacceptable. She and the rest of the council was unaware of the two new Uzumaki that had been found. Tsunade, however, decided it was best to get that knowledge out in the open. Though she wouldn't voice Naruto's threat since she was certain she could make sure it would not come to pass. There's actually a problem there as well. The Uzumaki clan has sought asylum elsewhere, out of fear for their lives. Seeing everyone around her mutter, she pressed on. Apparently some of Naruto's clan mates had come to the village to find him. He actually would have been made a full clan head in light of that discovery if he had been allowed to stay. Watching everyone's reactions, she didn't miss several of the civilian members flinch. Interesting. One woman of the civilian council, dressed in a fine kimono and smelling of roses, raised a hand. Be that as it may, he was a leaf ninja, was he not? Why would he not trust the leaf to protect him? Shouldn't you list him as a missing nin and force him to return? It was the ever-watchful Hayashi that raised his voice, coughing to gain everyone's attention first. The Uzumaki clan is an elder clan within the leaf. Naruto's status as clan head would trump his status as a ninja. As such, if as clan head he decided it was best to leave the leaf for the betterment of his clan, then he was free to do so. All of the clans agreed to such measures at the formation of the leaf. While the clan's new forming villages was for the good of everyone in the long run, sometimes things changed and legal means to leave were needed to avoid war. The first man of the civilian council frowned as he looked back at the assembled teams sitting behind the ninja council. Their numbers were off, he noticed. Seems to me the Uzumaki brat took more than just his clan. Seems kidnapping is on his list of misdeeds last night. Thankful the bigoted man opened his mouth, Hayashi continued on, while this was not voiced out loud, as clan heir my daughter was given express permission to pursue a relationship by any means necessary in an effort to foster a future union of our clans. This however is a clan affair, not under the supervision of the council. Tsunade sighed. Hinata however is still just a leaf nin, even if she is the favored heir to the Hyuga. Clan matters always come first, Lady Hokage, you know that. Did you not travel for years for your own clan duties? He owed this woman no favors and she had not gained his trust in the slightest yet. He was willing to throw her under the proverbial akimichi as it were. Though Hayashi was stretching the truth a bit about Hinata still being heir, no one but him and her knew that. Her sensei might have had an inkling about it but no hard proof. Hiding a smirk, he knew he had leverage. Seeing eyes turning to himself, Inoichi crossed his arms. Don't. The Yamanaka foster strong independent values early on in all of our members. If my daughter, and also a clan heir, has decided taking sides with the Uzumaki is in her best interest, then I support that. Unless I receive a letter of ransom or resignation, I will continue to assume my daughter is a proud kunoichi of the leaf on official clan business. While he had no machinations like the Hyuga, he would do or say whatever necessary to keep Ino out of the line of fire. He was worried sick about her, but he knew she could handle herself. In the stands above where they were waiting most likely to be questioned, the assembled teams talked among themselves. Everyone was questioning Team 7 about Naruto and what might have driven him to leave. Had he been acting different? Were things really so bad for him? Sakura and Sasuke both knew that yes, things had not been great for the boy, but they couldn't exactly come out and say why. How could they? Hey, our friend was actually used as a sacrifice to imprison an ancient demon of immeasurable power since he was a baby and he's been treated like dirt ever since for it? Yeah, sure. That'd go over well. Kiba was furious that it seemed like Naruto took Hinata away, though he wouldn't say why. Yes, she was his teammate, but there was more there. Shino quietly admitted that he was sure Hinata was the one that convinced Naruto to take her with him. The quiet boy had been watching Hinata a bit more closely than anyone else had realized. Both boys agreed, however, one reluctantly, that if Naruto was protecting them then they were at least in good hands. They'd all know via a massive explosion somewhere after all if something happened. Through all the talk Kakashi was quiet, a troubled look on his face. He has his own thoughts on the matter, but he wasn't going to be voicing them, allowing the genin to get it out of their systems. Guy is watching Kakashi but makes no move to bring it up with Asuma and Kurenai. His rival was thinking hard about something, and it was itching his brain that he recognized the look on the Cyclops' face. He'd corner the other jounin later and ask him about it. For now the senseis quieted down the group, reminding them that soon the council would be calling them down one by one to be interviewed. They all knew one of their missing friends in some capacity. After all, any information might help future meetings or concerns. All of them settled in for what was looking like a long day. 2 weeks after their first night in snow, Naruto and his group were just making their way into Wave. The journey had been relatively easy. Keeping to the hot spring side of the border, they had an easy time avoiding patrols from the leaf. Now however, as the group were putting away their headbands and walking on the road towards a truly massive bridge, Naruto was grinning. It's still crazy to see. Ino was looking up in wonder. This is the bridge you guys helped defend? This builder guy really knows his stuff. You know it. He calls himself a super builder for a reason. Laughing and walking, Naruto pausing as his eyes land on a statue built in the middle of the road. It was Team 7, with a plaque on the bottom facing them. Reading its contents, he went from curious to majorly touched with moments. That old bastard, he'd have words with him when he found him. Hinata however leaned over his shoulder. The great Naruto bridge, where our country had our hopes and dreams returned to us by a kind but determined man. We thank Team 7 for helping us in our time of need." Turning wide eyes to the boy, she smiled gently at the raw emotion on his face. "I'm guessing you didn't know, Naruto?" "Hell no. Old drunk." Muttering and turning away, the boy walked along while scrubbing his eyes. Ino and Tayuya both remained silent while Karen walked next to Hinata. "Seems he has a habit of helping people." Hinata nodded. "That's Naruto." As they followed the boy and looked around the bustling town, they made it further and further away from the main roads, eventually coming across a quiet home tucked away on the outskirts of town. They all watched as Naruto knocked on the door and waited. Door opening and being greeted by a very beautiful dark-haired woman, she was all smiles as she recognized Naruto instantly. "Naruto. Welcome back. Come in, who are your friends? Where's your team?" Naruto chuckled as he let the girls go in first before following himself. "That's a long story I only want to tell once. Is Tazuna here?" Tsunami bustled to the living room, instructing everyone to sit while she prepared refreshments. "Yes, just a moment." Disappearing into the kitchen, she raised her voice. "Father. Naruto has returned." Hearing a thump from upstairs, all of the assembled ninja were soon greeted by the sight of a bespectacled older man who was grinning brightly. "Naruto, my boy. Welcome back." Coming forward, he pulled the boy into a hug that was returned easily. Pulling away after a moment, Tsunami coming in and offering everyone tea, the elder looked around and frowned. "This isn't the team you were here with last. Do you ninja normally switch teams like this? Lotta cute girls too." Blushing, Naruto shook his head. "No, might as well have a seat, a lot has happened since you last saw me." Watching Tazuna and Tsunami doing just that, Naruto began talking about the last half year. From the crazy Chunin exams, the secrets surrounding his clan and his village's council. He left out anything involving strictly ninja matters. He didn't want them into much trouble if Leaf came calling after all. But as he laid out the story and was wrapping up, he could tell both seemed much more angry than he thought they would be. As he finished, Tazuna was already pacing the floor. "Those ingrates. To think we've been sending all of our mission requests through them. Sure, they were minor, but we supported them because of you. I've even referred other people. Oh, just they wait. I'll find another village to deal with from here on." Naruto grinned. "That's kind of actually why we're here." Seeing Tazuna pause his pacing and look at the boy. "You see, I'm here to rebuild Uzushio. Wave is the closest island after all to assemble. I was hoping to gain the help of a really awesome designer and builder that I know." Tazuna flexed an arm with a smile. "Well, look no further, I'll help you no matter what. We've been doing well since you got rid of Gato, and I've got the manpower." Naruto shook his head. "I'm planning on rebuilding a nation. I think you're going to need a lot more help than you have here. So I'm going to be back and forth providing lots and lots of clones." Tazuna nodded. "It's going to be hard to transport people over water to the other island." He thought hard about that one. Karen finally raised a hand. "We actually have a suggestion about that." Seeing the elder turn to her, the girl spread her hands. "We're actually tunneling from another nation to Yuzu. We could do the same thing here." Tazuna nodded. "Underwater tunnel wouldn't be a bad idea. It's concealable and can be quickly sealed in emergencies." "You said you can provide massive amounts of manpower?" Naruto nodded. "Then you should stay here for a while. We can draw up plans and get to work by tomorrow if we're industrious. The tunnel will be the easy part. The real work starts once we get to the main island of Uzushio. I'll have to spend some real time designing something." Naruto nodded. "There are 2 main islands and about 7 minor islands. I want to use the main island closest to Wave as a more open civilian sector, while the second main island will be more ninja-oriented." Tazuna's mind was already planning and building away, so a civilian city and a ninja fortress. "Okay. You got a timeline, kid?" "Nope. But I plan on bringing in people as soon as we can. I can pay for the construction to start." Naruto unsealed a scroll given to him from Koyuki to give to Tazuna if he agreed, which he tried to give to the old man. Tazuna waved the kid away. "Don't you worry about payment. Instead, how about Yuzu accepts Wave as a subordinate state once it's rebuilt?" Everyone's eyes went wide. Hinata, who understood the further ramifications of that, stood. "Do you know what you'd be doing?" Tazuna waved her away as well. "Don't you worry your cute head, girly. Wave wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this kid. Say, if it makes you feel better, we'll start making all of our mission requests through you starting now. Consider that you paying off your debt for the reconstruction." Tazuna was holding out a hand to the boy, who took a moment but eventually took it and shook firmly. "You got a deal, Gramps." Reaching into a pocket and unsealing what he needed, Naruto hands Tazuna 2 Hiration tags. "These are seals that allow me to travel back and forth between places almost instantly. Place one in a secure room no one will bother, and the other I'd say somewhere safe in the village. Maybe at the bridge, just in case." Tazuna nodded. Got it. Welp, you look like you want to get to it right away, but we have some design work to do first. Motioning to everyone to follow him, Tazuna started leading them to the basement. I want everyone's input. This is going to be your home after all. You should have a say. Tsunami dear? Let Inari know when he gets in I'm working, this might turn into an all-nighter. No worries father, I'll bring dinner down for you all later. Tsunami knew once he got started he wouldn't stop until he either passed out or finished. It was looking to be a busy time again for Wave. She'd go and start warning some of his usual crew to assemble the next morning. Mind set, she was out the door to make some stops and shop for extra food supplies. As the day progressed, Naruto having to make a trip with the older man back to Spring in order for him to get specifications on Spring's trains and their rail requirements, they were soon back in Wave and working through the night with the rest of the group. The initial plan was 2 parts. Not far from the main road coming into Wave they would excavate a large space to eventually build a train station. Starting there they would begin digging and building the tunnel to Yuzu. Looking at a map, Tazuna realized the first leg of the journey was less than 50 kilometers. That was however a massive amount of resources for a rail line. Never mind the apparently 650-ish kilometers between Yuzu and Spring. Finally looking at the letter Koyuki sent, Tazuna noted that Spring would be reimbursing any investment of local metals and equipment used for construction, along with massive funds for the project. First part secured, Tazuna then pointed out the second part with Karen's help. The Yuzu Islands were still somewhat protected by both the whirlpools themselves but also some active seals. That meant once the first half of the tunnel was underway, Naruto and Karen would have to go with Tazuna to the southern island personally to mark the exit site and start digging from there to ensure no seals would interfere. Naruto promised to learn what he could so that he could begin that portion of the project himself. As long as Tazuna did his math correctly, both tunnels would build from each end and meet up underground. Once that was complete they would begin the civilian city designs and break ground. From there Naruto and the group would begin their next plan, raiding Orochimaru facilities. Because from there they could funnel the people they saved towards the reconstruction project. Tazuna now on board with the plan, everyone turned in for the night as they realized it was possibly going to be the last real day of rest they were going to get. The next day, true to their thoughts, Naruto and Tazuna were the first up and already out of the house. Sun barely rising above the horizon, Tazuna and an assembled group of his best construction team got ready to work. At the end of town opposite of the bridge they stood looking at a wooded area. However there was nothing man-made between them and the shoreline from here. Tazuna and his men had already begun to set up work tables and benches while tools and equipment were being unloaded from wagons. So here's the deal men, we're going to be clearing a 200 meter by 100 meter square here. Lengthwise heading toward the shoreline at this angle. As he talked he pointed at a blueprint attached to a stand. He then motioned to the water, from there the tunnel construction will begin. Blasting will almost exclusively be performed by the resident knucklehead here, though we should be drilling the blast holes ourselves at first until he learns how it works. He will also be supplementing our manual labor with one of his ninja skills. Each of you will be getting a team of blonde ninja, so don't freak out. We should also clear a 50 meter and 50 meter square just to the right of the main space for materials and concrete mixing. Our main focus is the tunnel first, then the station. Got it. Getting a chorus of agreements, Naruto paced away from the group before making a family cross seal. Kagebushin no Jutsu. Smoke filling the morning air, 1,000 clones all stood waiting orders. Tazuna sighed as several of his workers twitched, that might be too many right away Naruto. One of the nearest Narutos shrugged, the more the merrier we say. Taking a deep breath, Tazuna turned to his own crew, well what are you waiting for, you all know your specialties, let's get to work. Grab some ninja and start giving orders. Turning away the older man walked back towards the dumbstruck men at the wagon. They were going to need a lot more tools. Already Narutos were in and out of one of the 6 assembled wagons, distributing tools and emptying it completely within moments. Leaning up to the wagon crews he pointed back to town, get every shovel, pickage, regular axe, everything you can find, this man is dead set on making progress. Getting salutes, the first wagon was manned and already headed back to town. Turning back to the worksite Narutos were already being directed. Some were working as logging teams to cut down trees using liberal amounts of wind chakra while others were working as ground prep teams, digging and turning earth with massive efficiency. One clone was running up to Tazuna already, do we have a space to dump dirt and rocks? Tazuna shook his head, not thinking they'd even get close to digging anything today. He should have known better. Clear a space next to the other smaller clear zone, use that for dirt dumping and rocks. Make sure to separate them properly as some of the rock, or most of it, will be needed for the concrete. The clone saluted and ran away. On it, already several trees were falling and being hauled to the first smaller clear zone that was itself being cleared of trees and greenery to be processed into usable wood. This progress was really insane if he thought about it. Only this inconceivable kid could do something like this. Seeing another 2 wagons leaving the site to procure more tools, Tazuna began walking among the crews. They seemed to be working out from the road. Clearing large trees first, then smaller bushes and shrubs, followed lastly by digging and turning the dirt. This process normally took several days of hard work, but these ninja were going to complete this first step in what looked like an hour, maybe less. Deciding to head straight for where he knew the tunnel construction would be, he noticed there still were many more Narutos with nothing to do. Walking up to an idle group of a dozen, he grinned and motioned for them to follow him. Who wants to blow something up? Their eyes lighting up, they followed him without question. Coming to the end of the square he had mapped out mentally, he found the clearing crews already here working on the trees in whatever way they could. Having mentally kept the distance counting in his head, he pointed to his left and his right. One of you go 50 meters that way and 50 meters the other, you're gonna be our markers for now. 2 clones saluted and ran away to do as they were told. Tazuna turned to another one. Where's the actual Naruto? I need him too. 1 clone saluted and dispelled. Within a moment another Naruto was at his side. Yo, what's up, Tazuna? You still using those crazy explosives? Oh yeah. Do you have a way of directing the blast in specific directions? Or shaping it? Naruto nodded. Sure can. I can even making the tags inject the blast into rock itself to break it apart. What do you need? Perfect. Something uniform we can use over and over. Say, a charge that blasts straight in the direction you point it with the force of like 1 stick of dynamite. It does need to be able to penetrate bedrock. Naruto nodded again and pulled out a scroll along with sealing ink and a brush. Clones lining up behind him, he began sealing away. Each completed tag was ripped free and handed to a clone who put it on the ground where Tazuna directed them. As around them the space was being cleared as well, their view of the road already free of trees. By the time Naruto had finished 20 of the tags, Tazuna asked him to pause. Okay, how much time do you need to set off the tags? It's instant. Okay. Raising his voice, Tazuna looked at all of the clones around them. Clear the area, blasting is going to start. It was still somewhat early, but he hoped the townspeople would understand. Once the area was clear, Tazuna gave the go-ahead to Naruto. Making a single hand seal, the ground erupted across the space they were in. 2 lines extending 20 meters ahead of them were excavated in an instant, the dirt and rock loosened up and ready to be removed. Tazuna turned to the assembled Narutos. Time to clear out the loose dirt and rock and we'll blast the next section once you're done. Watching as the Narutos listened instantly, many using even just their hands and jackets as they lacked tools, a line of Narutos began moving along the field, taking dirt and rock and depositing it into the other cleared section to be sorted and used later. Nodding, Tazuna made a note that it looked like that cleared the earth down to about 2 meters. Just about perfect to start. We're going to make some good progress here, kid. Naruto nodded and firmed his resolve. His skills may have been originally meant for killing. But if he could turn it into something to build a future, he'd make that trade no problem. Behind him he felt actual chakra and turned to see the rest of his group finally awake. Ah, done sleeping? Tayuya frowned. Not all of us need to be up at the crack of dawn. Naruto sighed and scratched his head as Ino and Karen looked at the slowly growing mound of dirt and rock not far away. You okay? Ino had a thought about training her earth affinity. She hadn't gotten the chance before leaving. This would be the perfect time to do so. Actually, I figure you'll need bricks or rock slabs, right? I can make them as a form of training. It'd be something she could do to help as well. Karen nodded. I was thinking the same thing. My earth affinity is weaker, but I can still use the time to train. Tazuna nodded and motioned with his hands. Can you make uniform bricks about this big? Ino looked and mimed his hands with her own. Sure, I can do that. Tazuna pointed at the ever-growing mound. Then have at it. I was only planning on using the rock, but if you can change the dirt into strong bricks, I'll welcome it. Both girls nodding, they ran off in the company of 2 Naruto clones. Tayuya, however, had a different idea, and turned to who she hoped was the real Naruto. Hey, I hate to be a downer, but I don't have a real use here, and we kinda brainstormed something while we were on the way here. Naruto looked up at her from where he was beginning to draw more seals, seeing that the line they made was about to be cleared up. What's up? Well, I should head back and act as a guard for you know who. Just in case the leaf tries something. Hinata chimed in. We all figured at least one of us should be with her at all times. Naruto thought it over, and also considered that Tayuya still wanted to be as far from the leaf and Orochimaru as possible. So he nodded and motioned for a clone to grab the older red head. Now that we have a tag here, we can come and go pretty easy. Let Koyuki know we'll be making progress and we will update her as often as possible. Tayuya nodded as the clone grabbed her shoulder. Sure thing, and make sure to come get me when we start raiding the snake bastard. Receiving an agreement, Tayuya and the clone disappeared. Left alone among the Naruto clones and Naruto himself, Hinata looked over his shoulder as he drew seals. She had been curious about seals herself, but never had given any time to learning them. She had nothing but time now. Can I learn seals as well? Naruto looked up in surprise before nodding. Hell yeah, I'll explain as I go. It's like learning a new language really as you get going. Setting about explaining how he made this current exploding tag, he unsealed a basic sealing book and handed it to the girl, glad that someone outside of the clan was interested in the techniques as well. Idly ripping free tags and handing them to clones, he mentally prepared for the days to come. It was going to be slow going at first, but he was ready to start their future. Another warning followed by blowing apart another section of field. A grin stretched across his face. Yeah, this was good. Freedom was good. Omake. Konan considered herself a very patient woman. Watching over the real body of Nagato while also making public appearances within Rain and wrangling their ninja and the Akatsuki. Yes, she considered herself very patient. But it was more than that. She also knew that especially in an organization that prided itself on only having the best of the best, she was more than a match for any of her peers. That said, of late she was irked, to say the least. Because she was surrounded by horndog virgins. Haiden and Kakuzu didn't count in her mind. One was a religious zealot and the other was only focused on money and nothing else. Women were the last thing either of those two thought of, even if Haiden liked the female form well enough. His words. Sasori was more puppet than man and she had enough toys, thank you very much. Kisame might be interesting, he was tall, fit and handsome in a vicious carnivore sort of way. But apparently he liked overflowing melons to tidy apples. Unfortunate, but some just couldn't understand the real justice of petite women. Not that she knew. She was well equipped, and if anyone said otherwise they were a liar and a coward. She wasn't upset that Daidara apparently spanked it to her. No, as a powerful kunoichi that still prided herself not just on her strength and skill, but she was still somewhat vain. Having others admire her was ego-boosting. So knowing some of the world's most powerful ninja lusted after her? That was a heady mix of ego boost she couldn't get anywhere else. And Itachi apparently did as well? Oh yes, she secretly jumped for joy for that particular heartthrob. There was however one small, ever so important detail, that was upsetting her. You would think these powerful ninja, men that could send armies running for their lives, would actually come forward and ask her out on a date at least once. Sure, Deidara she could understand. He had no experience with women at all. She was willing to teach, willing to lead him by the hand into the joys of manhood. But no. He'd rather enjoy his picture and lust from afar. Weak. And what about Itachi? Sure, she could go for the cold and mysterious, but surely he didn't expect her to ask him out instead? He had to have some experience with women by now, so surely he could catch the hint? The locked gazes, an idle show of skin, and yet nothing. Was he ace? Gay? She needed answers, damn it. Next to her, Nagato just sighed. He wouldn't bring up the fact that through his chakra he could feel the various emotions running through the woman. Again met full force with her mix of annoyance, lust, happiness and anger. One day he'd have to either take the woman out to get laid or maybe take a different body and do it himself. She was his friend and didn't necessarily feel that way about her, but he'd make sure a friend was cared for. It was what friends were for. 2 weeks, that was the amount of time that Naruto and his little group had spent in waves so far. Day in and day out of blasting, digging, and sculpting out their now underwater tunnel. Stepping down from the smaller minecart they used to transport actual people and materials, Tazuna looked around. He knew the process would be sped up with Naruto adding massive amounts of clones to the campaign, but just how much progress they had made was startling. Deep within the tunnel to check progress, Tazuna had to strain his eyes a bit as the dim mining lights weren't the strongest things in the world. But here the Narutos were, now almost completely working on their own as they excavated dirt and rock and piled it off to the side. No longer needing to take it all the way back to the main site, Karen was working her nature chakra to full effect, building bricks from the material at a steady pace while his own more experienced crew directed Naruto's in where to place them. Along with them, Ino was focused on the walls and the ceiling, injecting her chakra into the earth and hardening the bedrock further into a dense reinforced concrete. Once a section of wall was completed, a Naruto would supervise while Hinata was drawing seals every 50 meters. Apparently once he informed Naruto that air needed to be pumped through the tunnel, they came up with a seal that would do just that, moving air from the surface and through the tunnel. Standing in the middle of the narrowed-down tunnel, now only 50 meters wide though 15 meters tall, Tazuna figured they were setting a great pace and Naruto could be trusted to do this on his own now. Looking around and finding one idle, he walked up to the mismatched-eyed boy and tapped his shoulder. "You the real one?" The clone shook its head. "You need the boss?" Seeing Tazuna nod, the clone dispersed, having not been doing anything at the moment. Left alone for a few seconds, the Naruto with Hinata waved at her and turned to look around the tunnel. Finding Tazuna, the boy bounded his way. "What's up, Tazuna?" The old man motioned back to where he had come from. "Actually, I think this would be a good place to split up. You're going to have to start the tunnel on the Yuzu side now. You remember how I showed you to determine your direction and location while tunneling, right?" Naruto raised a hand and tilted it back and forth. "Yeah, mostly. Karen paid a lot of attention to, so I'm sure she can back me up if needed." Tazuna sighed. "You've got to be confident about this, otherwise the tunnel ends will drift apart and we'll never meet." "Well, Karen has this ability to sense where people are, so we can use that in the worst case to correct our course." Tazuna considered that before nodding. There was a backup at least. "Okay. Well, it's about noon now. I'll get a boat ready to go for in the morning and you can head out. Sound good?" Naruto nodded. "Sure thing, though with a split up your progress on this side will slow down." "Yeah, but we're actually already halfway there. My crews will be more focused now on delicate work, like lighting, emergency footpaths, and laying down gravel for the full-sized rails to come." "Okay, so we'll keep it up for today and tomorrow we'll head for the southern Yuzu island." Getting a thumbs up from Tazuna, the older man walked around to talk with some of the older non-ninja crew members. Naruto himself returned to Hinata's side, watching as she walked along the wall to the next section needing a wind seal. "How are you holding up, Hinata?" Hinata turned to Naruto, jacket wrapped around her waist from the humid heat in the tunnel. "I'm okay, Naruto." "What did Tazuna want?" "Let us know we're pretty much halfway and we should head to Yuzu tomorrow to start tunnel construction from that end." Mentally Naruto was excited. They would finally be setting foot on his ancestral home. Hinata could see the joy on the boy's face. "That's exciting news. Are we stopping here to go now?" Shaking his head, the boy looked out over the sea of working clones. "Nah. We should make as much progress as we can before we leave. Once we do, it's all up to Tazuna and his guys." Seeing a tired Ino walk his way, she sat down against the wall with a sigh. "Worn out, Ino? You have no idea. My reserves are improving like crazy because of this, but it's still crazy work." Looking up at him, she grinned brightly. "I'll be good in a bit, just need to take a break." Naruto nodded, his own reserves actually feeling the burn a bit this last week. As the tunnel lengthened, he had more room for all of his clones to actually get work done. Which meant he had been making more than he probably should have. Thankfully, this was the type of thing that didn't mentally overload him, simple work able to be discarded easily. Even if he had a weird craving to start sculpting rock, weird. Soon Karen joined the four, body spent. "I'm guessing you're low on chakra too, Ino?" Ino nodded. "Oh yeah, how are you?" "Nearly out, gonna take a long break." Naruto pushed away from the wall. "I'll see about getting us lunch then, we still have a long day ahead of us." Seeing Hinata pull out a Hiration tag and wrap it around her wrist, the boy grinned and teleported away back to Tazuna's house and hopefully food. Ino stretched out with a moan. "Can't believe we're actually doing it." Karen nodded. "Naruto really is something, isn't he?" Her voice was wistful and both other girls picked up on that. Hinata smiled. "He's always been special, but now he has something even more important than himself to work for." All three of the girls sitting in silence for a minute, the pale-eyed girl sat down between the other two. "How do you think things are in the Leaf?" Ino snorted. "Besides shitting bricks? I bet my team is enjoying the peace and quiet without me there to nag them to death. My mom and dad are probably worried about me, and I should write a letter to them soon and at least let them know I'm okay." Pausing and looking over at her friend, Ino nudged the other girl. "Any regrets?" Hinata shook her head quickly. "I'll miss Kurenai-sensei for sure. But I'm sure my team understands why I left. I worry a bit for my little sister, but father favored her heavily, so I'm not too worried about her being treated badly. I might write a letter to my team as well, to at least ease their minds." Popping back into existence in front of them within a few minutes, Naruto was all smiles as he carried several plates of food held in his arms with chakra. "Hope you're all hungry." Distributing food and sitting down himself, the small group would have a quick bite to eat before getting back to work. It was odd for them to use their skills for something other than ninja combat. It was almost comparable to D-rank missions, something they had all at one point or another complained as useless non-ninja work. Now, however, they were seeing it in a different light. This could be some of the most valuable work they'd ever do. Settling themselves in for the rest of the evening, it was going to be a long day. It was the next day that found the group up at the crack of dawn. Still half asleep in some cases, excited and energized in others, the group was aboard a chartered boat and making their way to Yuzu. Naruto and Karen had spent all night poring over the Uzumaki notes and books again in order to better understand the whirlpools and the environmental seals that held them in place. And today, nearly vibrating with energy, they both felt that they could get them to where they needed to go. Ino had passed back out once on board, but Hinata was trying to wake herself up as she watched the excited pair. Their boat captain warned them it wouldn't be a long trip, maybe half an hour at their current speed. The two Uzumaki sitting at the bow of the boat and just barely holding back from jumping off and running over the ocean instead, Hinata moved to wake Ino back up. True to the captain's words, the fishing boat soon caught sight of the rocky terrain of the Yuzu shoreline. Getting their first view and holding in the well of emotions it brought forward, Karen noted that indeed, trying to bring ships between the various whirlpools and the rocky outcroppings was most likely suicide. However, something was bothering her as she thought about how the mix of artificial and natural whirlpools were going. Turning to the other Uzumaki with her, Karen voiced her concern. All of the whirlpools are online. Shouldn't at least some of them be deactivated from the invasion? Naruto shrugged. They might have come from a different direction, we'll have to scout and see. But we can't turn them off unless we're on land. Naruto thought about that before nodding and unsealing his sword. Turning back to the captain watching them from the wheelhouse, Naruto raised his voice. About how far are we from shore, you think? The captain looked out over the water. This is about as close as I can get. We're still about half a mile out, I think. Naruto nodded. Thanks. Motioning for the others to step away from him, he made sure the seal inscribed at the base of this weapon was still there before asking mental forgiveness for what he was about to do. Judging the distance himself a bit more, Naruto spun once before hurling the weapon with all his might. Sword shooting off towards the island like a javelin, Naruto gathered the girls up and made sure they were all holding on to him at some point before waiting a full minute just in case. Thanks for the lift, Captain. In a flash, they were gone. On a rocky beach, the Kubikurabocho landed with a loud crash and a plume of dust. Not a second later, a flash of light dumped 4 teens on the beach with it. Everyone landing in a heap. Naruto and Karen were the first up, stars in their eyes as they realized they were finally on the southern Yuzu island. They had made it to Yuzu. Jumping and hugging each other, the pair did restrain themselves from running ahead. Pulling his sword from the earth and sealing it away, the group made their way up the rocks and came upon a forest barrier. Taking to the trees with Naruto in the lead, the group made their way inward. They needed a spot relatively clear and a little more inland than directly on the beach itself. Not even a full minute of hopping trees, they were dumped out into a wide and open field. The space was wide open fields as far as they could see. Overgrown grasses and weeds had taken over what looked like the ruins of a town or village that had once sat here. The display froze Karen and Naruto in place for a while, neither bringing themselves to move. Hinata and Ino tried coming forward to try and comfort the two. This was once where their ancestors lived, taken down early by the greed of other villages. Naruto shook himself free first, turning back to gauge the rising sun. We're here to bring all of this back and make sure it never happens again. Unsealing tools and equipment borrowed from Tazuna to gauge the direction he needed to start digging, Karen too wiped away tears that had begun to form and turned to help him. You're right, we can grab Tayuya and mourn later. When we've secured our future. Watching the Uzumakis shelve their grief for the moment, Hinata and Ino set about their own work while mentally making sure they would help their friends talk through their feelings later. Hinata unsealed their camping equipment, ready to set up their tents and cooking equipment. They could flash back and between the islands now that they had made it, but energy-wise it was better to just stay full-time. At least that was how Naruto put it. Ino was assisting Hinata with the work, using her earth chakra to help level the space for better sleeping. Naruto grinned as he dialed in their direction and started spamming clones in the hundreds. Time to get to work, boys. Yosh! Naruto however paused as the clones started clearing the area and cordoning off a square space much the same as the one in Wave. He made another 100 and gave them specific orders. You lot go scout the island and see if you can make your way to any of the other islands as well. Stay in groups of 4, place Hiration tags if you do make it to other islands, got it? On it, boss. The 100 clones were gone and dashing away across the field. Karen sighed and looked out at the field of clones who were already beginning to blast away into the ground and move dirt and rocks away. Some beginning, huh? Naruto nodded and clapped the girl on her shoulder. It'll all be worth it. Just watch. Hinata calls out to the pair, we should have enough food and seals to last us a few weeks, though fishing would probably help. Naruto turned away from Karen and walked towards Hinata to figure out supplies. Karen herself watched all the activity and decided he was right. This was worth it. Plus being on an island away from the rest of the world was a good way to hide for a while. Tsunade sighed, the new daily life within the leaf just wasn't the same to her without the little brat here. Maybe she could sneak off and go hunt him down? Join him on whatever crazy quest he was on? Nah. She had a duty here, a duty he himself had fought to make sure she could do, and she was going to do it. For him if no one else. Now if he asked her to leave? Shizun was walking into her office and breaking her chain of thought. A sealed scroll in her hand, the assistant handed it to the Hokage before bowing and returning to her desk quietly. Seemed the younger woman was just as upset still. Made sense. Moving to unseal the scroll and seeing the daimyo's seal, a ball of lead formed in her gut. Just what she needed to start her day. Tsunade Senju, current Hokage of the Leaf Village. I write you personally as it has come to my attention that a clan has left the village with grievances. This is unprecedented. No clan has uprooted and left the village since its founding. By my recall, truly the office of the Hokage has failed somewhere if even a founding clan like the Uzumaki have grown tired and decided to leave. And there are talks that the clan was stolen from? Assets illegally seized and sold? Normally I would not consider that news as even worth considering, but now thinking about how quickly the Leaf Village recovered from both the end of the Third Great War and then again after the disaster of the Kyubi attack. Well, those funds had to come from somewhere, and somehow I get the feeling that the office of the Hokage did not have what was necessary. These are major accusations that will require inquisition. You are on notice, Senju, the daimyo will be in touch again soon. Putting down the scroll with a heavy sigh, she needed to hope that someone could give her some good news. Attention from the daimyo was never a good thing long term. Flaring her chakra and waiting, her window was being opened by a rundown Jiraiya within minutes. Hey Tsunade, what do you need? Any idea who was after Naruto? Or where he went? No and no. Jiraiya sat down in the window and looked out over the village. The burnt wreck of Naruto's apartment sticking out like a sore thumb. Interviewing all of the rookie teams gave us nothing to go on. But my gut is telling me his team might know where he went. I'd say give them to a Yamanaka. Or even TNI. Tsunade shook her head, no. I won't do that to his team. If they are protecting him, they're doing the right thing at the moment. But if they're hiding something, who says they don't know who tried to kill him as well? Glaring at the man who cut her off, she waited until he could tell he had in fact crossed a line. I get you're upset, your godson is missing. But I want to know who tried to kill him on the double. That's your job until I say otherwise. We would know if something happened to him after all. Half of the elemental nations would probably end up a crater. Frowning but nodding, Jiraiya couldn't say anything against that. You're right. I'll check in with the toads periodically in case they hear something from him. I'll hunt down leads in the meantime. Wanting to lighten the mood a little and maybe motivate the pervert too, Tsunade leaned back a little. You find out who was after him, and may debut and I can finally have that drink, huh? Chuckling, Jiraiya saluted the older woman, giving an old man hope, huh? You really are worried yourself, aren't you? Not waiting for a response, the man was gone and leaping across the village. Tsunade sighed, Hermit is really on edge and it's more than just his godson missing. But what about? Shizun leaned back through the door, curious about something. Tsunade, I've been wondering something. Tsunade motioned for her to come in, pulling a secret bottle of sake out and pouring a cup. Sure, what is it? Shizun sighed but decided not to argue about the drinking right now. All of this seems to stem from the council overstepping themselves. How and why are you letting them? Tsunade thought about how to answer that without giving away too many secrets. Hiruzen had been sitting on a mountain of skeletons so high she still hadn't gotten around to figuring them all out. The things he'd done, authorized, or allowed to happen. Some of it made her sick. After the war, our ranks were thin and coffers empty. Rebuilding and training ninja takes money, and the clans pitched in, but the Hokage couldn't just come out and say it wasn't enough. So instead he made concessions with the civilian merchants. He would give them more influence on the council and some minor roles involving ninja, and in turn they would provide financial backing and civilian numbers of ninja candidates. This was a backroom sort of deal, the type that no one could find out about at the time. Now it doesn't matter so much because we can see in hindsight what happened. But why not scale it back when it's proving to become an issue? Because it's kind of an open secret with possible repercussions to our village's soft power. Soft power? Sure. We have soft power and physical. Physical is out military might, our ninja, skills, weapons. That's physical might. Soft power is political. It's what lets us go to the negotiating table and get what we want all without sacrificing lives. And right now the issue is if we want to nix the council, it would need to be because of something on the level of treason against the daimyo himself. And second issue, our funding. The office of the Hokage has been doing its best to fill the hole that it found itself in once we tapped the civilians for military funding, and with the latest funding we were getting from nations like Wave and Spring it was improving. Now though, for some reason those mission requests have dried up. Sighing heavily, the Hokage leaned back in her chair while looking up at the ceiling. Wave might make sense. We only had that contract because of Team 7. Spring as well, but the news of what happened shouldn't have reached them yet, and running escort missions for the metal shipments was good money. It would solve a lot of problems if we could find the assassin and find out who hired them then, correct? Tsunade nodded, exactly. If we could prove the civilians did more than just hinder a clan head, instead trying to kill him, that would have the daimyo stepping in and seizing their assets for us. Sounds like a complicated mess. Telling me. Taking a deep breath, the elder ninja sighed and refocused back on her work. Something about the way Jiraiya was acting still bothered her, but there wasn't much she could do except keep him focused. She hoped that maybe Naruto himself would send word soon. She missed the little brat. Naruto and the girls were all grinning at each other. Dirty, sweaty and more than a little excited, they look around anxiously at the smaller group of clones that were around them. The excitement was because after a week and a half of frenzied activity, they could hear voices on the other side of the wall. Not having electricity available on their end and having to resort to torches soaked in toad oil, Naruto now stood before the wall holding out a hand. An explosion would probably be a bad idea, Naruto. Ino piped up from where she was resting with an equally tired Karen. Dense chakra or not, working almost non-stop morning to night would wear anyone down. Naruto nodded while forming a Rasengan, something a little more controlled then. Taking the spinning and grinding technique, he used it to drill away at the wall. Crumbling away a large section, they were met with brighter light and the smiling faces of Tazuna and his crew. Shaving away more of the wall to give everyone space, they were met with cheers. Well, brat, when the others said they heard your blasting getting closer, I almost didn't believe them. I figured we had a few more days. Naruto gave a tired groan and stretched out his back, probably should have been, but we were excited. Looking over the boy's shoulder and seeing the ragged group, Tazuna nodded. Welp, you held up your end, did you prepare a space for us to get started on the other end? Naruto turned to look down the darker space. Sure did. Just like on your end, a 100 by 200 meter space cleared and flattened. I also clearing out most of the rubble and marked a space I'd like a monument to the dead built. Handing over a scroll with his idea, Tazuna nodded solemnly and pocketed the scroll. Well, with that, I think we all deserve a bit of a break. Tazuna motioned to waiting rail cars. So we're at the next phase then after a break? Yeah, we're gonna relax for a few days, and then figure out how to start sending people your way. Did you finish up the entrance cover? Currently it's still a little bare, but it'll be a fully enclosed warehouse space we're going to claim as an aid station for a while. Don't worry about anyone finding the entrance yet. Then we're out. Till later, old man. Hinata and Ino came forward together. Thank you, for everything, Tazuna. Karen wobbled her way to hug Naruto for support. Yes, thank you. It means everything. Tazuna rubbed the back of his head while around him his workers all chuckled. Ah shucks, this old man is just glad he can give back to you kids. Now we'll have something ready for refugees by the time you start sending them here, on my honor. We'll hold you to that, Tazuna. Naruto grinned and after the girls grabbed him, flashed away. One of his men walked up to Tazuna. So what's the plan, boss? Tazuna motioned to the hold and the other end of the tunnel. Current goal is to finish taking down this wall and extend the rail cars to the other side. Put out the word, quietly. We want refugees and people looking to settle somewhere peaceful. I can have Tsunami round up some of the locals to help put together the aid station. For us, I have the initial designs of the civilian island already, so we can start on mapping and construction. I want to surprise the kid when he gets back with his first wave of rescues. Can we all agree on that? Getting loud agreements, they got back to work. Naruto and his group were dumped back in spring. All tired, hungry, and ready for a few days of real rest. I say we take a few days off at least. Ino and Karen stood and stretched. That sounds wonderful. I don't want to even think of dirt for ever. Hinata giggled, to imagine you're usually such a pretty girl as well. Ino groaned, I know. I'll be scrubbing myself for months after this. Ignoring all of the girls talking, Naruto shook his head and headed to his room for a change of clothes. Feeling like for once he had the time, he decided the outdoor bathes were calling his name. It was still early in the evening, he could relax and then come back for dinner. Waving to a staff member and letting them know they were back for a few days, he finally made it to his room and gathered up a change of clothes. Not long later and outside walking the short distance to the outdoor bath attached to the manor, Naruto was soon washed up, clean, and lowering himself into the hot waters of the bath. Clothes stored away inside the changing area, he relaxed with his towel on his head. Nothing beat this relaxation. Reaching one hand up to rub his shoulder, much bulkier than a month ago, he decided that some time off would be good. Hearing the door cover move aside behind him, he wondered who would be joining him today. There weren't all that many men in the manor outside of the staff. Leaning his head back and being met with a towel-clad Koyuki, The boy had to look away in a hurry to stifle a nosebleed. KKK Koyuki. What are you doing? Oh, I told the staff the bathes were a private affair tonight. You've been working hard this last month and deserve some peace. So why are you here? He was ready to jump away to prevent getting pounded. He wasn't a pervert. Really. As the daimyo of spring, I thought it would be a good idea of have a chat and bond with the future Yuzukage. We're adults here after all, what's a little skinship? Giggling however on the inside, the slightly older girl smiled as she eased into the hot waters, keeping a respectable distance from the boy. He was pretty easy on the eyes, all his ninja training having toned him up nicely. I'm not going to talk you out of this, huh? Snow women are very strong-willed, Naruto, you'd best remember that. Isn't this the land of spring now? Semantics, shut up and have a drink with me. Motioning to a tray with a bottle of sake and several smaller cups, she poured him one and then herself another, handing his to him. Let this be the beginning of a great and long-lasting partnership. Looking down at the liquor, remembering something Kakashi had told him about being an adult the second they put on the headband. He sighed and nodded, firming his resolve to a long future ahead. Tapping their cups together, both drank lightly and smiled. Naruto had to admit at least, it was a nice and had a light taste, something fruity. Ha! No wonder Tsunade drank so much. So Naruto, perhaps we can discuss something else, while we are here. Relaxing back completely and making sure the clips holding her hair up were tight and ignoring that moving her arms up allowed her towel to slip just slightly, she smirked. What are your plans now? Looking away from creamy flesh, the boy thought about that one. Well, at least for a few days we need to rest up and relax. But then we have been thinking it was time to start hitting Orochimaru and his prisons. Might I make another suggestion? Sure, of course. While you're considering that, perhaps quietly search smaller towns and border villages. Small wars and skirmishes are still popping up all over the nations. It's, perhaps a little underhanded, but you could offer people being displaced the option of joining you. Naruto rolled his head this way and that as he thought about it, watching the sky go from blue to orange as the sun set. Still his favorite color. Yeah, that would be a great idea. Though getting normal people to follow me might be a problem. Koyuki shook her head and she took another tentative sip of her drink. Something tells me you won't have a problem with that at all. You have a presence about you. I have faith you will succeed. Naruto chuckled, thanks for the confidence. Of course. Edging a little closer to the boy, she wondered if she could steer the conversation a little more to more fun things. Shot down before plans could even start to roll, the flap was pushed aside and a confident-looking Ino is standing there in a towel with a somewhat shy Hinata was behind her. Pointing at the daimyo, Ino grinned, aha! Caught red-handed. Sighing, Koyuki closed her eyes and looked the picture of perfect serenity. I have no clue what you mean. Both girls came forward on Naruto's other side at again a respectable, somewhat, distance away from him. And just why aren't you on the girl's side? Koyuki just smiled, why aren't you? We're all Leaf Ninja here, it's customary for us to bath together after long hard days. Hinata sighed, you could make it a little more believable than that, Ino. Naruto just sighed and continued to look at the sky. Do I get a say in this? Koyuki just leaned forward and refilled his cup. I doubt you're getting away from this one, Naruto. Great. Ino walked out deeper into the bath with a smirk. You know most guys would literally kill to be in the bath with a bunch of pretty girls. Point, you're all very beautiful, but I'd rather not get pounded for being a pervert. Eyes up, he missed everyone else blushing at the compliment. Hinata however tried to ease his mind. You won't be, we're all covered, and we're intruding on you after all. But we wanted to celebrate. We completed the first stage of our plan. That's a big thing. Naruto lifted his cup, you aren't wrong there. Woo! Now that he had a chance to relax, the mental fatigue was beginning to catch up with him. No, wait, Tayuya, come on, let's just let it go. It'll be fine. Bump that, you all got to hang out together for weeks and I've been stuck here. I want a party too. Another movement of the flap and out came Karen and Tayuya. Karen is holding a very large tray loaded with food, while Tayuya had the same idea as Koyuki, a large bottle of sake held high. Now it's gonna be a party. Everyone laughing and the girls getting into the spirit of things. Naruto wonders just how his quiet hope of a peaceful bath was ruined so wonderfully. Somehow his pervert of a sensei planned this. He didn't know how yet, but he'd get Pervy Sage back for this somehow. Taking another sip of the fruity beverage, he started to feel a pleasant vibration cover his body. Tayuya was attempting to wrestle the Yamanaka in the center of the bath to the cheers and giggles of Karen and Hinata. Oh, Whiskers, what's the plan for what we do next? Gonna start hitting snake bastards' lairs? Naruto nodded. Yeah, Koyuki suggested that while we're hitting his bases we can stop in on any war-torn parts of the nations and offer asylum to anyone we come across. Tayuya nodded as she had Ino in a headlock and was smushing the girl into her boob. Well, if I can make a suggestion, let's start with his southern base. Oh, why's that? Naruto missed the show, eyes watching the colors in the sky slowly change. The south base is a prison. Mostly kids and teens. There won't be a major guard presence there and would make a great first stop. Plus if we hit it fast enough he wouldn't even know it's been hit for potentially weeks. She remembered her own time in the shitty place, she wouldn't mind blowing it all to hell. Her lapse in concentration allowed Ino to break free and dunk her, someone's towel going flying. Naruto didn't have a preference for where they started. Just so long as they did. Okay, but we'll have to figure out how to get everyone out of there quietly. I can Hiraishin with people and with my clones if I give them extra chakra. But that's still some work. Inside his mind the Kyuubi grumbled, this is a worthy cause, I wouldn't be opposed to lending my chakra as aid. Oh? What brings this out? There was silence, but Naruto waited as the link was still open. Someone much wiser than you reminded me once long ago about what was important in life. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, shitty monkey. Just accept the gift. Link being cut, Naruto decided he would have a sit down and talk with the beast someday soon. But that was a good backup just in case. There shouldn't be that many people there. If your clones can transport us via Hiraishin then you should be able to manage it in one trip, maybe two. Karen spoke up as she laughed at Ino putting Tayuya in an arm lock. The younger but more physically fit girl having a strength advantage. Koyuki spoke up and rose her cup in the air, no ninja or work talk. Tonight we're going to relax and party. The girls all cheering, Naruto enjoyed the purples now joining the orange of the sky. He didn't question why a towel just flew across his vision, no he was going to relax and keep his eyes to himself. In the morning maybe he'd take a real long walk into town, alone, away from crazy ninja girls.